Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and also a very warm welcome today, one of the sixth Sustainable World Conclave. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be a host for this year as well. This year's theme, a sustainability cooperative, encapsulates the need for collective action. It speaks on the importance of creating a unified, positive narrative that integrates policy, business, and also community efforts to strengthen India's green agenda. And today's focus is on the big picture, where all of us will dive into the most pressing sustainability challenges facing India and also the world. Today's agenda has been designed to inspire solutions and also drive accountability, ensuring that the journey towards sustainability is both ambitious and also achievable. With that, let's please have a look at an AV to see what more do we have in store for you today. Can we please have? Thank you. Today, sustainability it's no longer an option; it's a necessity. Do you agree with me? Yes or no? Only two of you agree with me. Yes or no? Everybody. Thank you, sir. We shall speak with you on behalf of everybody today. But thank you. As you witness these escalating impacts of climate change, also of resource depletion, and also social inequities, the call for a coordinated global effort has never been more urgent. Of course, challenge बहुत vast है, but so is the potential as well. We've walked a long way from last year as well, and by embracing sustainability holistically, we can not only mitigate environmental risk, but also unlock new avenues for innovation, for resilience, and also for prosperity. This conclave, with its esteemed speakers and thought provoking sessions and audiences like yourselves, aims to address the core challenge and also solutions that lie ahead. This conclave will also reflect the unwavering commitment of both platforms to address the critical environment challenges of our time. Through our collective efforts, we promise you that we'll aim to foster collaboration, also share insights, and propel India's journey towards a greener and more sustainable future. BW Sustainability World is an extension of this very vision dedicated to highlighting the sustainable agenda, bringing forth actionable strategies, and uniting leaders who are shaping India's sustainability narrative. And together, these platforms they serve as a beacon for companies and policymakers seeking to align their growth with a more sustainable future. With that, may I please request our team to now play the community AV to give us a glimpse of the BW Sustainability World community. BW Business World, under the visionary leadership of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, continues to be at the forefront of business media in India. With 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be deeply integrated into both the domestic and also global business ecosystems. And in today's digital age, BW has expanded its reach significantly in the online space, making it a trusted source of information and also insights. To stay updated on the latest trends and developments, we encourage you to subscribe to BW Business World Group's magazines, which offer a wealth of knowledge and also insights. Exciting offers for all our attendees of this event. The latest issue dives deep into the growing coffee economy in India and how, especially, coffee players are capping in on this opportunity. The special package features insights from the Starbucks, from Barista, Third Wave Coffee, Blue Tokai, Beanly, and more. For more information, you can meet Vinod Kumar at the same registration counter from where you got your bands. Today's gathering is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwsustainabilityworld.com. We invite you, urge you to share your conversations and also the learnings of the day by using the hashtag BW Most Sustainable Companies. Before we begin, a heartfelt thank you to all our partners for making this event possible. Our presenting partner, Crystal Partner, Bristol International Private Limited. Associate Partner, GAIL India Limited. Partner, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. A State Partner, Government of Karnataka. A Knowledge Partner, Balancia Consulting. And our event partners as well, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrew, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and also Pitch. With that, may I please request our team to now play the partners, AV?
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self-reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the world one family. Through a constant pursuit of innovation, and gain energize such dreams. During network pipelines, GAIL holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain. Natural gas transmission, processing and distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals. Today, GAIL distributes more than 53% of natural gas used in the country to consumers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers. About the financial world of the years. The Australian American established a business, the multiple key efforts in Australia, because of all price indexations. The top 10 following people it's been gay, third partner of choice on gas market in India. Its pursuit to expand the natural gas network in India continues while ushering in the winds of change towards a cleaner world. With its unflinching commitment to achieve sustainable development goals and net zero target, India has diversified into renewable energy sources. A slew of strategic moves have been adopted to achieve these targets. Set benchmarks and achieving hallmark of success lies with the scale of growth, driven by endless creativity, passionate seeking to achieve the extraordinary by all valued stakeholders. Foster cultural research and innovation and embracing smart technologies like automation, robotics to optimize operations. Availability, accessibility, affordability, and acceptability of natural gas. The pursuit of excellence and success, Gary has shown exemplary courage. Resilience to overcome challenges, agility to adapt to changing circumstances, and sincerity towards its customers to transact business. No wonder it is the preferred partner of choice. Many can bring possibilities.
Okay, and now without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome all of you, or to formally welcome all of you, and also to sort of set the context for this conclave, please join me in welcoming to the podium Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business One and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. Please.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. When I acquired Business World more than 10 years back, the idea of ranking India's top BW 500 companies on sustainability was a natural idea for me. I kept toying with the idea for 4 or 5 years till I found the relevant partners to do it, the relevant domain experts. And as I say, things happen when God wants them to happen, but we all make efforts for it. This year is India's most sustainable companies, which are chosen from the BW 500, are companies that are helping India reach its reduction of carbon footprint goals, to contribute to the COP targets that India has committed to. And as most of you are practitioners and leaders in this space, we as a country are staying ahead of our targets. If India has to develop, if India has to achieve its net zero and reduction in carbon footprint, the private sector has to lead it. The government policies have to enable it. This year's ranking has seen some changes. It has seen some shuffle. And when I sat with the team, I was asking Priyanshi and Noor really work with the team to bring this out. Our partners, Balencia, has worked with us this year to be able to bring it out. And since the declarations became mandatory, the quality of information, documentation, processes shared by the companies went up. Hence, some of the disclosures by companies that were doing it voluntarily and were of a certain quality looked good, but there were other companies who were able to present their initiatives better. So hence there is a change in the rankings. I don't want to talk to you about, you all are practitioners. I believe gratitude is the most important thing uh, to share. I want to uh, share my gratitude with Mr. Sanjay Dige, who's the MD and CEO of Crystal, Mr. Rahul Kamble, who's the President Service Delivery, I don't know if you are there, sir. Sir, I'm referring to you. And I saw this year we don't have plastic bottles of Bisleri. We are using glass bottles. So thank you for partnering with this initiative, sir, for every year. And really, it does make a difference to us. The Our partners are also not only partnering with us, but are deeply embracing sustainable practices in every sphere of water. So I'd like to thank Mr. Angelo George, who's really uh, been part of this from the at least the last 3 years. He was at Bangalore at our event, so I remember he telling us that we have a very good shift from plastic to glass in a big way. And Bristol is doing a lot of initiatives to be able to truly live the potential of a sustainable company. But I do want to talk to you about three things that are on my mind. You all are practitioners, you understand, you helm large companies, your influence is deep, and the influence and impact of the companies that you are part of and lead really can make the goal of being carbon neutral at some stage. As I said, India is doing well. I just want to say that Donald Trump is wrong on lots of things. He's also wrong on climate change. He famously or infamously said climate change is a hoax. Clearly, he doesn't understand it or wants to deny it as he does on many other things, including losing an election. Clearly, it gives you my political leanings, but that's okay. I don't have a vote in America, I have a vote in India. But I do want to say that climate change is impacting all of us. Uh, I love D2C companies. They're doing in lots of product categories. They're filling in a gap. They're providing convenience. In some cases, they're providing products and services that really are really top of the line. But when you order a product from any D2C platform, the amount of packaging that it comes with, whether you order food, you order other consumer durables, and of course, a lot of these companies have made a shift to sustainable packaging, and they're conscious about the impact of solid waste on an environment. So these changes, if sustainable packaging can become part of our lives. I met a gentleman who just showed me a jacket that he makes from recyclable material. Sustainability needs to become part of our daily conversations, of our usage. Uh, and I can only say that as leaders, what you're doing is making an impact. Uh, the second thing I want to talk to you about is sleep. I keep talking about sleep. Sleep is the most important thing for well being. It is the most important factor to be mindful. If you sleep well, you'll be mindful. And all of us know that. We spend most of our lives guiding our children and our families on sleeping well and putting our phones away. What is the link between sleep and sustainability? Is there any link? We live in a world of conspicuous consumption. India is growing because our economy is growing. We couldn't find a hotel on these dates. Almost every hotel in central Delhi was not available. That tells you India is doing well. There are initiatives. But even when it comes to events, sustainable events and how you do production of events is now moving into a sustainable domain. But let me stay on sleep. Sleep makes us more mindful. It helps us take better decisions. And of course, it contributes to long term health. I read this book maybe 15 years back or 14 years back called Why We Sleep by Tim Walker. And I read that book last year again. And I can only tell you that I try and sleep 8+ hours every night. Most nights I'm able to achieve it. The reason I talk of sleep is if we sleep better, we make better decisions. We are calmer, we are kinder. And all of us have personal goals, professional goals, family goals, community goals. And I stay optimistic that we all will be able to achieve our goals. But sleep is something that a lot of Indian executives, professionals, leaders compromise on. We are a sleep deprived nation. We sleep 2 hours less than the normal prescribed 8 hours. Quality of sleep is another issue. Because of our mobile phones, we're interrupted sometimes. And I keep my mobile phone in a separate room in home. And if I'm in a hotel, I keep it far enough for me to make an effort. This last thing I want to talk to you about is kindness. Sustainability, sleep, and kindness go together. I've been talking about this guy called Nether Ben Yehuda for the last 1 year, and I see new faces in the audience. Nether Ben Yehuda is still very young, relatively speaking, but in 2012 he was a very young Israeli who almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. Nether was between Mount Everest and the base camp of Mount Everest, and he had two choices. He was ascending. He had a choice to go on and become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, or he had a choice to stop and save a friend's life who on the way had frost bites and needed medical help. One of his friends had already died. So Nadav had a choice either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or to save someone's life. The reason I'm talking about Mr. Kamble is because he saved someone's life. He saved his friend's life. He could never become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, but he's achieved a lot of other mountaineering goals. He climbed the Mount Annapurna, and he's doing well in life. Talking about his experiences, and he's become a motivational speaker, and so on and so forth. In our life, we all have personal goals, and there's nothing wrong about them if you do the right thing for the right reason in the right manner, even when things are tough. Uh, but in a world which has become so much about us, me, even at the political level, at the leader level, I think if we are able to do something for our community, for our friends, for our families, for people who are strangers we meet in a hotel lobby, is really true kindness. And through sustainability, we are able to really able to contribute to the well-being of our future generations, of our planet. It would be arrogant to say that we'll nurture Mother Earth. Mother Earth has the capability to nurture herself. But yes, climate consciousness, ESG, and sustainability have to become part of our daily conversation. Uh, I was on the board of MDI, my alma mater, for 3.5 years. And in one of the board meetings, I said we must have a course on sustainability. Most B schools, where a lot of business leaders are created, don't have a course on sustainability. In schools, sustainability is discussed, uh, and in some schools, there is mandatory classes on sustainability. There are projects, but overall in Indian school education, sustainability and sustainable sensitivity has a long way to go. I just want to say that our initiative of bringing out a special issue every year on India's top companies and sustainability by ranking them honest process, and we have a locus standi to be able to do it. And BW Sustainability World is a younger platform. It has a long way to go, and at some stage we'll scale it up. But we at BW Business World are making our contribution by bringing all the thought leaders together for this domain, and linking the business domain with sustainability is a big vision. We made baby steps, and through continuous work in this domain, collaborating with leaders like you in the room, we'll be able to make our contribution. We have this 2 days of the India's most sustainable uh, companies conference, which we call the Sustainability World Conference. And the evening today from 5 to 6, and tomorrow from 4:30 to 5:30, we have the awards. We're recognizing the top companies in this domain. And again, there is no fee for it. It's been done through a credible partner who has a domain expertise. Also, Priyanshi has been working with me and Noor. So there is a continuity. I would like to so please give Priyanshi and my team a big round of applause. I would also like to call out on all my colleagues, especially Mr. Mohit Chopra, who's worked with Priyanshi on the business side to make this happen. And A lot of my colleagues in marketing, Shweta, Tanvi, the design teams, the sales teams that bring in revenue, and the event team work towards making this happen. I can only say all the initiatives that we do at BW Business World because of the team we have and the work, and this is an editorial initiative for us. Venues matter, but it's the spirit of what we do and the integrity of what we do matters. We chose Samrat because of the proximity to central Delhi, and we didn't want to go to a loft or go to Gurgaon. But really grateful to you for your time, presence, attention. I'm sure today's deliberations will add some new perspectives, some new examples from the work that all of you are doing. The companies represented in the room are truly companies that are making an impact and making sustainability part of their strategy and part of their well-being. And I want to say that there are companies in certain sectors which are traditionally not sustainability friendly, but when we looked at the kind of work they've done in the last few years, I, I promise you that you'd be very pleasantly surprised with certain companies, and they've come through data, it has come through the impact of the initiatives, and most importantly, it has come through a process where our partner has domain expertise in making sure we do conversations internally and stress test every kind of decision that we make when we rank them. So thank you. I look forward to meeting you all and look forward to celebrating the strides that you have made in your sustainability initiative. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Quickly moving ahead with our first keynote session for the day. This is on water credits, role of water credits in tackling global water scarcity. Please join me in welcoming to the podium the CEO of Bisleri International, Angelo George, everybody. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Dr. Batra and Business World for inviting me to be part of this wonderful session. Before I speak about water credits as a concept, I think most of us are familiar with what carbon credits as a concept has done to awareness about global warming, the amount of environmental degradation that happens when you release more carbon, and people have become conscious over a period of time. It also created a kind of a market which has been stable, and there are incidentally lots of organizations which are actually making money out of this entire carbon credit initiative. Now, where does the concept of water credit starts? India has possibly now the largest population, but hardly 4% of the world's groundwater. And we are the largest extractor of groundwater globally. And you can see those numbers. It is estimated that in the last 70 years, we have managed to deplete the groundwater by almost 1/4. And you can see parts of the country which are deeply in the red in terms of groundwater availability. That means the replenishment through monsoon is not compensating for what you are taking out. And there are states like Punjab, which have moved to more rain or water intensive crops like paddy, and in the process is depleting a rate of close to 85% plus in terms of the rainfall versus the output you take out. So you can imagine what will happen that you're actually borrowing from the future. You can see that if you continue to extract water at the rate you're doing, I think you will have a serious trouble over the next 2 decades, not too far away, just 20 years ahead. But to put things in context, I think we must understand that the largest component of groundwater extraction happens for naturally for agricultural purposes. Out of the 85%, possibly about 4 to 5% also happens through evaporation in terms of the water bodies and the canals which feed agricultural land. Industry accounts for about 8%. Now, I represent Bisleri, the largest water brand serving consumers for the last 55 years now. We have been plastic neutral and water positive. That means we actually recycle more plastic than we put into the market, and we replenish more water than we extract from the ground. And I will show you what we do in both these areas. Now, particularly on plastic, since Dr. Batra spoke about sustainability and the need for sustainability education to bring or educate young minds, along with Center for Environment Education, Mr. Karthike Sarabhai and team, we have actually developed and released a book for schools called Towards Responsible Use of Plastic, released in January this year. Since it's a complex subject, we took care as a marketing company to ensure it is well illustrated. And not only this, we are printing this in 9 languages, and we are also making small modules of this because this will work as a reference point. But when the teacher is going to talk to the students, the message need to be consistent across the country. So those are being made, and I think the language editions are underway. This book in English is already released, and we have shared it with the ministry and the education departments. The small modules which will enable the teachers, particularly under the new educational policy, in the 10th standard, there is a certain number of hours defined for environmental education, 120 hours to be specific. I think this will go a long way in terms of educating people about responsible use of plastic. Plastic as a material is not bad. It's a way we use it and mindlessly discard it, what is causing the problem. Now, this is the kind of work which you do on water. We have some of the best efficiencies, water efficiencies in terms of conversion. And just to share with you, compared to 2021-22 as a baseline, in 5 months of this year, we have saved water to an extent of 30 million cartons of Bisleri. And that I think is a significant saving for a 5-month period. So there's a lot of effort to going in terms of ensuring that every facility, we have close to 150 facilities across the country, processes water in the most efficient manner that's possible. Not only that, most of that's a lake or a water body in our plant in Bangalore. We ensure the surface runoff water is also captured. And some of those which you see on this side of the screen is close by, near Sahibabad and that area. Where close to our watershed of the plant, we ensure the water bodies are rebuilt, restored. And what you see on the left side is our work in the rural, particularly in Western Maharashtra and Gujarat, where we restore check dams. And you can see the amount of water that we conserve. Feeding almost about 50,000 rural families, ensuring they're able to do multiple crops in a year, improve their livelihood. And that's a lake which we have restored in Chennai, and another one at an altitude of 11,500 feet in Nubra Valley in Leh, Ladakh. That was last year. And this is just got inaugurated by Mr. Ganesh, who's my colleague, just about 4 days back in the same area. So a large number of villages in Ladakh has water available for drinking and for cultivation. Now, the government of India in 2023 outlined under the Prime Minister's scheme of Mission LIFE, Lifestyle for Environment, a scheme to incentivize environment-friendly behavior under these 7 categories, where the behavior is supposed to be rewarded, and the government is going to set up platforms where the rewards could be traded similar to carbon credits. And you can see that water is the second item in the list of 7. So for conservation, water efficiency, treatment and reuse of wastewater, there will be credits for individuals, collectives or cooperatives and organizations, which can then be traded to people who are possibly on the wrong side of water consumption. But there's a challenge, like any green credit, which when you make, it needs to be based on the equivalence of resource requirement. Saving water in a high monsoon state like Kerala versus when you save in Rajasthan, it needs to have a value compensation, which is different. So we said as an organization, in fact, I remember when I came into Bisleri 6 years ago, our chairman used to have this conversation that it's time we start thinking about water credits. And I thought that was far-fetched at that point in time. And then COVID came in 20. So 21 end, I prepared a paper for him, understanding carbon credits in the first place, and then said, as an organization, I don't think it's possible for us to put forward. We don't have the intellectual ability to understand this. So we need to involve a partner who understands the academic part of it, and we need to involve the water ministry and people like that. Now, when we try to study the comparison between carbon credits and water credits, if you were to put them in similar platforms, carbon is universal. You release fumes here, it will impact even a guy sitting in Angola. But water is very localized. When I have a flood, somebody has a flood in Assam, the guy sitting in Delhi is not really bothered because it's not impacting him. So water has got a local presence. It has also got a value or a quality which is changing to monsoons and availability. And then even if when you create the market, the carbon credit market is very well established under the California cap and trade and also the EU emission trade program. Water credits incidentally are happening in 3 of the countries, China, Kenya, and Morocco in some crude manner. There again, they had problems because in the initial investment that goes in, somebody had to fund. So the downstream public and private beneficiaries created an investment fund to compensate the farmers for the initial losses they will suffer in the period. The Indian regulations on water, we studied it in depth. It's not uniform. There are 19 states with Central Groundwater Authority, and rest of the states manage their own affairs. So a uniformity of practice and regulatory common platform mechanism need to evolve. I think water also has a social aspect related to it. I think that's important for policymakers and government and even for all of us to understand. Equally, when there is a deprivation potential, if I'm setting up a high water consuming activity, I spoke about people converting from gehu to rice in Punjab, or somebody going and irresponsibly setting up a high water consuming industry in a water deprived area, there needs to be a debit factor. So what I call it as the water deprivation potential. Equally, if my business is generating pollutant and requires effluent treatment, there has to be a pollution deprivation potential which needs to be factored. And if the organization or the collective is doing something good, equally there has to be a water conservation positive that need to be added. So this is a study which we did, and it was a 1-year study started in October 22, well in time for Prime Minister's announcement which happened in August 23. And we published this report in the month of May 24. And you can see the 4 areas around which the study is. One is about national and international understanding of water trading, water credits, the fiscal instruments. And we said if there are multiple factors impacting something like water at a localized level, we need to have an impact adjustment of a water footprint. And then we said, let us try and experiment these principles in two of our own factories, understand how different are they, and then create a toolkit which any company then can adopt. And that's what we have done. But let me first take you to a watershed. What is a watershed? It's basically an area or a terrain where water flows through one way. So which means anything in that terrain, you need to look at it impacting the activity out here. And obviously we use some of the best tools that are available today to define the watershed and the micro watershed, which we did. We also went through the concepts of water audit, which is fundamentally about understanding how efficient are you as an organization in managing water. The processes, reducing water wastage, the operational wastage, and your resilience to a water shortage situation. Virtual water is about the total water consumption, because this is one debate which we had. Shouldn't we be accountable for just what happens within our fence? We are very efficient. I told you we have just saved 30 million cartons of Bisleri water equivalent in 5 months of the year. But then we said, no, as an organization, we need to be accountable end to end, which means right from the raw materials used for packaging my products to the transportation that involves my product reaching to the consumer, I must capture what is the water. And that is what we call as the virtual water footprint. So if I am actually using any organic material, then the plant which picks up that soil water, green water as we call it, and the surface water if I'm using, and you can see the gray water if I'm using ETP in the production process, then the effluent treatment related gray water, or the water which I would release after treatment. All that I need to account. And we must look at ultimately a compensatory mechanism, which I said about deprivation, pollution, and also the conservation. So if I were to put it in a simple grid, this is how it is. The operational water footprint, the supply chain water footprint, overheads, including the water that is used in the toilet in the factory, what happens in the canteen, and the supply chain water footprint ahead. We took only energy, not really about warehouses, because very difficult it became for us to manage that. So these were two factories which we took. One was in Sahibabad, closer here. The only water body around here is the Ghazipur Nalla, which for the Drenwar Delhi. And the other in Kamshet in Lonavala, which has got lakes and rivers nearby. So it's a water sufficient area. I'll just share the Sahibabad picture here. You can see that the production related, this is a water scarce area of Sahibabad, and that is the water sufficient area of Kamshet. So we looked at both the macro watershed and the micro watershed where our factory is located. You can see in Sahibabad, the production related consumption of about 1.21 lakh has been more or less compromised by the green piece you find at the end through harvesting of water, about 1.07. So almost 85% plus is kind of compensated. But when you look at ingredients in packaging, the overhead energy, all that, you still have a debit. Suppose I were to put solar energy instead of the grid power, my water footprint will come down by almost 6%. And if I were to convert these glass bottles, which you see here are made in this factory, I were to convert them into PET, my water footprint will come down in Sahibabad by 17%. So a lot of people are under a misnomer that you move one packaging material to another, problem gets sorted out. No, there is a trade-off. And that's a complex formula. Just to tell you that we have done a very rigorous analysis and evaluation of how the whole thing needs to be factored step by step, evolved up in Terry's and Bisleri team. And these were the final results. You can see that in Sahibabad, normally for me to make 1 liter of Bisleri, it takes about 1.08 liters of water. If I were just looking at within the fence. But when I put everything together, it takes about 14 liters of water in Sahibabad to make 1 liter of Bisleri. And in Kamshed, it's about 10 liters. And if I were to make a soft drink, it would have costed me 56 liters of water. That's a true water footprint of a business. And why is that soft drink higher? Because there is sugar and there's a huge amount of surface related water consumption by the sugar cane. And even the gray water footprint is higher because you're using flavoring agents and that needs to be treated through an effluent plant. So the sum and substance of the study was that contrasting scenarios indicate you require to have, you can't have a uniform thing saying, okay, for Bisleri kind of water kind of business, 10 liter is the benchmark and you save anything less than 10, you will get rewarded. No, it has to be watershed specific. You have seen that Sahibabad I require 14 and other place I require 10. Beyond the fence, the supply chain is accounting for 91% of the water footprint of our business. And we factor both negatives and positives need to be accounted for. We created an evaluation toolkit, which could be used by any organization of any industry. You need to put these numbers, your water footprint will emerge. Except that you need to define your watershed area very clearly. And I think those mechanisms are already there in public domain. So finally, the suggestions from our study, we have made this public. And this is our water credits book, a very detailed book of 181 pages, including every possible water loss across the world. Again, we are a marketing company, so we have kind of illustrated to make it look interesting to read. It's just not a drab scientific journal. It's on our website. Impact adjusted footprint needs to be the principle for water credit. We must define the monetary value. If I save X amount of water, what is the money that I would be able to get, which I can then trade on a platform? And there must be a cap and trade mechanism similar to carbon credit. Financing models may require to be established in the early years. Maybe we require private equity investments or fund to come in and support this initiative. In fact, government could think about water sustainability mark on the product label, which will benefit if I am actually water sensitive and water prudent. Then consumers would love my brand because I'm declaring that I'm actually good in managing water. Now, the next one is for people like us, the business decisions will have to be based on the water footprint. We have already started thinking about it. What should be my sourcing of plastic? Should I be moving plastic from Jammu to Bombay or from somewhere else? What is the trade-off in terms of water footprint? Where do I set up my plant? What kind of mechanism should I use in terms of my energy movement? And as we speak, in fact, incidentally, what came out of this is a clear understanding that we need to reduce our energy costs. Not cost, energy footprint. And we have now, we were about 4-5% on renewable energy. By December, we will hit 30% of our energy consumption onto renewable energy, which will also bring down dramatically the water footprint of our business. Obviously, once you start anything like this, water credits, there will be smart guys who would play the system. So there needs to be a regulatory mechanism which will hold things in place, prevent exploitation, manage the social impact of something related to this. And finally, agriculture is the biggest consumer of groundwater. If things have to change, I think we need to move into water prudent irrigation crops and water efficient irrigation. So that's what I had to share. Thank you so much for the opportunity once again.
Thank you so much for your address. Thank you. Before we invite our first panel on the stage, can we quickly please have our partner AV?
Visiting banks, hospitals, schools, government offices, or airports. Chances are we've crossed paths. We make sure that every visit of yours is met with exceptional management and service. We are Crystal Integrated Services Limited, India's fastest growing facility management company. Our journey began 24 years ago with a vision to emerge as one of the most preferred facility management services in India. Since inception, Crystal has maintained a clear vision with strategic focus, meticulous planning, and timely implementation driving our success. We offer the maximum range of services, and we continue to invest in science, technology, and engineering to elevate our services and deliver exceptional results. We have expanded our footprint to encompass over 2,487 sites, serve 369 clients, operate across 28 branches, and manage an impressive 25 million square feet across diverse sectors, each with its unique challenges. This dedication to excellence reflects in our significant turnover of rupees 1,027 crore for financial year 23-24. Crystal's journey is marked by landmark projects and trusted clients, and supported by our ISO certifications. Each collaboration strengthens our commitment to set new standards in operational excellence. At Crystal, our strength lies in our people. We prioritize employee development and ensure that every team member can achieve personal success while also driving our company's growth. From entry-level positions to leadership roles, we believe in empowering our team to achieve their true potential. Over the years, we have grown to a thriving workforce of over 43,100 employees, with each playing a crucial role in our journey. Growth for Crystal has always been about more than just numbers. We continuously evolve to meet the ever-changing demands of the facility management sector through modern and automated tools, which ensures achieving significant reductions in both costs and environmental impact. In partnership with Vishnu Prasad Research Centre, our waste management efforts, including efficient solid and liquid waste collection, treatment, and disposal, are designed to create cleaner and more sustainable city. Looking ahead, Crystal is gearing up to expand into new markets with a focus on modernization and special economic zones. We are set to transform both spaces and lives. So, whether you're stepping into a new facility or revisiting a familiar one, Crystal will ensure excellence in every corner. We look forward to crossing paths with you again soon.
Thank you. Thank you. And just like we want to speed things up and be on time with our schedule, the first panel is also on speeding climate commitments, India's roadmap to 2030. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming our panelists. But before that, this session will assess India's climate progress, the role of corporate India, key technologies, public-private partnerships, and also climate finance. And our panelist for the same, Prashant V. Director, Sustainability SA Hindustan Unilever, Joining him is Renika Grover, Head of Sustainability and Corporate Social Responsibility at Polo Tires. Joining them is Tejashri Joshi, Head Environmental Sustainability Godrej and Boris. Joining them is Sandeep Chandna, Chief Sustainability Officer, Tech Mahindra. Joining us virtually is Ashwin Rakundalia, Chief Sustainability Officer and Head, PMCG Adani Cement Business. And this session will be moderated by Chandni Khosla, Board Advisor, Sustainability and Sustainable Finance. Maybe more welcoming, more louder. Thank you. Thank you so much. Has Ashwinji joined us virtually? Can we check?
Yes, I am there. Good morning.
He has. Okay. Can we also bring sir on the screen? Yeah, they're just bringing it on screen.
Welcome everybody. Should I use the mic? Hello. Hello.
Can we?
Hello. Yeah, this works.
Perfect.
Thank you. Welcome, dear panelists. It's a pleasure to be here, and I think this is my third sustainability conclave at the business world, and it's such a pleasure to see familiar faces in the audience and among the organizing team. Let's kickstart our conversation. Very, very pertinent in current times. Climate action for India, given our NDC goals. My first question to my panel is, and we'll start from Tejashri, Sandeep, Rinku, and Prashant, and Ashwin, of course. As India scales its climate ambitions, what is the most impactful, innovative technologies being deployed in your respective sectors? And you do represent quite diverse sectors. And how are these technologies enhancing the climate resilience of your industry and the economy as a whole? Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think very pertinent. I come from a company which is a conglomerate of 14 businesses. The group has traversed over 127 years, so virtually seen the transition on sustainability and the consciousness on specifically on environmental aspects, but which has always been a fundamentals on which the organization has operated. Just to come quickly to answer what you are trying to say, and looking at the diversity of businesses, I think a few of our businesses have a large impact on the whole climate scenario. One being the construction or the real estate sector, where built spaces today we know can impact up to around 30% of climate transition. And I'm very happy to share that, and many people may know that the whole green building movement in India was started by Godrej Boys, with platinum rated green building constructed in Hyderabad, the CIS or Rabji Godrej Green Business Center. But now is a time to transition from green buildings to net zero buildings. And we have partnered with the World Green Building Council to promote this concept in Asia Pacific region. And obviously the group has a commitment to in all its buildings to net on energy, water, waste, and carbon. So looking at all the aspects of environmental footprint and transition to net zero. The other avenue where we see a lot of energy in the future being used is in the cooling sector. Because today we know that the cooling has a very low penetration yet in India, and it has a huge scope of growth as we see climate change impacts. So working on the cooling technologies through innovation is a very primary focus. In fact, Godrej Boys was the first company in India to transition from CFC-based refrigerators to completely non-CFC-based with a very low global warming potential refrigerant choice way back in 2000. And I think it is one multilateral collaboration across countries, which has really been a success story in terms of climate transition. But taking that forward, we are now moving towards non-gas based cooling and looking at a technology called solid state cooling, which is akin to semiconductor kind of a technology, which will actually, which will can be a game changer in the whole cooling sector. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chandni, and pleasure to see you here. I think so 3 years, yeah. Uh, Chandni, I'll take a step back. We were in COP 28. Now, a lot of commitments were made in terms of, how we will move away from fuel and the fossil fuels, and see that there is some kind of number which could really make a lot of difference.
Yes.
How are those commitments now getting into action? That's a question which we have to ask uh, us when we are meeting everyone in COP 29. Uh, Another very important aspect. In last 30 years, I was just doing a research before coming here. In last 30 years, there are about 3,500 policies being made in the world on climate change. And in that, about 50 policies have come from India. And these are the policies which have come in last 7 years. Now, the impact of these policies into how we are going to be moving into our aspects, we have that target of 500 gigawatt. Uh, we are the fifth largest in the solar. Quite a few of us are from renewable, so we would know that, and we are proud of it, in fact. Uh,
But
the
how
other,
is it really changing, for example, from a tech background, the sector that you represent? Do you think the AI and the digital solutions are really helping us become more climate resilient going in the future?
yeah, so when we started this journey, I was more looking at the internal aspect, seeing that how Tech Mahindra would be kind of more into, getting as, net zero targets, which, we are quite on the target to meet it. Uh, there are a number of solutions that we have built up, and just about 2 weeks back, something very innovative that we launched. Chandni, this was for all IT companies. Coding is the key. So even if you're doing something on the PLCs or even on the, the automation part of it, or how the AI is being looked at, the important is, are my codes green or not? And if there is a recurrence of, or there is a memory which is being used for a larger aspect, how are my codes green? So we have made a tool, a platform called Green Coder, and this platform will convert every code into a 30 to 40% more green efficient. Something very.
Fantastic. Congratulations
Thank
there,
you.
Sandeep.
Yeah.
Moving on to Rinku. There's so much to be done. And you represent a very important part of our industry. So how are you seeing at Apollo Tires the transformation happening in your sector? And how is that contribution going to really charge India into meeting the climate goals?
Chandni, thank you for having us over here, first of all. And I'll kind of build the story from what Sandeep just mentioned, because I think we both might have a similar kind of area as well to talk about, because he's talking about climate change and India. And when we talk about in India, and I just kind of talk about in terms of the renewable energy sector, because we do have a aspiration to be, net zero by 2070. But let's just look at the renewable energy sector, where we have pegged some kind of smaller milestones as well in terms of 2030, 50% of our electricity should be from renewable spaces, from non-fossil fuel. And I think when you look at that kind of landscape, there is a huge amount of work that's happened. And from the aspiration of being 500 gigawatts, and we have actually in the last few years, I was looking at it, how we have amplified it, and that's really, really great. But what you also look at is the fossil fuel side of it. Like coal production has gone up from last year to now. So that's where you kind of know that business as usual is not just the solution. You need to come up with some kind of more innovative solutions. And of course, what Sandeep was talking about is the climate policies, which is an enabler. And in fact, I also read something which is like 1,500 policies across the world, 6 continents, 43 countries, but only 63 of those such policies are actually helping the world to be containing to 1.5 degrees. So innovation is definitely required whilst we look at investment as well, financing aside. Coming back to what Apollo Tires is doing. So now, as a tire manufacturer, one has to be mindful it's not just a tire like a round shape where exactly, like it's just on the road, because it does have, when you look at the use phase of a tire, there is a maximum emissions as well. So how do you embrace technology? So there are various aspects in manufacturing at the end of life tire, and I'll just give you one example over here. During the manufacturing process of a tire, the most energy intensive area is mixers, which creates a lot of emissions. So there we've embraced technology, IoTs, and trying to get reporting out from the mixer technology, where we actually see how we can optimize production and have efficient use of energy as well. So that's the
Fantastic.
kind of.
I'll just stop you there.
That's fine.
In the
That's
interest of
fine.
time.
Yeah.
Prashant, HUL is a global company and you are present in multiple jurisdictions. How critical is India to you and India's aim for climate resilience? And let's go beyond a little energy, because one of the things HUL has to kind of really think about is the water management side of things. And we heard Bisleri CEO speak so eloquently about water credits. So what are your views and in a very succinct way? Thank you.
I think a couple of things. So HUL, obviously, most people know HUL through the brands which we sell, from Surf Excel to Lifebuoy, Dove, Red Label, among others, right? Two things. One is the need for climate action has never been more visible, right? And I think that's not just in the world. I think even in India, whether it's the government, whether it's the private sector, more and more people are getting aware of the fact that we need to take climate action immediately. The challenge with India, of course, is we also have developmental goals, right? We do have, if you look at Viksit Bharat, even the government has called out saying, look, we need to become a developed country with positive well-being and health for all our citizens. But at the same time, we need to take climate action, right? So I'll just talk about two things about what HUL has been doing. And I concur with you. I think energy transition has been a phenomenal success story in India. The move to solar, the move to renewables. I think as a large corporate, because we sell physical products, much like my co-panelists, the big action for us is to really work with our suppliers, right? So once we commit and say, okay, look, we're getting to net zero by 2039, we start working with our suppliers, and our suppliers range from really large listed companies, many of whom are going to be here today, to small startups. So working with our suppliers to help us in our material transition is going to be very, very important, right? They come up with new technologies, which we then sort of help facilitate to help them land through pilots. And pilots for us are actually large numbers, could be 50,000 tons. We actually end up calling it a pilot. So one example I can tell you is Surf Excel, which is a detergent brand. We have actually done I would say a large scale pilot of launching a near net zero soda ash. So soda ash is a very, very important part of, detergents. So how do you really reduce emissions in soda ash through both use of renewable energy and technology? Last thing I just want to mention, I think this game is going to accelerate. I think Sandeep also spoke about policies, whether it's policy, whether it's investor action. But I think it's going to be very, very important for large corporates to work with their suppliers, to work with their partners to accelerate this.
Thank you, Prashant. Moving on to Ashwin, I welcome and thank you for joining us online. Can you hear us, please? We can't hear you. So if you can unmute. Yes, fantastic. Ashwin, would you be able to chime in on the current focus on climate resilience from the perspective of carbon capture and what you are doing at Adani Cement to ensure that, India's progress is more holistic when it comes to climate action?
Yeah, so Chandni, thank you for your questions, and thank you Business World for inviting me. My apology basically is for not being able to join in person. But we are basically as you know, cement is hard, basically it's hard to avoid, you know, that kind of the sector which we are operating. But at the same time, if you look at basically the Indian cement industry, and particularly which I am basically the representing, Adani cement business, where we are basically say like say Ambuja Cement, SEC, then we are now basically say Sanghi Cement, Penna Cement. So we have basically say conglomerate of so many cement companies, no, where basically say we are all encompassed under Adani Cement business. So, say especially Ambuja Cement and SEC, no, they were basically the pioneers in terms of the their commitment to the basically the sustainable action plans, whether it is water or whether basically say it is the blended cement, or whether basically the community initiatives, or say basically the investment on waste heat recovery or climate friendly technologies, right? So I will say basically I will say two parts. Now, one is currently what we are doing. So we are investing basically a lot in terms of converting our say current say gray energy into the green energy, especially the electricity. So we are investing somewhere around say 6,000 crore on basically generating 1,000 megawatt solar and wind. Then somewhere around 4,000 crore on waste heat recovery, and then basically say 2,500 crore on alternate fuels and raw materials, right? And then something on basically say ramping up the supply chain, right? So large investments which we are making basically say to make us more climate friendly and those things. Now, and then we have a
Commendable,
public commit.
Ashwin,
Yeah,
that you have mentioned your competitors and shown them in very beautiful light that they're doing some wonderful work in climate transition. Thank you for
yeah,
that. I'm so sorry I'm cutting you short there because you've
yeah,
already shared with us certain examples. Do you want to add
yeah.
something else?
Yeah, so as far as CCUs are concerned, no, so CCUs still very say emerging technologies. Say recently, basically, we are partnering with one of the company which is also basically say partnering with Department of Science and Technologies, and there we are putting up one pilot plant for the CCUs. And once we have basically the success, then we will say try to replicate it very fast.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ashwin. That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah.
Moving on, and I get a little kind of single thread, if I can draw upon whatever you guys have just mentioned right now, is a lot of pilots, a lot of testing. Is it go to market worthy? Is it scalable worthy? Or what is the efficiency out there? So if I was to move ahead and look at resource efficiency and circularity, I mean, obviously, these are two very efficient teams in a planet which, we are, really challenging planetary boundaries as far as we continue to extract critical minerals and resources. I would like the panel to reflect on, as we move forward to reducing wastes and optimizing resource use, how are your respective organizations implementing circular economy principles? And what impact do these initiatives have on your overall sustainability targets? Quick answers.
So I think if you look at the policy regime today, it talks more of an end of pipe circularity in terms of all the EPRs that we have for e-waste, plastic, batteries, C&E waste. Approach we take is of a life cycle approach, starting with the design, because I think that's where you can truly bring in a change in the way you are conceptualizing or producing a product, looking at the material, looking at optimizing of design. Very important aspect that we also look at is recyclability and dismantling of the product to enable circularity at the end of life of the product particularly. And many examples I can give through our furniture business, appliances business, but we are also recycling construction and demolition waste for producing material which go back in buildings as building blocks. We've also trialed and introduced use of recycled aggregate and sand in the mixed design for 3D concrete printing, which is also an emerging technology, which is more cleaner, which is more leaner, as well as with a reduced footprint of construction and more modular. But having said that, I think what I mentioned earlier in terms of life cycle approach is a very good tool in terms of comparing what change you're bringing about based on what your earlier designs and products were, and identify those hotspots where you can take meaningful action to bring down the overall footprint of the product. What it has resulted in, we have a revenue target under our sustainability program of transitioning all of our products towards being more sustainable and green. And while we have a target of at least 50% of our revenue should come from products which are green, preferably third party certified green, today we are at around 35%. So the whole push is to mainstream sustainability business thinking, right at the conceptualizing thread, may it be service or your product, including processes and our establishments. But I think that we had already been doing. It is more bringing what you can take to your consumers through your products as a concept on sustainability, looking at its impact also during the use phase.
Thank you so much, Tejashree. Sandeep, you have to ace that.
Yeah. So, see, I took something very different. I made a public commitment saying that all my locations, my own locations, would be ZWL certified, zero waste to landfill certified by 25-26. And today, when I speak to you, I've already met my about 70% target.
Fantastic.
So, there's a commitment that you will do it, and then you get a third party to assess it. And the third party assessment says that yes means all the non-compliances which really come up during these assessments, you clean them up. So today we have locations which are zero discharge facilities. My employees, we have almost about 143,000 employees. So all those employees, the awareness plays a very important role. So getting them aware in terms of how the wastage has to be stopped, how are they really using the same kind of aspects even growing back home. So I think that these are some of the best practices that we should.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. Rinku?
So just building up in terms of when you talk about circularity, one of the very important things in tire industry is when the tire reaches its end of life, how you actually not making sure that it's not, it's disposed in a very environmental friendly manner. And there it's very, very important that you're actually looking at how you retrieve the rubber back so that you're not relying on virgin material. So that's something we've been looking at in terms of how we've partnered with a Canadian organization where we are devulcanizing rubber in a non-chemical manner and taking it back into our product mix. And that's where we have commitments as well, how much of recycled material we will use, that commitment of by 2030, but also making sure that the durability, longevity of the tire is there. That's one aspect where we are actually looking at taking our own material back into the tire itself. The other thing is in terms of waste for others can be useful for us as well. So one example that I can talk about is where we're in a tire, there are lots of other material that's required as well, nylon, polyester for a tire manufacturer. So what we've done is we've used plastic waste to actually make nylon and polyester and try to use that in our product line cycle, durability, testing, safety, all of those aspects are being seen. But these are most important because it's not just looking at internally your industry, which is creating waste, but it's also looking at waste that's being created outside. So circularity overall is very, very essential. And that's where I thought I'll just kind of highlight those two examples.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Thank you so much. Prashant?
Chandni, I think the advantage of going last is,
Ashwin is last.
Ashwin is there after me. Fine. I just 2 points. I think one is, I'm very happy that circularity is being discussed in a climate action panel, right? And circularity is something which is there in every Indian's DNA. We've always grown up reusing things. I think it's now a fancy term which has come back from the West. And I think even at HUL, we try and lead circularity thinking for Unilever, right? I won't speak about the innovations. I think there's a whole work stream again happening on how do we introduce recycled plastic in flexibles. It's already there in rigids like PET and also HDPE, but even in flexibles, there's a whole value chain going on. But one thing which I want to add over here is number one, anything on circularity in India also requires, the sanitation ecosystem to develop. So a big part of our program is how do we work with the government, how do we work with other multilaterals like the UN, and maybe startups, civil society organizations, making sure as India urbanizes, going to be consuming everything from motorbikes to data to hand. So material consumption is going to go up, right? So this also needs to go up, which means that people who are safai sathis, waste pickers also need to be included in the ecosystem. So that's one focus of ours. The second focus of ours, again, going back to innovation, is how do we support new startups which are working on circularity. So we have a very innovative program called Transform. So if you're a circularity startup, we provide you with a grant. There is no equity. It's only a grant. And we give you business support along with Ernst & Young on helping you scale up, with the ultimate goal being that maybe in 5 years, you can be a supplier to HUL, which is very hard because you need to reach those volumes at that price point. So A, circular economy needs to grow, and B, I think innovation needs to be developed. But I think India can lead for the world in this space.
Fantastic. Very well put. Ashwin, over to you. If you could chime in something.
Yeah, I think cement is a great opportunity. If you look at basically say from the waste management and the circularity is concerned. Today, Indian cement industry, we are somewhere around 550, 600 million ton. And in next say 6 years, 7 years time, it will cross certainly say 1 billion ton capacity with the basically say growth in the housing and the infrastructure. And cement is quite basically say natural, no? So if you look at Indian cement industry particular, basically say learning from our global peer, no, we have become quite matured and very professional in the waste management, right? So we use basically say waste from across the basically the country, whether it's a municipal waste, whether it's an industrial waste, whether it's a slag, fly ash, what kind of construction and demolition waste, whatever is not, right? So everything basically say we are using it, and we can by and large solve the lot of problems from the industry, from the society, from the regulators, everywhere, right? So we have willingness basically to invest. We have also the capability and the know-how basically to basically say solve the waste management problems of the industry and the country. Only thing basically say what we need was is the proper regulatory framework, to say do it properly.
Great, Ashwin. So it's all on the shoulders of the policymakers. We have the know-how, we have the finance, but the policymakers are a bit slow on that. No worries. Take your point very well. And given the fact that you talked about investing and capital and finance, let's move on to climate finance as a topic of discussion. Now, I come from financial services. So for me, sustainable finance is something from a sourcing perspective and where do we allocate monies from. But you represent the real economy and you have to absorb that capital so that that capital keeps in circulation. My question to the panel is, what are the securing as well as applying finance for large-scale climate-oriented projects within your organizations? Is it a challenge? Is sourcing that financing a challenge? Or is applying it in a productive, remunerative manner a challenge? And how is your company really approaching the whole acronym called sustainable finance and climate finance? What does it mean for you?
Fortunately for me, for my company, we have been self-financing our sustainable initiatives. But nonetheless, I think being in the industry, we know the challenges that we face. I think securing finance today, I think it's still something which is in as a developmental aspect on sustainability, and more work really needs to be accelerated in this for smaller companies to really bear the cost of being more sustainable, and how do they transition to be continuity or longevity of the businesses. What we do in turn is actually support our supply chain in becoming those clean tech solutions that we desire for, because of the agility that they have, and support them in terms of longevity of business that we give them, so that they sustain and develop into more defined companies who provide the solutions to the industry. But having said that, yes, there are aspects where we are looking at probably finance for for our programs which are more sustainable, maybe the infrastructure or maybe building sector. But what is important is that that program to demonstrate its sustainability, its quotient of greenness or sustainability by very, very measurable and demonstrable indicators, so that the financing companies are sure about where they're investing and what is the long-term benefit that the organization or those investments are going to be on the climate to fulfill their agenda of, I think, investing in sustainable ventures. So, not much light I can throw on this, because I'm not have been on the other side of actually utilizing this, but we've been more supporting the value chain in terms of moving, transitioning towards more sustainable supply chain by supporting them through various aspects on financing and capacity building, of course.
Sandeep, just staying with Tejashree on this. Tejashree, when you said that you are helping your supply chain and you are investing in them so that they can have go-to models on how to support your green movement, have you put a fund together for this, or is this through your CSR fund? Do reflect on that.
So not through the CSR fund, because this is a business cost, we believe. CSR is for the society, and there are different movements over there in terms of skill building and entrepreneurship. But I think this is a business cost, and if not today, tomorrow you have to pay that cost in terms of, say, carbon price or tax or whatever. So proofing your business against that today is, I think, a prudent way of moving ahead on the business. But no, we don't put a fund aside, but we look at the overall business process where this is going to benefit us in terms of our long-term sustainability goals, and devise mechanisms. So each case requires a different kind of push. You can't generalize it probably for even the suppliers. But we've seen success stories where a very MSME vendor has today exporting their products to European countries, because of the sustainability quotient they have demonstrated onboarding on our cluster programs for our vendors, to look at both quality, to look at both efficiencies as well as sustainability into various aspects of their manufacturing.
Fantastic, fantastic. Sandeep, over to you.
So, Chania, was just mulling over, and I think so you read my mind. I was already about to say that carbon pricing is what, is the key. We were among the first companies to have implemented the carbon pricing within the system. So that gave me a leverage in terms of, I don't have to go and ask funds to anyone. So I take a decision saying that if today this solar or any technology equipment has to be bought in, it becomes very simple for me to do that. So carbon pricing is one aspect which I would really ask others also to have a look at it. How does that work? Chanyu, on the other aspect, about a year back, I spoke to you about one tool that we were trying to build around is Green Finance. So, that is taking some shape. So this is one platform that we are really looking at. Today, if you look at the BFSI sector, there is no end-to-end tool to look at the green funds, the green bonds. Means world is speaking about it, but the hardcore fact is how is it getting monitored? There's no single methodology to do it. So that is a place where we are working on from an innovation perspective. And if there are if there's any support which can come in, I'll be more than happy to take that support there. But this is one tool which we would want to, kind of put it up so that it becomes a model for everyone to look at.
So, Sandeep, so that platform is basically providing transparency on flow of capital.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. That's an amazing initiative. Yeah.
That also means is that today, suppose you're giving a loan to a renewable company which is putting up a plant. Now, are you checking up that the land is a right land? Does the water levels have the right benefits there? So you go into that detail, go every aspect, check the water levels, and then you give the loans.
Fantastic. This is over and above what is required by the Central Pollution Control Board.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Passing on to
Hi.
you. Yeah.
So just to build up on that, I think one of the other facts when you're talking about climate finance is also how the reporting has leapfrogged in the last few years. And that has actually, I see it as an enabler because that's helped the investors and the OEMs and all the other stakeholders to ask pertinent questions. So that's where it's kind of gaining a lot of momentum. And of course, it's helped as well in terms of when you have your debt funding, your interest rate goes down and all that stuff. So that's really, really helpful. Saying that, we've never, for us, it's mainly the projects have been funded internally, most of them. And just resonating with what my co-panelists mentioned, I'm total believer of internal carbon pricing as well. We've also got that developed. And in fact, along with the ROI of projects, we actually look at how ICP can be an enabler in terms of calculating what it means for the organization if the project should go ahead or not go ahead in the long run. So that is something that we've done for both our locations in India and Europe, because obviously the policies are very, very different. With European Green Deal, it's very, very different. The cost is very different. So that's something we've done, and I definitely would kind of recommend that. And I think that's one of the things I thought I'd just highlight over here.
Very well, very well. This is very important, reflecting on what are the carbon prices. And I think they're now north of 60 euros.
Yes.
At one point of time, they touched a high of 90.
Absolutely.
So we have to be very cognizant of the fact that if we have linkages into the European market, we need to be abreast so that we don't impact our EXIM situation. Prashant, over to you. How would you reflect on climate finance and sustainable finance?
Not much to add, but I have not met a single financier in the last year or so who is not aware of climate action and the need for climate finance. I think the move has gone to risk, right? And particularly, what is the risk which corporates are carrying, or what is the risk in the economy because of climate impact? Just want to add one point, I think, on climate adaptation particularly. And as corporate India becomes bigger, CSR funds are becoming bigger and bigger. I think there's a great opportunity for corporate India to use CSR funds, particularly for climate adaptation projects. India is probably, South Asia is one of the most vulnerable parts of the world when it comes to climate change, whether it is, forget heat waves, whether it is floods, whether it is landslides. So I think that's a good space to actually look at positive projects. Number two is I actually also think that CSR can be really used for funding research. With all the fantastic research facilities which we have in India across our engineering colleges, on funding research on new solutions towards climate adaptation mitigation.
Everything needs money. Ashwin, over to you. Any thoughts on climate finance? And if you can keep it.
Nothing much to add. I only reflect one point now. Under basically the Global Cement, Concrete and Association, we basically say we had one we have formed one roadmap, which is basically the net zero roadmap till 2050, right? For the industry as a whole, for the Indian cement industry. And after basically the exercising all possible levers, finally our conclusion was because still we need to reach to the net zero, 37% CO2 still to be basically say reduced through the carbon capture, right? And carbon capture is quite say emerging and very expensive technology as of now, right? So we are just wondering basically say whenever basically say we are reaching to certain stage, how to fund that carbon capture basically the installations, right? So I think say it's a basically the great potential going forward. how we can basically say have a proper framework for basically the climate financing, and how the industry can basically say benefit through the right intention.
Thank you, Ashwin. That's quite useful. And I do know Adani Group has been coming out with a number of sustainable bonds, and I think
Yeah.
green climate bonds as well. So use of proceeds is a critical way of measuring KPIs around how you're implementing your sustainability initiatives. So thank you. I think our time is up. It was my sincere pleasure and honor to have you panelists on the desk, and very insightful conversations. I got a lot to learn, and I have to catch up with Sandeep on the platform, and I'm sure it's just scaling up quite beautifully. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists, and also, of course, ma'am, for moderating that. A picture, please. Do we have Ashwin, sir, still online? You can also bring
Yes.
him. We have. Can you please bring sir to the screen? Console? Yes. Done. Done. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashwin ji. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
invitation.
you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. And with that, our next panel, it's on the data dilemma, quest for standardized reporting. This panel will explore the importance of reliable ESG data, reporting challenges, and also global standards impact on sustainability practices. To share their views on the same, let's please welcome our panelists for this one. Rahul Mata, General Manager, EOHS and Sustainability, Tata Communications. Joining Rahul is Monica Shrivastava, Head Sustainability, JSW Cement. Joining them is Sangeeta Robinson, Chief Sustainability Officer, PVR Inox. And this session will be moderated by Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ और मुस्कुराहटों के साथ. Thank you so much.
Check. Yeah, I think it's. Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, everybody. This was a technical topic when it was given to me by my team to moderate. And as I was researching about it, I came across a website called the Regulation Exchange. Now, this website, measures ESG standards across the world, tracks ESG guidelines, and between 2009 and 2019, the number of these guidelines, reporting standards, grew from 700 to 1700, the 10-year period between 2009 and 19. And this 1700 included 350 different ESG reporting standards, which tells the complexity and the lack of consensus when it comes to a standardized reporting framework for ESG across the globe. And around the world, simplification is the need of the hour, what everybody has been saying. Investors say that the proliferation of these standards hinders comparability of these standards. Environmentalists say this allows corporates to cherry pick their most flattering results, and corporate bosses most of the times are uh, of the opinion that we don't know what we should be disclosing. So given this complexity, panelists, in your opening comments, first of all, of course, we'll talk about the Indian context, what SEBI has been doing with the business responsibility and sustainability reporting disclosures. But in your opening comments, I want to understand the importance of standardized ESG reporting. And in your understanding, why has it been so difficult around the world, to achieve a consensus when it comes to a standardized framework? Sangeeta ji, if you would like to start.
So, like you said, yes, a need for a standardized platform would definitely go a long way. However, I mean, so for instance, first, I think before I start, I must put on record that I'm transitioning. I've just left PVR and I am currently leading my sustainability communication firm, as well as working with the supply chain, the MSME sector, to be able to up the ante on with the BRS and with the latest regulations, which require supply chain, large companies to involve supply chain. I see a good opportunity there for being able to actually up the ante. So having said that, I'll be able to give a perspective from both sides. So as far as standardization is concerned, yes, I mean, it's always a challenge for companies that are reporting, let's say, both on GRI and BRSR. However, I think SEBI has done a fairly good job, especially now. Of course, those of us who've been reporting since it was a BRR realize that we've come a long way from the document we used to prepare then to now, where it's more accountable, where it's more, where there's lesser chances of being able to greenwash and just do a lot of storytelling. Having said that, the reason why there's been no standardized data, one platform that one can report on, is clearly because we're still in a stage of evolution. We are still even Europe, for instance, which is way ahead of the other parts of the world as far as sustainability understanding and reporting and so on and so forth. We see most of the standards coming out of there. So yes, I think we need more consensus. We need more, aligning to what is important and what needs to be reported. Having said that, I think I also see, especially in the current format of the BRSR, I see a lot of filtering happening, and I think it's kind of coming closer and aligning to what tomorrow's need might be. So, having said that, for the longest time we thought that GRI was it, and that's the format that we would sing, and then of course SFTR and SBTI and so on and so forth. So yes, I think we are still in the mode of evolution, and it'll take a while to standardize. Unlike other functions which have been in existence for long, we are looking at an area that has just evolved in the last 10, 12 years. Yeah,
right. Thank you, Sangeeta ji. Clearly, in a mode of evolution. Monica, your quick thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been almost 2 decades the GRI probably came into picture, and I am into this field for last 16 years, and GRI remains as one of the master framework for guiding the company for reporting their sustainability parameters or framework. Now, in this whole 20 years, they, like she very, very rightly mentioned, that everybody is into evolutionary mode. And so is the Indian government. And SEBI surely came out with BRSR, and it's not just the BRSR which has come into picture. So even if you see BRR, which came into probably 2012 or 2011, that also had certain elements of ESG. Then they got into this IR reporting, integrated reporting, there where they said that you have to report on 6 capital, and most of the direction is coming from the global frameworks. Now, global framework, if you see, you cannot say even they are standardized,
right.
And that happens probably when there is some event. For example, if today there is some human right kind of event which is coming into picture, then everybody would get over, oh, we have a very, very bad reporting in human rights. Companies are not reporting anything that what they are doing. So then there would be a lot of focus, and then there would be in the framework, they would add some indicator of more KPI parameter for human rights. So climate is one of the most well understood today. So that's why there has been the best reporting KPIs under climate. Now water is also there. So slowly it's getting into picture in the standardization. And today, if you see BRSR, that I would say still, I mean, though it's one of the best among all global reporting framework. However, if you actually get into, or if you, being a practitioner, if you actually work on it, many of the things are still not clear. If they say that you have to report 70, you have to engage 75% of your value chain partners, which may include customers as well as suppliers. Now they don't say that how would you calculate that 75%? So is it for that particular year? So FY24, if I'm reporting, so that would be completed in FY24 March or say December, and you would not have engaged, right? So that clarity is yet to come. Now value chain partners, up customer may, are you taking only the revenue thing, or how would you put it for the supplier? So customer and supplier. So those kind of nitty gritties and more clarification is required from the SEBI or from the regulator, and that comes into picture when you actually go into the reporting framework or reporting criteria. So those would be the challenges, and we would be talking about more in.
Right. Definitely. And
yeah.
we'll talk a bit more
Yes.
deeper about
Yeah.
the Indian context as well. But Rahul, your quick thoughts.
So Arjun, to add to what just my other co-panelists said, I would say ESG reporting and as well as universal standards like GI, TCFT or SASB, ma'am mentioned about, they have also evolved over the years. What your basic question was, what was the need? So of course the need was that all of these frameworks provide some kind of a universal language which every investor analyst understands. They right now everyone is a need to go with the best choice. So for example, if I am the investor or I am the analyst or I'm the customer, I really want to work with the responsible supplier. A responsible supplier is the one who is performing good on all the ESG metrics. So it's a comparability. It brings an uniform way of kind of reporting. That's a benefit. B, it also provides the inclusivity of all the set of stakeholders. I'm in adamant favor of the BRSR reporting in India, but yes, it somehow provides the local context, but also gives a questions more from a government or regulatory perspective. Whereas this universal standard also allows you to include the perspective of your other stakeholders. It could be your customers, it could be your, I would say, media person or something like that. So from holistic perspective, universal standards, I would say they favor more. So these are the two additional points I thought to add.
Right. Rahul, I would like you to continue as well. You know, since you talked about BRSRs and everybody on the panel as well, and given the developments that we've seen in the last 12 months with, you know, SEBI coming with timely amendments to it. And as you rightly mentioned, Monica mentioned that it's one of the stringest across the world, considering a developing status that India has. Tell us, how will it empower Indian corporates and the investor confidence, you know, to sort of give investors a confidence about Indian corporates tackling ESG challenges? Your thoughts on the reasonable assurance uh, aspect, and given these stringent, you know, regulations, the fund flow that you're expecting for these corporates, given now that investors will have some sort of confidence about these corporates tackling ESG risks?
So I would say that was the need of the hour, specifically for the Indian companies, because somewhere down the line, few years back, we all have kind of taken the universal standard as a greenwashing concept. We all were producing our sustainability reports, but we all were putting up the fancy pictures and the amount of CSR or the other work what we have been doing, rather depicting about what exactly was material for the company or the risk pertaining to the company. So keeping or putting up these kind of stringent questions in the BRSR, now every company has to respond to those specific questions, and over and above which you have to get a reasonable assurance. So this has allowed some kind of more transparency, I would say, on the table for the external stakeholder to understand the risk which that specific company has. And as well as it also brings some kind of, I would say specifically in my company, sustainable green investment. I mean, we have recently inked a few MOUs and as well as loan agreement with certain banks, overseas banks, wherein we have said that this is going to be our GHG emission inventory, and we will get the reasonable assurance, as we have said in the BRSR. This is how the banks are going to track us. So it's just like kind of a home loan. If bank has given me the loan with certain rate of interest, if I meet my GHG inventory target, what I have said, I'm going to get lesser rate of interest. So this is how the ESG reporting vis-a-vis BRSR has led to some kind of sustainability benefit or investment benefit to us as a company as well.
Right. Thank you, Rahul. Monica, your thoughts on it?
Come again with the question.
Yeah. So how do you see the Indian regulation, boosting investor confidence in Indian corporates' ability to tackle ESG risks and the subsequent, fund flow that you're seeing given these changes and regulations?
So I wouldn't talk about not just from the perspective of investor, but all the stakeholder. So though investor would remain the key stakeholder because BRSR came up with their requirements. However, it fulfills the requirement of other customers or other stakeholders as well. What he very, very rightly mentioned, that if you bring in the reasonable assurance into picture. So if I'm reporting something today with say 90% level of confidence that my number is very, very correct, and investor is making, and like not just investor, but everybody is making. So, okay. So I'll take a step back that why do we need actually ESG data reporting and what purpose is it serving? Because somebody is making a decision or the informed decision basis my data, be it customer, be it investor, be it supplier. So if investor is thinking to invest in my company, and if he thinks that, for example, I represent Siemens sector, and I report that my carbon footprint of unit product is say 240 kg per ton kg per ton of cement, and whereas that investor has a picture of my peers that somebody is reporting. So just to make everybody know that today our emission intensity is lowest, not just in India but in the world, and that's not just 10%, it's almost 50%. So global average is around 580 kg per ton. Indian average is around 540 kg per ton, and we stand around 240 kg per ton. And that's why, and if you are performing very, very well, then you would be reporting with much more confidence that investor get the same level of confidence in investing your company. Now, if tomorrow my 240 becomes say 350 or 300 or 80, now whatever informed decision he might have taken, so I have that big responsibility of my investor making investment in my company. So that confidence would only come if I get my data assured. And now that level of assurance, that could be limited, that could be reasonable. For people who might not be aware, reasonable level of assurance is a bit comprehensive and detailed in nature. So limited has little lesser level of audit kind of thing. So that's why BRSR came into picture, and they say that you have 20 indicators. Out of these 20 indicators, for these 10 indicators, which are the core indicators, you have to get these core indicators by reasonably assured, so that I can get your investors or other stakeholder that confidence level. So that would surely, I mean, that is very much required and very welcoming step from BRSR point of view. So,
Thank you,
that's
Monica.
my thought. Yeah.
Sangeeta ji, your thoughts on the...
Yeah, so this has actually happened. In the last year and a half, two investors investors, very specific, invested in PVR Inox. And like Rahul said that earlier, we in our sustainability reports, we would gloss up what we were very good at and make that look even better. However, and we would gloss down what was not probably our area of strength. Having said that, while the difference that I saw was that while the Indian investors would have conversations around like what are you doing? Multiples is one of the investors.
Right.
So what are you doing around DEI, etc., etc. And of course, PBR was doing a lot. In fact, I spearheaded the accessible cinema program, and so that took us thing and showed us in very good light. But the direct question from the European investors is what are your net zero targets? And nobody had given attention to that. So for the longest time, my struggle was but we don't manufacture anything. I said that doesn't matter. We consume a lot of electricity. We do a lot of air conditioning. We have a lot of backup power. We are using a lot of refrigeration, and so on and so forth. So we need to report all of that. So having said that, of course, the seriousness of reporting and the seriousness and attention to valid data has definitely increased with the thing. So that's as far as is concerned. Of course, once we start doing it, and I plan to continue working with them on this as a consultant. So once that happens, of course, I see the same investors getting more confidence in the company and being able to flow in more things because they see more sustainable value out of a particular company.
Right, very rightly put. The interesting thing about this panel is that you three represent a very different sector. Monica, you probably represent one of the hard to abate sectors, right? So when we're talking about this standardized reporting, how can we inculcate these sector-wise needs? I mean, surely your ESG needs will be different from Rahul's, and so if you could touch on that.
Yeah, I mean, see, whoever is company, I mean, whoever is working in their particular sector, they know very well that what are the indicators my stakeholders are looking for. So if a cement company does not report their CO2 footprint, that's a big no. Or I mean, anybody who is looking for their sustainability report of a cement company, first look at CO2. For anybody, I mean, because in the morning we had a presentation from Bisleri. Yeah. So if a beverage company does not report their water footprint, so it's a big no. Yeah. So that's why sector-wise reporting, everybody is aware that what KPI needs to be looked after, and it's not just the one material company, one material topic which has to be presented and which has to be reported, and that too in a balanced way. So if you have generated some kind of CO2 emission, you would also be talking about the CO2 avoidance which you have done on a positive impact. And that's why there's this principle in GRA reporting as well, that all the report has to be neutral. But like they both said that most of the companies report their most beautiful pictures and say fatality ek matlab wo to fatality wala bhi important hai, so everybody would report that. But sector wise reporting is important for investor, for other stakeholder as well, from the BRSR, because and maybe other how do I say that this uh, industry association. So most of the companies are part of the industry association. For example, steel company would be a member of World Steel Association. We are a member of Global Cement and Concrete Association. Now all these associations have also their set of KPIs, which all of them need to report. So even if a company is not reporting their BRSR or GRI, they can go to their report and they can go to that particular set of KPIs. They will surely get to know that how particular company is performing on these KPI. Now there are few KPIs which would be common across sector. Yeah. For example, gender diversity. Of gender diversity, if you see in service sector, that would be higher. In manufacturing sector, that would be lower. Now, you cannot compare both of them, that a particular company has very, very less, 5% gender diversity is nothing. But for a cement company, 6%, 5% is still is very good, where you have the average of 3%.
Right.
So that comparison has to be seen very well in perspective of within your sector or across the sector, and which KPI you are looking after. Yeah.
Very rightly put,
Yes.
Monica. Thank you. Rahul, your quick thoughts on how do we accommodate these differences?
Correct. So one fit for all approach doesn't work. You cannot compare apple with oranges. My material issues would be different from her and from her, of course. Like I came from a sector where energy is a material issue, but not be as prevalent as manufacturing sector or a cement sector. So that's the first thing. Second thing, each and every standard, in fact, BRSR, GRI, or whichsoever standard talks about, has a core backbone principle of materiality. So that is where each and every sector has its own material issues, which they define depending upon the stakeholder inputs. In fact, nowadays we are hearing a term of dual materiality. So that is how the each and every kind of reporting framework is getting evolved, and it gives a endeavor to the companies and to the various sectors how they can manage these issues. Comparability, what she just talked about, you can compare it, but of course it has to be within the same sector. You cannot compare, as I said, oranges with apples.
Right. Thank you, Rahul. Sangeeta ji.
So for a cinema exhibition company, the S factor is the most important, because the number of people who walk into our cinemas on a daily basis, on a show basis, is huge. So health and the safety aspects for a company like that. Having said that, and of course, which is why, like I said, most of our concentration was in that area, which is why we had a program that looked at actually making it possible for everyone, including people with disabilities, and I worked across locomotor, hearing and speech, and vision. In fact, and it just didn't mean our facilities. It ended up meaning regulation as well. So I've actively led work on changing policy, and we saw success in March 2024, where the final regulation actually came, which has mandated any film that is released in more than one language to come with audio description for the blind. So so basically, for us, it was the most important thing that we should not be, and hashtag cinema for all was the name of the program, is the name of the program. And it was all about being inclusive when it comes to delivering what we deliver best. So having said that, in order to make that possible, energy and water are and the waste generator are the next most material aspects. So that's exactly how. So that kind of goes hand in hand for PBR Inox. And one can't compromise on one or the other, because it's a kind of composite materiality.
Right. I'm sure the audience here got a varied perspective of these three different sectors. My screen shows 4 minutes, and my last question to all of you, maybe a trick question, because as a journalist, I'm finding that perfect headline. We talked about the stringentness of the SEBI's BRSR, right? Going forward, in 1 or 2 lines, do you think it will stifle innovation, or would rather promote more sustainable practices? And from here on, what's the roadmap, the evolution that you're seeing when it comes to reporting standards in India? Sangeeta ji, if you would like to start.
I would say it's the other way around. I think it's going to facilitate innovation. Just now, in fact, while we speak, I'm talking to 2 different companies that are extremely good on data. Now, the biggest challenge that everybody faces is Scope 3. And I know of this company that has now got acceptance from GRI to be able to Scope 3 reports would report their own data. So their Scope 1 and 2 will become my Scope 3. And this is a self-supporting module, and it works brilliantly. And now that GRI has also given its a green flag to it, I think it should work brilliantly. Similarly, I'm talking to another company which is AI based and helps companies reduce their consumption through various AI sensing tools and so on and so forth. So it is making people think in that direction, areas that we did not think about or dwell on. And I think we are seeing a whole lot of, in the earlier panel they talked about the COP these things and how many of them came out of India, and we Indians do have strengths on innovation, and I think it's going to drive innovation than stifle it.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. And of course, you mentioned the technology part as well. I think, right, Monica?
I think it will drive innovation as well as it will push for some authenticity as well. Because, for example, if I drink that beverage, after getting to know that just one can, although I don't drink myself, but after coming to know that 50 liters of water is required just for one can, I mean, that's a huge. I mean, I know that for one, so everybody is buying a smartphone every now and then. iPhone 16 एक साल में आ जाता है, सब लोग खरीद लेते हैं. But you know that for one smartphone, almost 12,000 liter of water is required. So whoever is very, very conscious enough, but iPhone is just one thing. But what we are drinking in every day, one t-shirt probably would be taking 500 liter of water. Yeah. So if those kind of numbers is coming to as a consumer, then that brings authenticity, not just maybe from consumer point of view, but also on the company. So there is this food farmer, Revat. So अब उन्होंने इतना सारा बता दिया है that now all the Bonvita company and all those company probably will do something to put the right food label, so that my consumer become more aware. So along with innovation, I think that these kind of thing and awareness and consciousness will bring some more authenticity as well.
Right. Thank you, Monica. Rahul, your concluding thoughts?
I totally echo to what Monica just said. It's going to improve the authenticity. It's going to improve innovation. It's also going to improve the credibility and the transparency to the public, because you cannot go, as the data has to be assured, specifically if we are talking about in the BRSR context, you cannot lie anymore, right? We are also seeing it is going to get stringent. There is already in discussion that BRSR going forward by FY25 or FY26, they want you to put your suppliers' data and also to kind of start assuring on that maybe in the later years. So the neck is getting tightened up, I would feel, but that is going to improve all the points what we just mentioned, the innovation, the credibility, transparency, and this is going to evolve, I would say, right further.
Thank you, Rahul. And thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. That's all the time we have. Thank you, audience. Can we please have a big round of applause for them? Thank you. We'll have a quick photo.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Thank you so much, Arjun, for moderating that. Thank you. Surely, with that, our next panel discussion, it's on bridging the talent gap, cultivating India's green workforce. Now, this discussion that we will witness will address strategies to build ESG expertise, train future leaders, and also integrate technology in sustainability-focused talent development. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome on stage Nitesh Mehrotra, partner, Sustainability and ESG EY India. Joining him is Navinder Narang, head, Infrastructure Facilities and ESG, ICICI Home Finance Company. Joining them is Ravi Kiran Siwala, HOD, EHS and Sustainability, Sun Pharmaceuticals. Joining them is Edita Kurek, Senior Vice President and Head of India and Indonesia, Oriflame. And this session will be moderated by Raman Singh, Director, Human Resources, CEEW. Let's please welcome them, everybody, to the stage. Thank you.
Great. Okay, everybody can hear me loud and clear. Great. So welcome, panelists. Very excited to be doing this panel discussion on bridging the talent gap, cultivating India's green workforce. In management theory, I have a fellow consultant on the panel. So in management theory, they teach us that when you're talking about any topic, it's always a good idea to begin with the why. To set the context, I would like to begin with a small verse from Carl Sagan to remind us of the pale blue dot, which was inspired by an image of Earth taken by the space shuttle Voyager at a distance of 6 billion kilometers. I'm not sure how many of you have heard it, but it's always useful to remind ourselves of the larger context of why all of us have taken time out per day. So it goes on to say, look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who has ever lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines, every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every superstar, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. It is on that little mote of dust that we are 8 billion people on the planet today and 1.4 billion in our young country alone. And we're treading down a very interesting road where we must develop and decarbonize all at the same time. And for this, and we cannot afford to follow the same trajectory that the global north has followed of first developing and then decarbonizing, because then truly, like the Leonardo DiCaprio movie said, it will be too late to look up. Therefore, two important opening points. One, India as a country definitely has to strike a balance between its two ambitions of Viksit Bharat by 2047 and reaching net zero by 2070. In striking this delicate balance, CEW research shows that we need to focus on new green avenues for enabling job creation. It has to go beyond energy transition to encompass climate solutions and sustainable products and services. Two, we need to move this dialogue from the margins to the mainstream. And today we have just the right set of 4 very accomplished leaders to tell us how they are making this journey. I'd like to welcome on the panel Nitesh Mehrotra, Partner, Sustainability and ESG, EY India. Navinder, Head Infrastructure Facilities and ESG, ICICI Home Finance Company. Ravi Kiran, HOD, EHS and Sustainability, Sun Pharma. And Edita Kurek, Senior Vice President and Head of India and Indonesia, Oriflame. So the first question, goes to the consultant in the room, Nitesh. As partner sustainability and ESG, you must be seeing different clients and industries on a regular basis. What are the emerging trends? I would normally say best practices, but I'll say green practices that you are seeing with your clients. And how are you noticing that it does not remain one lens, but a broader stroke through which they are observing everything?
Thank you. Thanks, Business World and Revan, for the question and putting us all together on this very, very important topic. So I think you stole a little bit of my thunder on the why, but well summed up. I think a little bit on context. Obviously, as we know from an Indian, right? You talked about Global South. We are in India, the leader of the Global South in many sense. If you look at our economy, right now, last year we were about trending about $3,000 per capita income, right? And if our aspirations and our ambition was to come true, we are projecting towards hopefully between $15,000 to $18,000 per capita to become one of the largest economy from fifth largest economy, right? And with that, as you can say, we are looking at about 6 to 8x growth in the next 25 years old, next 25 years. And I think many would say 3/4 of the country is still to be built, right? And there lies the challenge and one of the biggest opportunity for us, right, Raman, as you said, to build differently, to build sustainably, right? And I think it's one of the largest opportunity for us as we call from this transition that is happening because India, as I said, 3/4 of the countries to be built ahead. And I think that is the importance of green skills, that we have skills differently, we build differently, right, as we grow. I think coming to your question, I think I see obviously two ways to it, right? One is every sector, whether product and services are impacted by sustainability, right? So if it's someone is thinking that, look, sustainability is only a question in cement and steel and hard to abate sector and not in services, I think you're far from reality because it impacts every business model, every sector. And I think that's very, very clear as we are seeing leading companies, and a lot of the companies are sitting here and they will share are transitioning very, very fast. From a skilling standpoint, I think there are two lenses to look at it. One is the horizontal, the other is the vertical, right? So in a way that any discipline that all of us have been brought up, have been educated, obviously serving as practitioners, every discipline is impacted, right? Whether it's finance, whether it's supply chain, we discussed a lot, whether it's in IT, whether it's in communication. There is no discipline today which you don't need to refresh from a sustainability climate change lens. And I think that's very, very critical. So I'll just give a few examples. Finance, right? If someone in finance says, I don't know carbon accounting, I don't know water accounting, I don't understand how do I measure circularity, cannot be called a finance person, right? So I think that's the level of skilling that needs to happen. Someone in IT, if someone says, look, I can't measure data on sustainability, I don't know how do my systems measure greenhouse gases. Obviously, your systems are not fit for purpose. I think in the morning we talked a lot about sustainability on supply chain, right? The entire ecosystem, farm to fork, as we say. If we don't understand, the supply chain person don't understand where the material is coming and the traceability of that, I think you can't be called a fit for purpose supply chain executive today, right? Similarly in finance, right? We've talked a lot in sustainable finance is coming, new instruments are coming. So I think that's very, very important, one lens. And I think that's one of the most important that we are seeing leading organization a lot, many are sitting here, that they are sharpening and repurposing the talent for sustainability. So I think that's point number one, Raman. The other I would say is obviously very, very core specific skills, right? We talked about energy transition. Lots been happening in renewable and the entire energy transition, which India is at the forefront, right? So a lot new jobs are coming, which were not there. I'll give another example. As we transitioning from electrifying transportation from ICE to EV, right? For India, it's $100 billion opportunity. We all know there are new jobs coming in battery manufacturing, battery supply chain. Now, those are very, very specific jobs which are coming, which were net new for the nation. Yes, someone would say in the just transition, there will be some jobs that will go out of the old economy, but the new economy jobs are far more lucrative for India to adopt. And I think there lies the business case for all of us personally to understand this new language and adopt so that we can have far better lucrative career and differentiated career in whichever field we are. So that's the way I would say.
Okay, very, very interesting. So, both a broad brush approach and specialist skills approach, and food for thought for the audience. In fact, research shows that beyond the energy transition jobs, which are going to happen in the usual areas of solar, etc., actually green jobs are going to also happen in the bioeconomy side. They're also going to happen in the circularity side. They're also going to happen in the sustainable products and services side. That takes me to our second panelist, Edita, from Oriflame, who's representing Oriflame. Now, Oriflame is a Swedish brand. And the Swedes have, beaten all of us to the game because they have been ranked in 2023 as being the most sustainable country in the world. So I want to ask you from a company perspective, how are you developing an organization and a culture which values the green workforce, and how are you developing green leaders across your organization?
First of all, thank you for invitation. It's always great to be with wonderful people around. Yeah, you're right. Sweden is clean. It's clean to the level you can't imagine if you have never been there. But it's clean not only because of the decisions government took, but it's also, or maybe first of all, green because of the awareness of citizens. I don't believe that you can build really clean country without in line or in parallel to taking actions, big actions, very expensive actions. You leave the citizens with awareness from every of us. Yes, we will spend plenty of money on filters, on bringing better procedures, but people are important. And I think this is something what we should learn from Sweden, because it's not too late. Awareness is, I have to say, openly quite low. I've been living in India since January. I'm new kid on the block, but I see people and discuss the simplest topic, which is pollution in Delhi. I struggled badly. And when I talk to people, they say, oh no, it's not so bad. That's okay. It's not okay. People live in Delhi. This year, the lifespan will be shorter than last year. And it changed, as far as I remember, during last 10 years, it shortened by 12 years. It's the one capital city in the world, probably, where it happens. And people have to accept that sustainability is something very important. Pollution is not okay. And it starts in every boardroom, I think. This is what I would like to say. We need technologies, we need knowledge, we need people, but it starts from the simple decision. Is it important in my company? And this is what happened in Oriflame years ago. The position of Senior Vice President of Sustainability was created, and it was not the person reporting to legal or to operations. This person from day one was reporting to CEO. And it was the main message to the organization, to our suppliers, to our big business partners. We are serious, and we started digging into it. And this is where things started to happen. Because it's not about having idea and nice speeches during events like this. It's about having plan, how to implement it and how to make it work. So it's about setting the right KPIs for every department. Because hiring one person will not change everything. It's about, you discussed it earlier, operations, it's about product development, it's about administration, and it's about HR. Because HR will be the organ which will be responsible for education internally. We are lucky because we have also millions of brand partners around the world, so we have this chance to educate. But coming back to Oriflame, things started to change whenever we switched from casual discussion to focused on progress, with goals plan. And I think this is what happens in every Swedish organization, that there is awareness not only on the head of department level or expert on sustainability, but who works there. But the training is needed. We have a Sustainability Academy, for instance. So every person who feels is not aware enough of what happens and what should happen and why things happen, why we don't choose the cheapest suppliers, why we don't go for heavy but available packaging, why we try to take care about even small details, we should talk about it and explain it. And this is what is done in Oriflame. Not only Sweden, but around the world. We are present in more than 60 countries. We do well because we were called by Financial Times the leader of sustainability 3 years in a row. And it's a big thing. I'm very proud of it. percent of energy which we use in our offices around the world, manufacturing facilities, but also warehouses, is clean. Of course, we don't have panels on the roof, but we deal it with the way it's generally accepted. And I think we feel very good about it. There is another point. I mentioned education of employees, but there is also education of customers. Still, the price is the biggest decision-taking element. It's very difficult to manufacture sustainable products, clean products for the same price as average products. Still, sustainability is more expensive. And it's again about education of the customers, how to read it. Because when the child is small, we feed the child with the best food because we know the child will be growing, right? And the bones should be strong and the cells should be great. It's the same about our kids' future, about the planet future. We have to take care about it today, otherwise they will have really a bad life. And we use the opportunity of having those millions of women and men offering our products to train them and teach them and explain them. Why it makes sense to maybe invest 5% more, but have this good feeling that I influenced the situation in this planet.
Yeah, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And I think the ideas on the Sustainability Academy and having that intention of it starting right from the top, for it being a CEO decision, for the person who's holding sustainability to report into the CEO position is such a powerful message to the organization per se, that this is a place where sustainability is not one little lens through which we look at it, but the mainstay of who we are, how we approach life, how we approach our business, and the way we want to work.
And it's quite natural, I think, for Indians, because you live in a beautiful country, amazing country, full of cultures and wonderful food and history, and you have such a huge respect to nature. The same respect Swedes have. They still hug trees because they believe that the energy comes from the trees, not everybody, but still. And here you also have so much respect to your country, to the land. And as you become bigger and bigger, there should be more respect to save this country, the good stuff about this country.
So. Yes. So I think in India, as a developing country, we talk about wicked problems and we talk about the Trinity. And we often talk about the Trinity for decarbonization, the markets, and the government policies to support it. And I think we're looking for that Trinity to match. Usually when we encounter, it's a trade-off between one or the other. Either the government policy is not there to support it, or the market has not been created, or it's not possible. But what India is doing quite well today, even in terms of the climate leadership it's adopting, is to try and forge a pathway which will meet all of these goals simultaneously. So I want to move now to the other two gentlemen in the room, and I think on Navinder's profile, I saw your very interesting reference to the butterfly effect, where you spoke how the flap of a wing of a butterfly can cause a typhoon in some totally unrelated area, and we are seeing evidence of it month on month, how the planet is interconnected, how events in one part of the world, be it weather, be it climate, be it geopolitics, are leading to complex patterns in other parts of the world. So the next question for you is, what can the typical evolving corporate in India do to close the ESG talent gap? And how can this perhaps create a butterfly effect over the broader ecosystem?
Well, talking about the butterfly effect, it is so opportune that you asked me this question, because if I look at it, today India is exactly at that stage. All of you sitting here are butterflies to me. I explain that further, So there has been a research saying that if a butterfly is flapping its wings, the small turbulence created has a chain effect to cause a typhoon in another country. And it has happened so butterflies in Europe and the typhoon in Brazil was interconnected by the research. So one thing is that climate is borderless, and whatever is happening is borderless. So we have to think big, think as in a systemic manner as to how we are all going to become swarms of butterflies to induce a change. Each one of you present here today it's not enough that if you only go back with some lessons for yourself or for your company or for your team. You should become ambassadors to speak more and more about it and gain more and more knowledge about it. That would impact a better change, a more lasting change. Coming to what corporates can do to close the talent gap, I think we don't need extraordinary talent to drive uh, sustainability and ESG. We need to change the mindset, and the mindset comes from yourself. You have to start feeling the importance. You have to start feeling the necessity of maintaining the temperature, global temperature, to 2 degrees, even lesser than what it is today. Because if it increases by 2 degrees more, then the change will be irreversible. So if those things are felt by you, you will be able to yourself drive these changes in the organizations that you are. However, from the point of view of managing this talent gap, well, there are several radical ideas striking me. One of them is to make the employees live the change. 1 week in a year or 3 days in a year for that employee who's been always in an urban environment, make him undergo some kind of a module of training or living in those areas which are actually suffering. There are employees who come from villages, who come from rural areas, who got very good practices in their own villages, communities. Ask them to share those practices. Have exchange of ideas. In my company, what we did was we started creating living labs. Now, how living labs? There was one project which occurred to me after reading about it as to why I can't connect all my outdoor of the ACs to collect the water which is coming out. So today we have 500 liters in that building being generated out of nothing. So every day 500 liters being generated, which is used for gardening and other things. Similarly, we have things around energy saving, new initiatives. A lot of companies are coming up, startups are coming up with great ideas. They need adopters, early adopters. Why can't we become early adopters for them? So today there are 5 kinds of UATs happening in my company for various products which we are trying out. So that gives us the confidence to go further and gives confidence to the ones who are creating these products. So that's where the synergy lies. Also, there are NGOs, there are government bodies who are coming with a lot of plans. Like recently, last week, I had an interaction with a company which is dealing with a mission of recharging the groundwater. Now, as home finance company, we are giving loans to developers to create, those buildings. Now, can we have a system where we do these checks, these filterings, whether the groundwater where the projects are coming up is in a state which can be sustained, or does it need some intervention? So those kinds of things in each company, in each industry, if we try and look into and try and work towards it consciously, that is going to be the key change. And as other panelists brought out, we need to drive the change right from the top. The culture has to be created by the top. If the CXOs, the CEO believe in it and take the first step, there's no reason why others will not do it. So I would rather not focus too much of an external change required to close this gap, but a lot of awakening internally that has to happen. So that alone can bring about this change and that so-called butterfly effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. I'll move to you, Ravi. Often when we are looking for, I'm part of a think tank. So my typical employee demographic is actually a researcher. and a researcher who's specializing in sustainability and various aspects of it. And very often we find that we have to go through 150, 200 resumes to find the right skill sets to fill, a particular role, because it's still an emerging and a niche area, especially for researchers. I want to ask you, on the talent side, are you finding that there is, in your experience at Sun Pharma and even beyond, how is the talent pipeline looking to fuel this type of mindset change, this type of adoption in India? Are you seeing any gaps, or how is it that you're viewing it?
Yeah. Right now, I'm just seeing some interest in sustainability and ESG. In fact, I'm just pursuing a course in IMB, also 2-year program kind of thing. There are some elective courses on, especially on the building sustainable and livable cities, responsible business operations, or a green business management kind of thing. So earlier I heard that, there is not much of interest shown by the students from premier institutes kind of thing. But since last 1 year, people are really going ahead and pursuing that subjects. And now they are planning for a career, especially in the sustainability or ESG point of view. Apart from, IIMs kind of thing, there is some other institutes also. NITI is there, for example, they offer in sustainability management. IIM Lucknow also, they're offering in sustainability management kind of thing, apart from various institutes. Now there is an interest, there's increasing interest from that. That is point number from the external point of view. From the talent gap, from the internal of an organization, there are few departments where they are showing interest in other areas. For example, investor relations, whoever is handling it, now they are showing some interest in handling some ESG areas. Similarly, who handles the engineering function, now they are looking forward the SBTI, mainly the SBTI scope 1, scope 2 kind of things. So that is how the interest in researchers and everything is going on. So there is a kind of things are going on. Especially the other point of thing is whatever the industry does is they should have a sustainability portfolio for reaching that. What are the materiality topics? From there, we have to form who are the real ESG expertise required, and we need to prepare a very good training calendar kind of thing, and we need to train them properly to achieve our sustainability goals.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to now ask 2 other follow-on questions, and anybody on the panel can feel free to take them. It's not directed at any one of you. But since we've spoken a lot about the importance of top-down, if any of you have any views on how government policies can play a role in shaping sustainability skills, that would be interesting to hear. And 2, of course, the tipping point across the world today is AI. So is there any intersection you're seeing between AI and sustainability, and how this could help to speed up the pace of change? That would be also interesting. So open to, to any of you to take on whichever ones.
Well, yes, on the government policy side, there's been one thing nagging me, and I would like to open this also to the forum maybe later on if somebody wants to discuss this further, because this is not something which is just in my mind right now. We have this policy of ESG reporting only for the top 500 companies. Now, what happens is, and it's a very live situation, what happens is these top 500 companies are coming up to the curve to, do everything. But what about the rest? It's giving a feeling to the rest of the industry कि अभी time है हमारे पास. So, according to me, अब time नहीं है. So, what could be done is, do not have that elaborate process of reporting what you have for the top 500 for the other ones. Have a mediocre standards of reporting for the next, say, 1,000 or next 2,000, and have some basic norms of reporting for everybody else, even for the MSMEs. No, at least it will give them the awakening, the realization that they have to step forward for this. Otherwise, I think just expecting the top companies to come to the play and allowing others to, take their own time is not going to get that consciousness around the whole thing. Otherwise, we will be only driving scope 1, scope 2, and as you all know who are practicing these reportings, scope 3 becomes a problem. But what about if everybody starts doing scope 1, scope 2, there'll be no requirement of scope. That's one.
Interesting. Nitish?
So yeah, so Raman, to your point, just adding the AI angle. I mean, that's been the buzzword. So there's never a conference where there is no mention of AI, and I was hoping there won't be, but there is. And truth be told, there is a lot of intersection and maybe a lot to learn. I think a couple of views. One is, I think sustainability or climate change and AI, right, are the two mega trends that we are facing at the moment, whether in terms of risk and opportunity, whichever way you look at it. And I think even in skilling, I'll be honest, the way India Inc. has adopted at least the leading companies on AI skilling has been far better than what we have done for climate change. And I think it's a reflection on all of us that we have made sustainability so complex and so loaded. Maybe people are not able to figure out, right? So we have to, I think, also simplify, and maybe something to learn the way AI wave has taken, I would say, a lot of steam from sustainability in the last year, right? And I don't know whether it's good or bad, right? Because there is the other side of AI, which is saying that if AI revolution was to come about, we will have everything in abundance. There will be no dearth of goods and services in this world, right? So that's that narrative also playing about, right? So I think there is lots to learn. The only other thing that I'll say coming to this topic is that I think on climate change, how do we predict things with AI is something that needs to be done. Today, we still know that there are heat waves, there are storms, there is flooding with very little warning, right? And I'm not saying we'll become a weather channel, but at least if the prediction models are so poor, right? I mean, we all know, if you were to, and all of you are practitioners who have done climate risk assessment, they'll say, oh, from 5 years from now, this may happen, right? But all of us are sitting here saying, sorry, don't tell me 5 years, tell me at least 5 months in advance, right? That you can't tell me 5 days. So I think some of that, there is a lot of work happening, that how can AI models become better in predicting a lot of these things, because I think true to the fact that we discussed, climate change is impacting a lot of physical risk at the moment, and a lot of human safety also may be at risk because of various things. So I think that is one thing I expect AI has to accelerate, and I think there are some great initiatives, but I hope that comes to bear and it becomes large scale with speed and scale, rather than just good pilot by 100 climate tech companies. Because my view is, if AI and sustainability is to go well, the next set of unicorns will all come from these two mega trends, because it's worth solving, to all the points that we discussed in the room.
A quick one, I know, okay.
Role of government, like, I'm expecting like BE certified, Bureau of Energy Efficiency certified energy manager, auditor exam kind of thing. Maybe the government should come for an ESG kind of thing, especially a kind of course which government encourages for that kind of certification.
Fair.
And I have best practice to share. Even though I work for a Swedish company, I'm Polish. And I live in a little country, Poland, which is a bit smaller than Delhi. Funny enough, maybe it's so easy to address all issues because country is really symbolic. But government decided to support consumers to introduce the sustainable solutions to their daily life by financing it partially. So on my house, I have voltaic panels, which were partially sponsored by government. Also, companies which are manufacturing those are getting tax benefits. So it's really about thinking on the procedure levels, but also taking the help from the consumer side, because the consumers are consuming the technologies. And if 90% of energy comes in my country from coal, it's dirty. So government had 2 years with special offer for those who will replace the coal heating systems to gas heating systems, right? So they don't leave the consumer with the problem. They try to motivate consumer to bring more clean, green solutions and support companies who are investing in it.
And lots happening.
Very interesting.
In the solar, in the energy, EV, there are a lot of incentives which are out there. Now, whether the consumer are aware, I think that could be the other aspect.
2 quick points I'll make on the AI. AI has the power to connect a lot of different genres of information and get them to one page. Like a village doing something right, that idea can be scaled up. At the same time, a particular biodiversity being affected, that can be targeted. At the same time, another point to not only AI technology, the global interface can be connected together to find the talents available globally to focus at certain points where it is required. If that makes sense.
Okay, fair enough. I would like to, thank all of the panelists. I think a very interesting discussion, and I think for our audience, I was capturing the takeaways from each of them, and really there are five main mantras which come out. One, of course, to bridge the talent gap for sustainable skills is going to be both one, a broad brush of skills which will need to be created almost department by department um, for this change to be effective and for it not to be an esoteric, complicated, complex subject best understood in academia or maybe a couple of think tanks around the world, but daily DNA for organizations. In addition to that, given that our country alone is going to need many more jobs in the future, there is also going to be a need for specialist skills. There is going to be a need for new green jobs. India alone is going to need 90 million jobs by 2030, and they're not going to come just from the traditional sectors of solar rooftops or wind. It's going to need a lot more green jobs across various states in India to get there. Those were the first two. And I think the other three big points which jumped out is all of this change has to be effected, one, top down, be it through government policies or finances, be it through the CEO laying the targets for the year, and it has to be followed with boring consistency. It has to become the DNA of every organization. There is also a need for bottom up, whereas top down will do some of the tone setting. It cannot really take effect without a bottom up adoption, and which is where I guess the role each of us can play as catalysts in our organizations, in our families, in our ecosystems will be key, because to solve some of the most pressing problems, you need the best minds to flow into it. And the best minds will not flow into it unless there's internalization and awareness at the ground up level. And finally, as a good HR professional, I can't overemphasize the importance of upskilling and continuous learning and continuous development, and to really unpack complicated topics such as, or seemingly complicated topics, we haven't approached on the panel today, but for example, how do you decarbonize cement? How do you decarbonize steel? These are seemingly complicated topics, but they can be demystified, they can be made more simple. And it is, I guess, our role in our organizations to constantly upskill and train people around what does sustainability truly mean. And some cool ideas, by all of the panelists. I'd like to thank you for your valuable time and your excellent inputs on the panel. And I'd like to close the panel with that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists, also, ma'am, for moderating that. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I always say this from food for thought. It is now time for food for our stomachs. It's time for lunch. It's 1:35 or 1:45, I believe. We shall reconvene at 2:30 sharp to begin with the next panel discussion. Lunch is served outside. Thank you.
If you've visited banks, hospitals, schools, government offices, or airports, chances are we've crossed paths. We make sure that every visit of yours is met with exceptional management and service. We are Crystal Integrated Services Limited, India's fastest growing facility management company. Our journey began 24 years ago with a vision to emerge as one of the most preferred facility management services in India. Since inception, Crystal has maintained a clear vision with strategic focus, meticulous planning, and timely implementation driving our success. We offer the maximum range of services, and we continue to invest in science, technology, and engineering to elevate our services and deliver exceptional results. We have expanded our footprint to encompass over 2,487 sites, serve 369 clients, operate across 28 branches, and manage
Welcome back, everybody. We shall start in the next 2 minutes. If any of your colleagues are outside, may I please request you to ask them to come inside so we can start like in the next 110 seconds now. And thank you so much. Okay, I think we can start now. For the business world team that's standing outside, can you please request you to bring other audience members inside? Pranchin, Shweta, thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Okay, before we begin, I have just been handed out some questions, which are some very generic ones related to our topics here. We thought इससे पहले हम शुरुआत करें, let's just sort of exercise our brains, ताकि जो dark hour है नींद का, उसमें हम ना जाएं. Anybody feeling sleepy here? Not yet. I love the confidence. सर पहले सीट पे बैठ के ऐसा कह रहे हो. So last time I asked and someone actually raised their hand saying, yes, I am. And I didn't know what to do next. Apart from offer a pillow to him. Okay. If you know the answer, you just raise your hand. Which country is leading the world in renewable energy generation? It's a question for which I can just ask you for an answer. Which country? Any guesses? China. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. प्राइजेस के तौर पे हमारे पास प्रांशी सवाल तो आपने दिए कि प्राइस का क्या है, बट टॉफी सर मैं ही दे देता हूं, कोई नहीं, प्रांशी we'll do that. Okay, which global agreement aims to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius? This table is, yes sir, throw late I up, they answered before. So this one's winning as something, got 2 answers correct here. Okay, the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions globally, what? Who said power? आधा जवाब है. Anybody else wants to try? सर ठीक है, आपने दे दिया. It's okay. Once for him also, please. There's one winning there. Which Indian company ranks highly in ESG performance and was recognized at the Sustainable World Conclave? I've been given 3 companies names, majorly Saga etc. लिखा है. Any guesses? वो etc. में आती है, मतलब मेरे पास 3 और के नाम है. Any other guesses? No. Tata is one. I have that in my list here. No, Godrej I mentioned. Of course, it's there, but not like in the L&T. No, sir. No. Mahindra. Mahindra. And there's one more. Any wild guess? इनका मैसूर में बहुत बड़ा कैंपस है. Infosys. Yes. We'll do one more, and then we can. Very basic. Which form of energy is considered the cleanest amongst renewable? Sir, you did this only key. ये तो सबको ही मालूम है. You say hydrogen. Any other? Wind. Wind. How many for wind? Okay. How many for solar? चार तो पूरा टेबल ही साथ में है. All for the same. Yes, solar it is. And then comes the next one. Okay, we've sort of got you thinking at least. So you can begin with the next panel discussion. And after that, we'll try and do some more masti if the time allows us to. Yes. Our next panel, it's on finance hurdles, catalyzing investments for sustainable enterprises. Now, this session that you're going to witness will cover green finance instruments, the impact of green bonds, SME sustainability practices, and risk management in green financing. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome on stage Manish Kumar, Head ESG and CSR, ICICI Bank. Joining Manish is Chetan Savla, President, Sustainability and Strategic Projects, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Joining them is Shipra Misra, CEO and MD, Drive. Joining them is Rakhi Kulkarni, Principal and Head ESG, GEF Capital Partners. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Samir Joshi, Vice Chairman, Indian Plastics Institute. Let's please welcome everybody. नहीं ये तो नींद वाली तालियां हो गई. Let's try more. Thank you.
So I'll be here. You know, we are all sitting in the hall. This hall का नाम है कौटिल्य and Chanakya go together. A land of a billion dreams and sustainable dreams. Arthashastra, the science and the statecraft of the 4th century BC. Kautilya informs people that time with this angle, the angle of environment, about rainfall patterns and the soils types and the relevant that are even relevant today. Now, how the business of climate, what we have made it today, was relevant in the times that we never imagined. So Chanakya also talked about environment, those years ago. Today, post lunch, we are here to talk about the bonds, the James Bond, the green bond. The green bond that is like the James Bond today. And financial instruments, green financing, risk of green financing, and the future, what the future has hold for the sustainable world that we live in. Sustainable finances help us in the fight for sustainability. For the fight, we need tools. And for the tools, if we have the right toolbox, and if the toolbox has tools which are sharpened, as these wise men from the financial world get, things would happen. This is a revolution by itself, and shifting from finance, where from money, making money from sustainability. No? The influence of ESG. ESG and sustainability go hand in hand. The right connect with the innovations and the funders. That's what is going to make this revolution more relevant. So with these remarks, I would like to begin this, and I request that the speakers please introduce themselves in a minute. We know all your names, you are quite famous. We would like to know the impact that you would like to get. Madam.
Thank you so much, Samirji. Am I audible? Thank you so much. I'm Shipra. I'm the CEO of Drive, which is a science and technology cluster of the principal scientific advisor to the government of India. The purpose of the cluster is to create an ecosystem of industry, academia, and government bodies and create a platform whereby innovations can be taken from lab to market. Now, the relevance of this platform and sustainability is that our key thematic areas of the four thematic areas that we delve in. Sustainability is a major one. So one of the critical component that we do is we scout for technology solutions that kind of mitigate the environmental pollution problem and add to sustainability. I'll talk more about it later, passing it on.
Good afternoon, and first of all, I thank the organizers to really invite me to participate in this panel. I'm Manish Kumar. I head ESG and CSR initiatives at ICICI Bank, and as my co-panelist mentioned, sustainability is now very much an integral part of whatever we do. We have to do, and it is here to stay. It is something that we have to take very seriously. So just to give you a sense, ICICI Bank has been publishing its sustainability report for the last 5 years. We have adopted the international frameworks as our journey to make the disclosures more and more sharper along the last 5 years. It is aligned to the Global Reporting Initiative framework, the GRI framework. We have aligned it to the TCFD requirements, and obviously being the top 1,000 listed entities in India, we have to also report the business responsibility and sustainability report required by the SEBI. As most of you might be aware that there is a reasonable assurance requirement on some of the parameters which are known as the BRSR core parameters. So that is a compliance part. But in any case, we look at sustainability very seriously. We have embedded that into our own operations, as well as the kind of business that we are doing is something that we are trying to make sustainable. So we can talk about it as we go along. I hand over to Rakhi.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rakhi Kulkarni. I lead and head ESG climate at GF Capital Partners. What GF does is essentially look at investments in climate mitigation and climate adaptation businesses. We are a growth stage private equity fund, which means we kind of fund those companies which require capital for the next phase of growth. So climate mitigation adaptation clearly is very, very important and relevant today. Our typical investment sectors will range from renewables to electric mobility, low carbon transition solutions. In adaptation, it will include water security, food security, agri businesses. Our focus geography has been South Asia, but primarily India. We have been around for many years now, and essentially finding the right kind of businesses and channeling the capital there is what we essentially do. So I really look forward to this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chetan Savla. I head sustainability and strategic projects at Kotak Mahindra Bank. Our journey, if I may talk about Kotak Bank's journey in sustainability, began around 2014 when business responsibility was still a voluntary requirement. And fast forward, CSR became a mandatory requirement. And we started putting our sustainability thoughts together to bring the four aspects of CSR, ESG, financial inclusion, and some aspects of priority sector lending into a common thought process which kind of encompassed sustainability. We are into our fourth year of now publishing our integrated report aligned to BRSR's standards as well as global standards. And we expanded our CSR program significantly to include a lot of sustainability linked projects, not just in the usual areas of afforestation and lake rejuvenation, etc. But we did a major tie-up with IIT Kanpur, where we are setting up the Kotak School of Sustainability within IIT Kanpur. And we have done a project with a multi-year project with IIT Madras, where we are doing Kotak IIT Madras Save Energy Mission, where we are helping MSMEs to save energy and commercially gain from it. So those are some of the major initiatives. I really look forward to talking about some aspects about financing and sustainability in this session. Thank you.
So please keep the mic. What's the industry frameworks are required to create a vibrant green sustainability financing, according to you?
So one of the things that we started when we started looking at sustainable financing as an identified subject, we said that let's first look at the end use, and the end use of capital expenditure, which or capital requirement, which is coming up on sustainable businesses or sustainable extensions of existing industries. One of the few key elements are that either they are ideas which have very high risk, and therefore there is a viability gap which needs to be filled with risk capital, which is able to take that risk on outcomes. There are some areas like green hydrogen, etc., where the risk is so high that only a founder or a very large conglomerate is able to take that risk. There are some other areas where, as Raki mentioned, private equity is able to take that risk, but it is still capital which can be provided only from equity side. Then there is finally, if you have to give competitive lending to sustainability projects, most financial institutions are finally only intermediaries. You get money from somewhere, you give money to somebody. So you need to have a source of capital which is also able to provide that economical capital, which you are able to pass on to sustainability end users. And when we went about kind of trying to see, what are the sources of that capital, they are surprisingly very few. Mostly capital is available at rates which would be available to non-sustainable projects as well. So what is the, how do you make it more viable? Or who fills in that cost gap? Finally, the money is going into either a replacement of an existing manufacturing of one technology with another, or it is going into creation of new capacity which is not necessarily yielding disruptive benefits. So how do you finance that viability gap? Who pays the cost? That cost can come either from investors or liability providers who are essentially willing to take a bit of that hit on the returns that they get. they are very few and far between, including the green deposit initiatives which have commenced in India, or the green bond providers from offshore. There are some multilateral institutions and there are some philanthropy funds who are willing to fund in that gap, but otherwise it's usually available at commercial terms. Then the other place where this can be filled in is from the regulatory cap and trade mechanism, and that, to my mind, seems to be the best way of creating this financial instrument, which will provide the incentive which these industries require. The analogy that I really like to use over here is in banking, we have this, most of you may be aware, we have this concept of regulated minimum priority sector lending. And every bank is supposed to give 40%. But there are some banks who do more than 40, there are some who less than 40. And there is a trading mechanism which is provided by the Reserve Bank of India, where the surplus guys trade with the deficit guys. Same thing is happening in renewable energy certificates, and the same thing can very effectively happen to kind of bring in this viability gap funding to make the overall financing framework far more robust than it is today.
Raki, according to you, what is the perspective of the potential of green capital to a country like India?
So I think the potential for green capital is very, very huge. I think let's look at today what India is committing to in terms of where it wants to transition in the green economy. So the government of India has already committed to a 2070 net zero target. We all are aware about it. Some of the key specific sectors that play an important role, obviously, is renewable energy, electric mobility is there. Alternative fertilizers is something, in terms of improvement of soil health, nutrition is something that we are looking at. There are various policies that are coming in terms of green hydrogen policy, the national biofuel policy, amongst others. Circular economy, recovery, resource recovery is again a very, very critical area. I think the low carbon transition pathway that Government of India has laid out in terms of identifying which are the 7 areas apart from this, talk about food security, water security as one of the key areas. Adaptation, essentially in terms of even urban areas and how it kind of brings about resilience and adaptation to changing climatic sort of environments. I think to operationalize all of this, right? I mean, I think a huge amount of obviously capital, green financing is required, and also innovative financial instruments to actually make all of this happen. Today, reports suggest that the amount of green capital inflow that is required is perhaps 6 times much more that is required than what we have today. I think what again estimates are suggesting today is like between now and 2030, we require around 8.5 trillion US dollars of money that will be required to kind of, enable this change. And from 2030 to 2070, even higher amounts, almost closer to 10 trillion US dollars per year cumulatively. So I think we are sitting on a huge amount of potential. I think what is important is, number one, how do you channelize this into the right businesses, right companies, right sectors? How do you risk-proof it with respect to ensuring that we risk-proof ourselves from greenwashing also at the same time, ensuring that the entire economy thrives towards decarbonized kind of an economy and climate. Yeah.
Going further, Manishji, the Indian banks and the green financing, how do we go from here?
I think both my co-panelists have already touched upon that. So it's more about, availability of capital, which can actually be channelized by the banks into the required sector. So the role that the bank plays, as an intermediary is to do the risk assessment. And with regard to if we are talking more about climate risk, of course, the banks are evaluating ESG risks as well as climate risk. So, climate risk is one of the components of ESG risk. So, E, which is the environment, is where the climate risk gets assessed. Climate risks actually play out in two forms. One is physical risk, and second is the transition risk. So just to give you an example, like, as you're aware, most of the lending by the banks is against a collateral. So if suppose it's a mortgage, then you have the house as a collateral, or if it's a vehicle loan, the vehicle is a collateral. A corporate loan would have the corporate assets, the plant and factory as a collateral. So one is the assessment of the risk associated with the location of the collateral. So we are aware of, the frequency and the severity of climate events which are now happening, which can impact the value of the collateral which is available to the bank. And in case it is inadequate, then that exposes the bank in terms of the lending that they have provided, and which will lead to a higher capital allocation for the bank. So it's effectively a cost to the bank, which ultimately will have to be borne by the borrowers. So that is one of the risks that has to be assessed. So that is one area, assessing the physical risk associated with the collaterals that we hold. Second is assessing the physical risk in terms of sectors. So when we take a sectoral approach, so what is the kind of risk which probably an agriculturist may be exposed to? Because when we do agriculture lending, and as Chetan alluded to it, we are mandated. There is a directed lending norm by the Reserve Bank of India. So if you look at a bank level, or the banking sector level, almost between 15 and 18% of our portfolio is actually to agriculturists. So that's an important area where we have to assess what kind of events could expose the agriculturists and impact their debt repayment capacity. So this is something that the banks are doing on an ongoing basis. Now tools are available, which the banks are evaluating. At least I can talk about ICICI Bank. It is being evaluated. We are trying to see whether it is, really relevant from an India context perspective. And more the challenge that currently we are facing is, whether can we actually create a forecasting model. A lot of the data points which are available is based on past events, but we are now realizing that actually the climate events are not really following a trajectory based on the past situations. So that is something that we are looking at. Second is the transition risk. So a lot of industries and sectors in India are transitioning towards low emitting technologies. They are trying to improvise their process so that they can become much more sustainable. So that is one area where we are working on. We are working with the borrowers. This is a sector-wise approach that we have taken, and we are trying to assess where they are in terms of their journey, in their maturity profile. Have they really committed to really becoming carbon neutral or net zero? Have they committed, capex to really migrate into that sustainable situation? What is the kind of funding requirements? What is the kind of commitments that they are making? Again, Chetan mentioned about that. What is the kind of commitments they are making in terms of the equity or the catalytic capital which is required for some of those projects to happen? So right now we are in a phase of assessing the maturity in their journey, and basis that a lot of decisioning is being taken in the bank. So it's again a journey. Things will evolve. One of the areas that we are closely uh, waiting for is the climate finance taxonomy by the government of India. That will help us at least identify areas and sectors where we need to lay more focus on in terms of assessing these risks.
Shipra, a basic question. The question is, you are a link between the SMEs and the government to the outside world, the finance. So the question is this: financial hurdles, and what do the SMEs and the startup space, and how to bring about this dialogue and make a good start, or start is there, how to take it maturely.
Thank you so much, Samir. And I'll help you a little bit in terms of explaining where I fit in the entire discussion, because that's the missing link you're talking about. I think, when Chetanji was, talking, he very well explained about his problems of the underlying projects, right, that are associated. Here we are talking about the financial instruments, right, the risk and reward associated with the financial instruments. But what is the underlying asset asset. The underlying asset in this context would be technologies that actually mitigate the environmental risk. For example, if we take the case of an EV, as you'd mentioned, right? EVs are only so much environmentally friendly as long as they don't take the primary source of power from the grid, which unfortunately is not happening, right? So one of the interventions that can be drawn from, technological progress was integrating charging with solar panels, which we were discussing. So that at least if not wholly, partly that off-grid solution is there and there's a transition to green energy, right? Now, where a platform like Drive fits in, which is a science and technology cluster, is actually look for such technology interventions and such technology solutions, which could come either from the MSME segment, startups, or academia, from the research lab in academia. And work with various stakeholders. So we are kind of a triple helix ecosystem where one of the stakeholders is the government bodies, and again all tiers of government bodies, right from central government agencies, ministries, to state level bodies, to administrative public authorities that actually execute these kind of projects, right? So that is one vertical. Another vertical is the industry, where again the entire range from startups to MSMEs to corporates to PSUs, they come into the picture. And the third aspect of it, which is the core, is the kind of academia, the research labs, where the innovations get born, and there are experts that can help co-create with the industry based on their needs, right? So bringing all these people together, Drive serves as a landing platform, to kind of source use cases. So one use case I already mentioned in terms of the EV example. Another one is rejuvenation of water bodies, right? So right now there are multiple solutions, but again, going into the depth of more, science-based technological solutions, phycoremediation is another example that I gave, which being a nature-based solution is more cost-effective and can be taken to rejuvenate, small water bodies, to rivers, to anything, right? And the same can be applied to leachate, to oil sludge, even at that level, right? Providing massive benefits, both in terms of cost and in terms of reducing the time to kind of break down and come up with the end product. So long story short, Drive or any S&T cluster that has been created by the PSA office serves as that landing platform where, right from solution scouting based on the kind of use cases we've received from government agencies, PSUs, industry, to kind of helping co-create further if more product development is required, more commercialization is required with the industry, to deploying it with local public authorities, PSUs, etc., and then scaling it up further based on the success at national level because of the reach that we have, because of the pedigree that we have. So making it a national level implementation program, that is where a science and technology cluster comes in.
Yeah, but the question, what are the hurdles you see at the ground level when the money of funds comes?
Yeah. So, Samir, if you asked my honest opinion, and in my previous life, I have been in banking in London throughout, and I have seen the evolution of these financial instruments in London very, very closely, right? So, we are working very hard as a nation to work towards, creating these, carbon bond or green credit markets. But what is missing is a robust pipeline of these underlying assets. Again, going back to the point that, Chetanji raised and Rakhi also mentioned, right? So first, we need these indigenously developed, solutions that are there for the industry to adopt. Otherwise, it again becomes the case of just replacing kind of manufacturing lines from existing products to new products and nothing new. So, and that will take time to develop.
Rakhi, in what way do SME contribute to a low carbon economy, and what do you feel are the interventions needed to enable this ecosystem?
Sure. I think so. SMEs today form a very, very strong and a large backbone backbone of our economy, right? I mean, today, if you just kind of look at some of the statistics that we have, India today has roughly around what 60 odd million MSME sector across, of which almost, and they contribute to almost 30 to 40% of the GDP. 40% of it is going into your exports markets. Their consumption of energy is also high. Approximate energy consumption, if you kind of compare it to some of the large scale industries, is the energy consumption is somewhere around 25%. They're also a significant emitter of greenhouse gas emissions. So it's estimated that it's around 100 odd metric tons of carbon dioxide, a million metric tons of carbon dioxide getting emitted because of fossil fuel consumptions, because of certain production related practices, etc. And in terms of the workforce that they employ, it's a very, very significant, a large number of workforce that today MSMEs employ. So in terms of where we have, they form a significant part of the entire decarbonization story. They are also part of significant supply chain for larger corporates and industries, right? Most of the scope 3 emissions, when we talk about net zero and we talk about decarbonization, a large part of emissions and scope 3 emissions are sitting within this sector and this area, and that's very, very critical to sort of tackle. What are some of the challenges and barriers there? I think understanding of what needs to be done in that sector, technical capability, access to finance, some of the most enabling policy, perhaps regulatory environment, a little bit of willingness to sort of, take that extra step and go beyond. I think these are all sort of today some of the barriers that we see. In addition, I think today small and medium scale enterprises are also sort of disproportionately vulnerable to some of the climate risk, which even I think Manish also mentioned, both physical risk as well as transition risk. So if you are part of the supply chain where you are vulnerable to, let's say, unusual rainfall patterns, droughts, or, and if your supply chain gets affected, impacted, this is the sector which will be largely sort of vulnerable to it. If today you have transition risk in the form of, let's say, changing policy environment, regulatory environment, markets, access to markets, again, MSMEs in some form or shape are going to get impacted. Today, I think with the European Union coming with the CBAM regulations, I think it's finally all trickling down to the last mile in terms of what we need to change there so that we kind of, address some of these emerging requirements and regulations. So I think this forms a very, very critical part, component of the entire decarbonization process. I think enabling policies, a more supportive regulatory and conducive environment is needed so that they are able to sort of tide over some of the struggles towards climate transition that is required. And I think, again, a lot of technical capability. We also see, because we have been looking at some of the companies in the medium enterprises around in that sector, I think strong ESG practices is also something that is being looked at when, if you have to attract quality capital, right? What are your labor working conditions? What is your over and above the basic compliance norms? How do you sort of address environmental, social governance aspects? And if you kind of channelize all of this, I think you, with the right kind of financial innovative instruments, there's a lot that can be done within the MSME sector. I think that's a very, very critical and important part.
Thank you. Manish, what about the approach that need to be developed to assess the risk that is involved?
So I spoke about the nature of the risks. The approach basically is we have to depend a lot right now on the information which is either available in the public domain. So the business responsibility sustainability report does give us a lot of information, at least for the top 1,000 listed entities. Through them, we reach out to the, the value chain that Raki just spoke about, and we try to assess risks associated, in their business. That is one way. Second is that we are reaching out to the borrowers. We have identified certain sectors, what we, commonly call as hard to abate sectors, and try to assess what those companies, are doing in terms of the risks which can potentially disrupt their businesses. We are trying to see whether they are getting impacted due to policy initiatives. Are they getting impacted to impacts the CBAM in EU, or which is coming up in the UK? How are they getting impacted due to the newer technologies which are getting adopted by their competitors as well? Can they really collaborate and really work together? So those are the kind of approaches that we are taking. We are also working with a lot of external partners who have information available. So we have rating agencies, we have secondary research available, through which we are able to get much more information. And that is the approach that we are taking. There is also, the areas which have been identified as sustainable, which qualify as sustainable financing. So, for example, in India, we have the sovereign green bond framework, which kind of gives an indication of what qualifies as green financing, social financing. So, those are the areas when we lend to. We do enhanced due diligence. We take support of sustainability experts in trying to really keep monitoring some of the sustainability covenants that may be required to ensure that the corporate is able to really go down that sustainability journey, which they would have committed as part of some of the projects for which they are seeking financing. So there are various, approaches that are available, which depending on the nature of the industry, nature of the borrower, and the feasibility, techno-economic viability is what we are looking at.
Thank you. Last concluding remarks, 30 seconds. The wish and why we are here today. So what do we need to achieve in the next 5 years?
So I think one important thing which is required is more collaboration. This again can be at various levels. It is from a policy perspective, there needs to be much more collaboration amongst the ministries. There needs to be much more collaboration amongst the industrialists if they are working in the same sector. Can they really share information about the technologies that they are using, what is upcoming? There has to be much more collaboration in the, the financial sector, the lending community. Can we really look at practices which are, relevant from an industry sector? There needs to be much more collaboration in, external service providers. I think that is one important area which can help us in this journey.
Shipra?
Thank you, Manish. I think one burning remark that I have is, most of the discussion from the financing side has been focused on how to mitigate the risk arising out of climate, right? I think we also, as an industry segment, we also need to focus on creating a source of, pool of funds to dabble with or invest in technologies that will actually help mitigate this climate risk. One of the, pointers that was raised earlier was which entity will take that risk of transitioning to green technology. I don't think the onus lies on one single entity or type of, stakeholder. I think it's the responsibility of the entire industry or us as a community to kind of pull up and absorb that risk and allow, scientific solutions to come up. And, I would really love to, see a kind of a public, private-public partnership in this regard, where part of the funding is put by the government and part is put by the industry. And, a kind of a sandboxing platform is created for these technologies to be tested and taken forward.
Thank you.
Just maybe one last word would be pace and speed. I think that's what is important for it to really fasten the adoption of green finance mitigation?
Chetanji.
I think finally the economic motivations for getting this whole investment up and going and making sustainability sustainable, the economic motivations to be infused are very important. And I think that can, at this juncture, primarily come from government incentives, from cap and trade mechanisms, and potentially from motivations like, for example, one of the ideas was, can sustainability lending be priority sector lending? Can be classified as priority sector lending? So the regulatory framework around it, the cap and trade trading market mechanism, and direct incentives. I think for a period of time till which it becomes and attains a certain level of size, and then the flywheel will kind of turn on its own.
Thank you so much. Just summing up in a few lines, sustainability is there for a better planet, to lessen the waste or reduce the carbon footprint or the plastic footprint. I come from the plastic industry, the most used, abused, hated, but yet to remain here for some time till we find a replacement. I just leave a message that making sustainability sustainable is what we all have to do. And on a positive remark, catalyzing our goals, our dreams, and our efforts for a future more exciting and brilliant than what we live in today. Thank you. I would like to present something to them, some sustainable product made from plastics. This is a phone stand made from recycled plastics. It is sustainable. It's made from chocolate wrappers and multi-layer plastics. The young entrepreneurs, they dream and they also make it into actions. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Samir. I also believe so you've completed 10,000 steps today. Aapka aaj ka, I believe, by doing, keep walking. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Aye, please. Thank you. Thank you. While our next panelists are walking in the hall, I have a couple of more questions to ask just to check the general knowledge of ourselves, and also agar nahi malum, so we can sort of learn something new today. What percentage of global carbon emissions is attributed to agricultural and land use? What do you think? Percentage. What percentage of global carbon emissions is attributed to agriculture and land use? Any wild guesses? 30%? Okay. Any other? 34%? 20%? I feel like an auctioneer all of a sudden. Okay, no. Any other guesses? We'll take two more. We have 34, 30, and 20. Any other guesses? Some wild random guess? Nobody? So what do you think, sir? कितने percentage? क्या लगता है आपको? You said 35%. We'll take one final guess from somebody from that table, sir. What do you think? So 35 we've got. 40. No, it's 24% or around 24%. So we'll give it to 20. You're near that. You were near that, sir. 20% के आसपास. It's 24%. We'll do more questions after this, but as of now, we have our next panelist here, and I've strictly been told to stick to time. Our next panel is on enhancing transparency and accountability in supply chain. The upcoming panel, they'll focus on achieving sustainable supply chain, or the discussions will focus on achieving sustainable supply chains, also consumer demand, collaborative efforts, and also overcoming barriers through technology. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome on stage
Rohana Zariwala, Global Head, Sustainability Cipla. Joining Rohana is Srinivas Naik, General Manager, Sustainability Arvind Exports. Joining them is Sriram Ganeshan, Global Chief Commercial Officer, Reddington. Joining them is Vipin Odekar, Head Sustainability, Marico. And this panel will be moderated by Sudhir Mishra, Founder and Managing Partner, Trust Legal and Noted Environmental Loyalist. Please welcome them to the stage, everybody. आपके जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. So we have a very important panel, and transparency and accountability. These are very heavy words for us and for the panel also. And basically we are talking about ESG supply chain. Primarily, if we put it a structure, we will basically talk about the ESG supply chain. But before we go there, and before I introduce my panel, we have Rohana from Cipla, we have Srinivasji from Arviram from Reddington, we have Vipinji from Marico. All of us will try to give you actually a broader view about sustainability, and then we'll go to their specific subjects because they cover virtually every industry which is doing anything on sustainability. So I have been working on environmental issues for 25 years now. I have no sector. Environment is my sector. And I see three great promises which has happened in my 25 years of professional journey. One, that India had a forest cover of 9% in 1947. We have a 17% of forest cover. So let's go for the first time the positive story of this country. It's a very difficult country to govern. It's a large country, huge population, largest population, and sustainability you are going to debate today. So we have gone from 9% to 17%. Everything is not that gloomy. We have saved the tiger for the world. And I was personally part of most of those petitions before the Supreme Court, before the Forest Bench. I was standing counsel for Gujarat and for Sikkim for many years in the Supreme Court. I've seen that journey from 2002 to 2014. I'm specifically saying 2014, where from poaching, from stopping the poaching in this country, from saving the soil, from saving the territory of the tiger, which is the indicator species, from making it a mainstream thing for the world to realize that tiger is not a species alone, it saves your entire ecosystem. You have almost tripled their number in last 15 years for the world. That's our second mega contribution. And the third is very current one, which is very important because the government speaks about it all the time. That is our net zero commitment and how non-conventional energy, we are doing unbelievable stuff. I'm not personally very much part of it, so I don't know the details. My panelists will talk a little bit about it. But I believe it's a very sizable story happening there. But these are the earlier two stories for you. And the challenges are the air pollution, the water pollution. I think plastics, we are one of the few countries which have done quite well on plastics in last 3 years on packaging. I was personally part of many such petitions, so I'm quite surprised also. If you go to any country, anywhere, you will see packets all over. In India, even a ready wala, a sabji wala also will discourage you from taking a plastic. So अच्छी बातें भी हैं, because we always criticize somehow. And with this background, I bring first to Rana, and I will ask that to start with healthcare. And you are represent a pharma company, and pharma is our pride in this country. And a lot of interesting stuff is happening. The whole pandemic is survived. You are a sector where you have more chances of putting accountability on sustainability in general. What is the sustainable journey happening in Cipla?
Thank you so much. So for asking me this question. So first of all, I would like to say all large companies have taken big commitments on sustainability, be it net zero or climate related commitments. And the journey or the story is incomplete if we don't have our supply chain on board on this journey. Because to meet targets of any companies, it is very important that your supply chain are also on those board on the journey of that targets. Otherwise, you are not going to meet those targets. even in the supply chain, we have a lot of MSMEs. Though those may be small companies, but aggregated them, they are significant in value. So it is very important to look at this piece of supply chain sustainability. In Cipla, what we have done is we have kind of responsible sourcing and supply chain engagements. And as part of that, we have created and we believe in strongly inculcating that ESG into our supply chain practices. And for that, we have laid down the principles. We have our supplier code of conduct. We also have a supply chain responsible sourcing policy, supply chain sustainability policy, and we want our suppliers to adhere to these code of conduct and policies what we are laying down. It is not just limited to the policies or building the policies and just laying it out there, but also how we can look at handholding these suppliers is a very important aspect. And as part of that, every year we do capacity building workshops for these suppliers, and almost 13% of our procurement spend suppliers, we have done the capacity building this year and hand holding of these suppliers. We also believe in local sourcing. So 65% of our procurement spend is through local sourcing. Out of that, 10% is MSME vendors. And we also look at women empowerment or women-led MSMEs and how we can encourage them to be part of our supply chain journey. While saying that, it's also important that we look at because Cipla has taken certain bold and aspirational commitments for 2025, and we might be declaring our commitments for 2030 going forward. So it is very important to look at the decarbonization piece of our supply chain and how we are looking at the categories of scope 3 and how we are building the awareness of our suppliers on that. Very important that while we take the scope 3 data, while as many companies are facing challenges in reporting this data, and even we are one of them, but we have taken a hybrid approach. And to move to more actual data or supply based data, supply chain data, we need to have suppliers on board on this journey. So we are continuously engaging with them and encouraging them, and almost 10% of our suppliers, we have taken the actual data on for our scope 3 emissions.
So very good initial observations, and I'll come back to you. Srinivas, I'll come to you. And you are actually in a sector which is such a critical sector when 3-4 aspects are seen. Apparel, if I call it, textile, if I call it. That's a sector where is directly exposed to the ESG supply chain, because you export to across the globe. India is a big nation which exports. And supply chain across the world, whatever new rules, regulations come directly, you interface them. India has not created supply chain regulations in a very specific manner for your sector. But how you are seeing this both as a challenge, as an opportunity. Also, if you compare yourself as a textile industry with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, and how we are perceived internationally as a destination from where sourcing happens, and how as an industry you are responding to it.
Yeah, thank you, Business World, for first of all inviting me for this panel, actually. So let me just talk in brief in terms of the supply chain. When we talk about textile, it's very diverse and it's very actually long. Unlike any others where we actually start with factory and end with factory, here we start with the farm and then to the retail, right? So farm to retail. So it goes farm, ginner, spinner, weaver, then there is cut, sewed, laundry, and finishing, packing, and then shipping it out, right? So it's a huge and varied kind of stakeholders here. So and in fact, in terms of the water, if we talk about the impacts which is there, it is phenomenally high, right? Like almost like 93 billion cubic meters of water is consumed annually, and about which is all close to about 4% of the groundwater consumption which is actually there. And then about 20% of the wastewater is basically ascertained for textiles. So it's a huge impact in terms of that, right? In terms of the weighted, I mean, a lot of garments which is taken in goes to landfill, right? So a lot of things which is actually associated with textile. But then that's where we come in Urban, for example. So we're trying to do it very differently and trying to show how it can be done right. So here we are actually there right from the throughout the supply chain, right from farm to retail, so our own retail plants as well. And then we are also, as you rightly said, we are sending to Europe and US as well. The regulations are very, very stricter, and we are the first who are actually taking it up and making it up happen. Now, in terms of the farm holdings, which is actually is very small farm holdings, unlike big farm holding. Talk about better cotton where basically we can talk about lower consumption of water. So all these practices are put in place in terms of that. We talk about organic cotton, we talk about regenerative cotton. So it is all about that old practices. It is nothing new basically. What are we doing now in terms of sustainability? It is what India was doing. Quite everything in all aspects of it was being done earlier, right? In terms of circular economy was something which was there in India far long. So that is what we are trying to do that, practice that, and all through with traceability, right? And then in terms of the manufacturing, when you talk about, of course, when I told a lot of chemicals being used into the system, a lot of water being used, and a lot of energy being used. So what we do differently is basically we don't use any groundwater into the processing. I mean, that's something very, very different. Basically, we talk about ZLD, zero liquid discharge, is something most of them talk about. You talked about that as well. So which takes about 90 to 95% of the water is recycled, but where we talk about is 100%. The reason being we do that 5-10% additional which we need, we use from sewage, municipal sewage water. Like for example, in our textile mills, we take the sewage from the municipal area and we treat that and use that 5 to 10% as top of water, right? So ZLD will need about 90-95% of recycling. Remaining 5-10% is that. In our apparel factories, what we do is we take it from, we connect with the municipal sewage treatment plants and we put a pipeline and use that top of water. So 100% zero blue water. So that's one aspect of it. And of course, in terms of the processing, when we're trying to do very differently, we are also trying to do technologies where we're talking about waterless dyeing as well, right? So we also focus in terms of dyeing where basically it's a huge usage of water, which actually happens when you use more of water, more of chemicals also go along with that, right? And that much more waste also goes into the waste streams. So we use water in such a way that basically only some of the experiments which is actually happening where we are trying to use foam as a technology where we will only where much required. So it doesn't need water as a thing. As I said, less water, less chemicals. And the chemicals what we use again is very, very important to understand. The type of chemicals what we use is basically doesn't have any toxic substances. We talk about MRSL. So that means they don't have any hazardous substance on the garment, nor does it leave it in the streams, nor into the air. So all perspectives. So we talk about that 360. And then we talk about waste, right? So I talked about waste where a lot of waste gets generated in textile. So we do, of course, recycling. Recycling is something which we have have our own plants where we are doing recycling, and we do currently about 20% has a recycling which is there. So if you see the global average in terms of recycling, it's only 1% is basically recycled now. In terms of the number of fabric which is a garment which has been done, most of them goes on landfill. About 5-10% of them are in India basically is still downcycled, but most of them are there. So these are various fundamentals. So I can So
We'll come back.
Sure.
But it's a very challenging sector, and I know that if you are bringing any new innovation here, and especially you talked about recycle, I'll come back to you on that, because our biggest challenge is when we see monumental waste, even our own consumption story, because you will like us to buy more and more, and the fact is our own consumption story, we know it's now today's sign of, and this is we are little diverting. It's a sign of being affluent that I have a wardrobe which starts from one part and finishes to the other part, and half the stuff I don't use, or it goes to the basically to the dump yard straight away. So this is an area where a lot of issues will happen in future and water intensive. But thanks for your very clear message there. Shriram, will come to you. You represent a hardware industry. What are your general thoughts about this whole ESG, and also the when it comes to technology, when it comes to the kind of computer society we have become now. And we will become more and more with AI coming, and the large supercomputers with energy guzzling periphery they will have. And I'm advising few of those clients, and I never thought that that kind of audit will happen at the sourcing company end. Uh, these are the future challenges. Maybe they'll be bigger than Apparel one day.
Yes, wish you all a good afternoon and thank you, Mr. Sudhir. I think the way to look at a technology supply chain is to put into three large buckets. One is the sourcing part of it, and we as a tech distributor typically source from large global IT majors. And many of these like Apple, Dell, HP are extremely high on the maturity curve on sustainability journey in terms of using of zero plastics, a minimum number of components to be made out of recycled parts, and a whole lot of other things. So that's something which is getting taken care of at the manufacturing level. When you look at the second stage, which is supply chain level itself, which is actually transporting these products from the place of manufacture to the final place of use, that's where again a lot of efficiency should come in, which is coming in parts, and that's what we are also playing a role. Example, use of electric vehicles for fleets. How do you optimize on your fleet journey to make sure your carbon footprint is minimal on the planet? You have large warehouses to store this product, distribution centers. Should they be running on renewable energy or otherwise? So a whole lot of mapping has to be done in terms of the entire supply chain as to what are the elements of touch points on the planet Earth. But most importantly, what is largely to an informal sector is the last part as to what happens to the end of life products or the products that we are going to replace with newer ones. You mentioned about AI. When the AI refresh happens, obviously a lot of old PCs are going to get released. What next? So I think that we have a very important role to play from a circular economy perspective. How do we harness this safely? Try to elongate their life, not take them into landfill, or try to recycle them the last decimal and make sure that nothing gets really gets into the landfill at all. So I think it's a whole lot of things to be done right across from the manufacturing till the last line of the circular economy.
Yeah, very well said. And I'll come to Marico now. Very interesting company, and I keep on reading. I shared with you, sir, Vipin sir, that I read so many stories, and I'm so grateful that the kind of companies which are here, they are the pride of this country. That's why I said the first word pride when I mentioned about Cipla. See, the fact is, you will talk a lot about the entire agriculture integration you were talking about. What is the Marico story for us to take inspiration from?
Yeah, thank you, Business World and organizing team to call me here. Now, before I think we get into this topic, I got you catch my attention by saying that I do not belong to any sector. So yeah, while you are very modest to say that, but it's a great learning for a sustainability professional, because the general saying is that money is yours, but resources are of society. So a professional, a sustainability professional can belong to any sector. However, the impact you are creating, it is for the society. And then that's a lens I think one should use it. And it's a good learning. So thank you, Sudhirji, for that. So coming to Marico, we are an Indian company. We are into beauty and wellness products. We are from last 30-40 years we are operating. India is a predominant business, while we also have operations in Bangladesh, Vietnam, Middle East, and South Africa. Now, if you look at the brands in India, Parachute and Safolo are the two most important brands. I think you should be aware of them if if you are doing well. So while the Parachute brand is for the coconut oil, and we are the largest, you can say, manufacturer of coconut oil in India. And if you look at the crushing capacities, probably we are the biggest in Asia also. So when we say like this, there's a moral accountability on Marico to work for the coconut sector, not only for the oil. So because coconut cultivation is happening for tender coconut oil confectionaries or eating at households also. So the entire coconut sector is important to work upon. So in 2016, we undertook a study to know that what is the best practice in coconut cultivation, and we observed surprisingly that our yield is lesser than yield in Indonesia, Philippines, or other South Asian countries. So we started a program called as Kalpariksha, where we are actually appointed agronomists who are trained on scientific cultivation of coconut. They are going to farms, doing assessment of their farms and providing them inputs for improving their overall productivity. And to our own surprise, we observed that the people who are practicing these things, they got productivity more than 15% as against the traditional practices, which is a direct benefit to them. I think Srina was also talking about India landholding is very small. And then for such a small landholder, this impact is very big. We'll discuss in details as we proceed.
Ruana, I'll come back to you. And I want to tell you that when we go to Medica or any place, sometime on legal conferences, and we see that Indian corporates, if we talk about it, steel is very respected, pharma is very respected. But, now you have a vision for a global appetite being exported to the entire world. So do you think the time has come that in sectors like pharmaceutical, because when we say a topic like transparency and accountability, our biggest handicap is that the international ratings put India beyond 100 on most of these parameters. Nothing specific to a company or a sector or sustainability. Trust deficits are huge with regard to us. How do you go for your expansions with ESG parameters in mind and your storytelling capability that what you're doing is so empowering, which should be like a story like how iPhone does. They have a story. I don't think any other mobile phone has a story. I don't know the manufacturer's name, any one of them, Nokia, Samsung, OnePlus. I don't remember. Others might remember, but iPhone, every morning somebody will talk about Tim Cook and other guys. We have Tata has such a story. So what is the Cipla's one thing on sustainability which you would like to take it as a story and you want all of us to know?
Thank you. So, as you rightly said, the stricter regulations and the consumers' demands are also something which is demanding. And India is not judged on a scale, it is at a global level, where all the companies, all the sectors are benchmarked at the same pace. And so to keep up to that benchmark, definitely, and for example, and especially when you're selling your products in the geographies like European markets, where NHS is coming up with the requirements where they have their net zero commitment by 2040. And they want all the companies who are selling their pharma products there should embark on that journey. And you can't now, or you're not allowed to sell products if you don't have a carbon reduction plan. So these are the kind of things which the consumers are also demanding and which we are also looking in our supply chain. So we have also started the physical assessment of our suppliers, and it is definitely a very complex supply chain and cost expensive and everything. But the sooner, the better we get into this journey. And we have initiated this year the physical assessment. So around say 5% of our critical suppliers. And now we have also kept a target or the commitment for coming years, how we are going to increase the number of suppliers on their physical assessments. Right. And not just doing the assessments and keeping it there, but also looking at who are the high or the critical risk suppliers for us, how we can have their mitigation plan and what they can be taking up in the short term and then in the long term. So they can also embark on this journey, and we are with them. So this is on the supplier piece is what supplier is looking at, because we also have our commitments of carbon neutrality, water neutrality, and zero waste to landfill by 2025.
Yeah, very well said. Very well said. Srinivas, so apparel sector is a very exciting thing with whatever is happening in Bangladesh. And also at the same time, when this started happening in Bangladesh and this sector, I'm working a little bit. So I know that China has come up with, in last 4 weeks, with series of regulations, how they will be green, completely green on apparel sector or textiles. They never cared about it earlier. And how you see that as a threat, and what are the handicaps of our own supply chain in India, where we are even compared with that Vietnam now, which is a very new competition for, I'm not talking about bigger players like you, I'm talking about the middle level export houses and others. So where are we, so far as India's perception is concerned, what we should do to seize the opportunity and be a dominant player in this sector?
You talked about China. The world is running away because there is Zhejiang cotton, which is actually there. So, in fact, there is a lot of regulations against it. So, you need to actually, that's where the traceability part is actually coming in. So the cotton grown from this region is banned by all the brands. So you need to, I mean, they're going to geotag as well, and then going to be traceability. So that's a completely no-no. So China is, that's where basically, I mean, I should not be, but that's how it is. So there are certain cottons are banned, and that's where the traceability piece is very, very important. I think they've moved from there as well. So their only bigger piece is the renewable sector, where they've gone large scale in terms of their. So that's the good piece which is there. So where India is also is going to go in a big way. You talked about Bangladesh. Bangladesh a story where when there was a team from Bangladesh coming and visiting our factories, and when we told that we use recycled water into our processes, they were shocked basically. I mean, how can you use this recycled water? Into
Because
this
they
thing,
put everything in
right?
the stream.
It goes to the stream, and we, I mean, there are people talking about Bangladesh being a sustainable. Unfortunately, no.
No, they are not.
They don't even know. I mean, it should not, right? So the water goes directly because abundant amount of water is available. So they say there is a lot of water available, so it goes into the stream. So there is no treatment of water. But India is far ahead in terms of this recycling. You talk about. I'm not talking about just Arvind.
I'm making it exciting for you. You are mirroring somebody. So I was speaking to somebody 2 hours back, and he's based in Amsterdam. He's an expert of your sector, green story I'm talking about. They said that our Indian companies, and just because he's from Kerala originally, but he just said our Indian companies, they are shy about showing how good they are actually. They are so good on compliances, on water uses, and even to compare them to Bangladesh is an insult, I will say today.
No, absolutely right. Absolutely right. I mean, story where Tirupur you talked about, right? Tamil Nadu immediately banned any without a ZLD, the factory could be put in place. So, I mean, India is far ahead in water treatment in that area. So, sorry, I think the other
you talked about other countries also, the rest of the countries which are our competition on the export of textiles.
Yeah. So you also talked about in terms of how we can actually prepare to be better. What's lacking and what can be done.
Dominant.
Yeah. So one thing where we have to kind of do is basically put the supply chain on track, right? So our supply chain now is very unorganized. So we need to kind of have traceability into the supply chain as well. So compliance and traceability in the supply chain, which needs to be kind of mapped into the entire source. So what we do, for example, is we do a supply chain traceability. We do a product traceability as well. So that means we know every, for example, any garment which is actually being done, where exactly, who was the farmer, who was the who was the entire supply chain is mapped in, and we actually go deep down in terms of understanding whether they are compliant as well. So that traceability is what we do. I mean, we talked about basically when you talk about organic or any of these, we give transaction certificates basically, but then we actually ensure that it is right. And then these are all now using blockchain technologies also used now for kind of tracking this entire mass balancing happening as well. So I think these technology could be a big enabler, and people larger apparel manufacturers can actually enable the entire supply chain in India to be more transparent. And
Thank you, Shyam. Your observations. How do you feel? You talked about the larger issues which are coming our way. Your sector, specifically, we talk about hardware, software, or India's technology age. Do we have an opportunity here for putting transparency and accountability and be the world leaders on ESG supply chain in your sector?
I think definitely yes. On the last leg of the supply chain I mentioned to you on the circular economy, a disproportionate part of the business today happens in the informal sector with little information on traceability, on what happens and what doesn't happen. So our ability as a country, as responsible institutions to convert this informal sector into formal sector by bringing in regulated practices, I think will be a very important step. And there is enough and more potential to make this happen.
Yeah. Vipin sir, I will ask you to go little detail now. Marico after Tata's, I think Marico has stories which became very relatable, especially the entire cat and mouse stuff. That how the you are aware about it, that how the coconut jar of Marico was made so that it can't be destroyed or it can't leak. So he will tell so surprise. So what are the if Marico has taken apart from the agriculture on women you talked about? Because when we say ESG, one common mistake we do when we do ESG, we think it's about environment. It's actually about social also. And in a very deep sense for India, Bangladesh, most of the ESG failure on Bangladesh has happened on the social part actually, because of whatever child labor issues were there or the women related issues there. I think we have sorted the S in India in a very, very good manner, whether it is the POSH laws or the laws with regard to the leaves for women and the child labor, which most of the state governments were absolutely committal about it, that will not allow child labor. We have done great work on the S factor. I think G is something where a lot of work has to happen, where the corruption and the government intervention and licensing and the entire advocacy and policy part is there, the G part. We need a lot of work. E is also quite sorted, I believe, because we are very responsible. I know this sector well, that how courts have treated. I think we have been very, very active, that we are absolutely sacrosanct. Tell me if you've gone to a national park, a wildlife sanctuary to see a tiger. Anybody has gone here? Any tiger reserve? Ranthambore, Corbett? Have you seen anybody getting down of the vehicle, taking out samosas, putting chairs, eating? Possible? Not possible. You cannot get down from your vehicle even. How did we do that? We don't do it in aircraft where all of us pounce on the pilot, allow us to get out of the aircraft first when the plane stops, right? We all want to get out immediately. So we as a nation have succeeded also at many places. So sir, you share some of these stories which are like good stories for us to take home.
Yeah, thanks. I think I echo what you said, that there's a good progress which are done. At the same time, there's a huge work to be done as a country. While I say that, there is a big change which I observe in the country. Maybe if 1 year before, one generation before, we actually do not have money to spend and waste. And that's the reason we are actually far more efficient in material consumption per capita. However, as the GDP is growing, there is a surplus amount of money people are going to have at hand, and that's where the morality will
Here
come
I
to
will
play.
pause you. The banks are running after everybody that please give us some deposits. We have become so adventurous in such a short time. Everybody has gone to stock market now.
Yeah, so that's the area where I think we need to play a role, where how you reach out to a smaller person, a small entrepreneur or a small farmer, so that you actually start, or he was also talking about that, how you ensure that whatever their good practices are there, they are formalized, reaching to more people. And if you wanted to intend to reach out to them, how you build trust and ensure that what you want to drive, they accept it in a positive manner. So there's some good work which we did in, again, and I'll talk about the coconut farming, because this is the area where a lot of work is done. Almost 2009, 7, 8, 9, these 3 years, we took a lot of efforts to set up our collection centers. Because what we observed is that coconut tree life is around 70 to 80 years. So which means that the tree is going to yield with 3 generations. And they are on the periphery of the farms. So, however, maybe the professional farmer, the coconut tree, there are chances that it will get neglected or it will be a side business. And it will not be a big big material to sell with certain positions. So there are many cases where people come with 50 nuts, 100 nuts, 200 nuts like this. So we wanted to create an opportunity where a farmer who is having maybe a half-acre farm or 1 acre farm can actually come to Marico and sell. And then he gets a very transparent treatment and governance in the overall commercial transaction. He should feel that even though I'm selling one coconut, I know what is the cost. So what we created, from there, I think I'm talking about 12, 13 years before, we digitize the collection center. So any farmer who is coming with whatever the quantity they have, there is a pictorial, they can see what is the quality. If this is the quality, the rate is displayed by Marico. So the person knows that this is the rate for this quality. Once the person actually sells it, on his mobile, the person gets that this much material is bought by Marico and this much money is deposited in your account. So person is actually feeling so you can say trustworthy that the overall business is very transparent. And then slowly we started using this collection center to develop traceability of material, to educate people that this is a good practice which you have to follow. If there are, say, 50 farmers who are coming to sell at one collection center, we'll pick up one guy, develop a model farm, and then ask everybody to come there and then have a training on those things. So idea is that we need to reach out to a very small person. Even last 3-4 years, we have started something called as agribusiness center. Every farmer needs certain labor, money or machinery to do farming, but they do not have money to do that. So we actually give at very minuscule, you can say financial cost, that money to them so that they can set up those businesses related to pesticides, related to machinery, etc. And then they can take that forward.
Very sustainable. Yeah. Thank you. So I'll just like to say that we saw a McKinsey report in 2020, which talked about that people and consumer wants to spend more if you reduce your packaging. And this was a starting point for few of the companies I work with. And they started going for reduced packaging. And that was the time pandemic had kicked in. And you won't believe India is amongst few nations where all the e-commerce companies now are being regularly sent school representations that we have ordered, or my father had ordered, or my mother has ordered. And whether it's a food thing, I'm not taking anybody's name, whether it's this thing, or whether a driver who is coming from the wrong side and the child is observing that from the window that every third day that driver is violating the red light from this multinational e-commerce company, which takes pride in putting best practices forward. And then he writes a mail to them without copying to anybody. And those things have triggered a revolution in India. No other country has done that. Nobody questions these things. And we have questioned in our country those things. So it's not like we are a nation, we sometimes underestimate ourselves. I'll give you the last piece. In 2005, a film photographer who was very famous for recording clandestine wildlife photography, he went to the agriculture fields of South India and he filmed the dying Nevla, the mongoose. Nevla बहुत शुभ मानते हैं कहीं दिख जाए. So he was being told that repeatedly large numbers of mongoose is being killed. So he used to do those filming. So he made a 9 minutes film on mongoose killing. And mongoose were beaten with bats, dandas, hockey sticks, mudang, all kind of stuff. And they were killed in an organized manner. Pura vyapar tha. And that movie was shown to me. I was shocked to see that. And then we went behind it. We realized that basically the paint brush industry uses it for the best painting brushes, which all the famous painters used to use. Very exclusive, very costly. And then we went after this, we realized we are not succeeding. We went to schools and the schools sent 6,000 postcards to Delhi High Court. They took a sumo motu petition. Mongoose was not protected. It was Schedule 3 of Wildlife Protection Act. It was promoted in 3 months' time to Schedule 1, Part 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, which has the protection for tiger and the elephants. And mongoose is protected forever in India. So I have seen those stories happening. I'm very confident that this panel was so sincere and it must have given you something to take back from this conference. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. All of you heard us patiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Also, thank you so much, Sudhir sir, for moderating that. Thank you. Moving towards our last panel discussion for today. Now, this is on beyond compliance. SEBI's BRSR and the future of corporate reporting. Now, this session will explore the shift from compliance to commitment in ESG, the impact of SEBI's BRSR and best practices for corporate sustainability reporting. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome our panelist, Mithika Bajpai, DGM Sustainability, Reliance Industries Limited. Joining Mithika is Ram Vedyanathan, AVP and Head of Environmental Sustainability, Godrej Industries Group. Joining them is Vishwa Bandhu Bhattacharya, Director Sustainability, Tata Consumer Products. And this session will be moderated by Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India. Let's please welcome everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening and very warm welcome to all the patient audience for the last session just before the awards. We promise to make it as interactive and as interesting as we can, the four of us. So basically, I lead the UN Global Compact India Network, which is a 500 plus strong network of voluntary members from the corporate sector. And this initiative was designed and started as the corporate sustainability initiative globally. So with 60 members, it started at the turn of the century and the membership is voluntary. And whoever is embarking on the journey towards sustainability and wants to share what its struggles are, what the successes are, this we had initiated in 1999-2000 by Kofi Annan, the then General Secretary. The current General Secretary, Mr. Antonio Guterres, is a very strong supporter and he heads our board. So this is a global movement, and why I'm belaboring my point is that when these were not mandatory, this reporting was not mandatory and climate change was something very distant. Then we had started this initiative with 10 universal principles, and environment was one of the strong pillars. The labor laws, human rights, and anti-corruption were the other 3 areas, thematic areas. So 4 areas and 10. And from there, what a movement world has seen, both on the positive side as well as on the negative side, that now it has become mandatory. And every growing week, every month, we see a new legislation come up somewhere in the world, which increases the barriers towards global trade, global supply chain integration. And to understand all that and to acknowledge the amazing contribution that India has made through its BRSR reporting framework, which is being appreciated globally as being very comprehensive and in sync with the times and the requirements and the way it is being implemented. I have with me 3 of the practitioners of this trade, and they will give us the first-hand account of what are the challenges. And first, I think how we will begin is everyone will introduce themselves like I just did, slightly longish, but you people can crisply introduce yourself and then we'll start the question and answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very, very pleased to be a part of this panel. I am Vishwa Bandhu Bhattacharya, Director of Sustainability at Tata Consumer Products Limited. Tata Consumer is a home to iconic brands like Tata Coffee, Tata Tea, Himalayan Distillery, not Distillery, Himalayan Water, Tata Copper Plus, and now Capital Foods Organic India as well. We deal in and breakfast cereals, and of course Tata Sampann, that entire range of pantry staples as well. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ram. I head environmental sustainability for the Godrej Industries group of companies, essentially made up of Godrej Consumer Products, Godrej Agrovet, the chemicals business, properties, and now most recently Godrej Capital, which is a financing company, and then Godrej Fund Management, which is in the area of property development and building management. And so we have a central team called Good and Green, which looks at social as with the environmental impact of the group, and I head the green aspect of it.
Mithika.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mithika Bajpai. I'm looking at sustainability at Reliance. Of course, as everyone's mentioned, it's reporting, strategy, audit, and everything else that comes in the gambit. Of course, because we sit at a group level, I think quite similar to all of us here. At Reliance, I have the opportunity to work with all the other group companies as well. This, of course, includes the energy segment, the telecommunication, digital services, where we get the chance to support them, and of course, the retail industry, where we get a chance to support them.
So, Mithika, let me begin with you since you have the mic. So Reliance is a very diversified, and all the three of you are, but very diversified. So, and all of you have your own ESG practice, etc. I mean, we have just labeled it conveniently now, but this has been going on. I mean, all these work. So, how difficult or easy was it for you to marshal all the data and all the reporting to this new BRSR framework it was? And be honest and be frank with us, because that will be the learning. And otherwise, everyone is compliant. But what were the challenges? What were the good things? What helped in this whole process? How was the journey?
Right, absolutely. That's actually a very good point you started with. I think the people sitting here have been doing sustainability reporting for quite a while, since before sustainability was a buzzword, right? I think quite a few of us were on the GRI. Have been publishing our GRI reports since nearly 2004-5, if I remember correctly. Reliance has been publishing the GRI sustainability report since 2004. What that essentially is telling you is there have been some amount of frameworks before the BRSR brought together all of the diverse frameworks, right? So in my view, it was a boon for my everyday life because I don't need to now look at 20 frameworks. I can reference them, yeah, sure, but I don't necessarily need to report on them. So it's making my life easier. And I think what has happened through BRSR is that it has made it India specific. And I think that is kind of what I really genuinely appreciate. And while I'll get to the challenges, I must compliment them on setting such a framework that's comprehensive and, actually took up the challenge that is, braving through the alphabet soup of the framework industry that has existed for a very long while. Having said that, I think it's really important to understand the intent of reporting. Right? The intent of reporting is still rooted to why we are doing sustainability in the first place, which is why I very truly still look at all the other frameworks, because that is where the niche is at. That's where you get the details. That's where you understand why you're doing what you're doing. And then you find a way to merge it to whatever is the ask in the context of BRSR. So from a BRSR lens, we started, of course, reporting a couple years back. But even before that, when the voluntary segment had come into picture, we had an internal voluntary BRSR segment published for our subsidiaries and at a group level for internal analysis to understand where we stand. Before we can disclose it externally, of course, we want to understand what we are doing, what we need to improve on, what are the processes we need to set before we are ready to disclose about it. And I think that exercise really helped us. We sort of called it an audit readiness or a reporting readiness exercise to understand where we stand in the journey. What was very exciting was that it wasn't so much of the data gathering that was a challenge, and I'm sure that is the case in most large organizations, especially since GRI has been around for the sustainability reporting framework for a while. What was interesting is that the processes and the theoretical exercise that BRSR was promoting was more of a value add. And what I mean here is not just the value chain analysis, which the panel right before us talked about very graciously, but also things like life cycle assessments, right? These were tools and several other similar tools that have been around for a very, very, very long while. But it's gaining mainstream traction thanks to reporting frameworks like the BRSR. And the value addition from such theoretical research papers is extremely valuable, not just internally, but also, of course, across the value chain. So I think that piece was very interesting for me to work on. Setting processes around that was particularly exciting. But in terms of challenges, yes, I think after you get the data collection, it's the year-on-year analysis and improvement that is always going to be a challenge moving forward, right? Because at any given point, as being Indians, number one is never enough. Sharma ji ka beta, right? No, so number one is never enough. So you always have to understand what next, right? How you're going to beat that challenge. How you're going to improve. What is the performance improvement from here? If nobody else has done this, okay, when are you going to start? Who are you going to do this with? Who are the right partners to be working with in this space? If nobody, because it's just a 2-year reporting journey, how do you actually prepare a projected trend analysis and prepare for that internally? I think these are challenges I think we would like to solve for in the future as well.
Thank you, Mika. In fact, you partly answered the question which I was going to ask you in the next round, but no problem. I'll change my question. So first, let us explain Godrej's journey, Ram. I mean, what was uniquely, I mean, she has already comprehensively covered all the bases, but still, what else would you like to highlight? Because definitely the corporates whom I meet, and I ask this question specifically because I know corporates who were our members were reporting since 2000. We call it communication and progress. It still is there. And normally either you upload your sustainability report or you answer our questionnaire. But both ways, it alludes to the same set of information, what you have done for E, S, and G during the year. And so how did you at a group level deal with this?
So I think the most, I mean, she's covered most of the points really, really well. But uniquely, what I would say, one thing was alignment of all the different functions within the business. So it brought ESG front and center to corporate strategy. So now if you see, I would say it's an alignment of multiple. It's like, when you have eclipses, multiple things coming together at the same time, because voluntary disclosures have become a part of any large corporate's existence. CDP, DJSI, you're looking at MSCI scores, and these are now scores that have become targets for CEOs, saying that, I need to be on the CDP A list in the next 2 years. I need to be on DJSI leadership index in the next few years. So while that pressure was building, BRSR came, and then we said, okay, here is a great opportunity to put all of it in one lens and say, we need a completely new strategy for the way ESG is governed within the organization. Because suddenly you had other functions scrambling and asking, like, how have you guys been doing this information gathering over the last 10 years? Because like you rightly said, sustainability data we've been gathering. But for example, R&D data. How have you been tracking how much R&D you're spending on sustainable products or innovation or green products? And we really didn't have mechanisms to track that. So this was a great opportunity to actually, very selfishly, I must say, push some of that agenda into the larger overall strategy of the company. And what has now happened, and may seem very controversial, but in the next 5-10 years, the role of the CSO may become obsolete because of this. Because if fundamentally every single function has an ESG linked goal or a target in their own function. For example, procurement has a target, audit has, even the financial teams now have, all the financial linked disclosures on climate they have to include as part of their reporting. Then essentially it becomes embedded in the DNA of the organization. So BRSR is, I absolutely welcome, regardless of the fact that it may be a massive amount of workload being added to, the teams, but it's an excellent start. And the bigger, then you'll start seeing the real impact of BRSR when the net becomes genuinely wide. When it goes from 250 to 1,000, because there's a force multiplier. 1,000 means look at the number of suppliers that then impacts. The kind of rich data we will have then, that really, for me, that will be the starting point of understanding whether we can get to net zero 2070 or not, because currently it's a complete black hole. We have this target, we have no idea where we are today. Exactly. So now this will help us bridge those gaps. I'm saying, okay, this is where we need to work on. And there are two other very interesting aspects which we've internalized as benefits from BRSR. One is that it creates an opportunity to create rich India-focused data sets to make basically shine the lens on India as a supplier of low emission commodities to the rest of the world. So that data didn't exist. This will help us get that data. The second aspect is also, it's an opportunity for MSMEs to really look at this as a competitive advantage. A lot of them, you can either look at it as, it's additional burden for us, a compliance for us to really meet these standards. But the ones among them who really do that, tomorrow will have a larger captive market of suppliers or customers to sell to. Because like I said, the news is getting tighter and tighter. All the requirements today, which are voluntary, will eventually become compliance. So this is a great head start for that. And that's the way we approached it. We didn't look at it as compliance. We said, okay, this is an opportunity for us to prepare ourselves for the next 5-10 years in terms of not just our ESG strategy, but overall what kind of business do we want to be?
Thank you. In fact, that reminds me that if you're a member of, I always draw my examples from my organization. But whatever you report under your communication on progress, that's a public document. It's on the website. So if you're entering a new market and if you introduce yourself as member of the Global Compact, because that's what the question is asked first, if you want to export. So then they can go and see what was your journey. So what you're saying is really of immense power. India as a whole, top 250, and then gradually going up to 1,000. That is going to create a massive evidence for all of us to benefit from that. And it will also help us learn from each other, guide each other, support each other, and events like these help us. So, Vishwabandhu, you have world in your name itself. And you are a friend. So tell us how Tata Group geared up to meet this challenge, or it was just cakewalk? You already had. What were your challenges and what were your successes? Both of them have expressed joy that it was mainstream. What was your experience?
Let me bring out 2-3 perspectives. Yeah. So BRSR was preceded by BRR, as we know, and it has been there. If you compare BRR with BRSR, the one common thing is strong governance is the focus. There are 9 principles. There are ways to talk about the principles, and then there is data. So that remains as a common thread because the governance was not compromised. It was the data maturity that happened between BRR and BRSR. So naturally, I think BRR gave a very good starting point for any company of any size where they wanted to decode how to start sustainability. Because most of the other standards, though they are very, very comprehensive, somehow how to put that entire picture together becomes a bit of a problem. The second thing is that BRR and BRSR, by that also you see that there's a strong interest in the ESG journey of listed entities. To 50,000, the cut can increase. They also say that they want to go all around, move toward unlisted also. But the fact is that they want to talk about ESG of any company, and hence that keen focus with a process-led approach. That is what is the biggest, I would say, opportunity when you want to put it as a process. Of course, big companies, like my fellow panelists, there is no challenge in reporting data or to talk about governance as well. It's only when you start looking beyond your influence zone and talk about your suppliers, your larger value chain, this can become a very good precursor. Talking about data, yes, data brings in a set of complications at any point in time, and naturally because you do and this BRSR built a 2-year comparison as well, so that you can build in trends. So from that perspective, there's a continuous story to which you can always look into. And I completely agree to Ram's point that it has given certain standardized metrics on which you can develop and also report comparable data. Like for example, energy intensity, your carbon intensity. They are put in purchasing power parity also to make it more global in its phase. Other aspects are labor and governance, quality. So that becomes a very good defining point, even if you're defining a global framework for your entire value chain, which runs into other countries also. You can use this as your base for that, while compliance just remains one outcome of it. That is the best advantage that, of course, in Tata Group, BRR or BRSR is not new. We have been a party to almost every framework from GRI to integrated reporting, which we use till now as core as well. But BRSR gave that enabling, hand to sustainability practitioners to use it to deep root certain processes. And of course, look at challenges. So in Tata Consumer, we have a 3C approach to sustainability strategy. We call it build consciousness that do risk assessments, whether it's climate, whether it's an LCA, we do a supply chain assessment, come out with what is a hotspot for you. Maybe a materiality index, something of that sort. But it also gives you certain opportunities, which is the next C, consolidation, how you consolidate on those. And the third C is communication, which is becoming very important today. Why I say communication? Because one is a fixed format disclosure, which is like either a GRI or IFRS or a BRS in that matter. But today your different stakeholders are asking for information all around the year. So it's actually more of a communication that happens around the year for different stakeholders who come from very different backgrounds. For example, ESG rater comes with a risk awareness and risk aversion only. while a BRSR gives you a complete stack performance with a comparison and a glimpse of governance as well. So BRSR brings a very big enabler to meet those needs as well. And that is where I think the advantage of putting an effort is, because you're actually building a system with that.
Thank you, but don't put the mic, please, because I'll ask you the follow-up question. I mean, you brought out a very important aspect that you procure so many things from your entire source, everything from your supply chain. So how far reporting on those, I mean, their sustainability, their norms, emissions, how do you account for, I mean, what is the current status, and how do you think it is going to pan out in the coming years? I mean, I'm talking about basically the MSME, for whom it is not compulsory right now, but how in coming years, I mean, commodities and things like that, all those, how will you integrate that? Is it already integrated, or will it require more work?
So the process is ongoing. As per BRSR also, supply chain reporting is coming in. We are in the first cut because we are top 100 in the Nifty. But apart from that, even beyond that, that is where we go beyond compliance, is that we do a lot of the certification for our tea and coffee. So in India, 60% of our tea is Trustee certified. Trustee is a sustainability code for tea growers, especially for small tea growers. So that is where this picture comes in for the last mile connectivity, how we are, creating a standard on which they can be appraised. And it's a ESG led thing. Similarly, our Tetley tea, which is a brand in UK.
All this is voluntary. You are doing it on your own.
Absolutely
But
one.
if you could clarify how all this will weave in into the framework that is being.
So once the framework comes into picture, the comparison, many of these data will flow into you directly. So we are actually working backwards towards that. Our Rainforest Alliance certification for Tata, for Tetley tea, globally, again, similarly led, and they certify even value chains. From that perspective, we are taking a step back to what we say backward in integration. And these certifications, which have a very ESG-led focus, give you the confidence that your supply chain is in the right way. And then, of course, it's a continuum which you have to see in that way, right? Your supply chains will grow. The sustainable dynamics is also growing. If you see 20 years ago, sustainability was more about reporting. 2010, we started about TCFD, TNFD impacts. IRC came in, what I call tectonic shifts into sustainability. 2020, we're talking only about risk. The WEF, global risk, becomes the major talking point in Davos. Right? Then it comes into how your MSCI, Sustainalytics, such bodies are coming out. Even SEBI has put a ERP regulations around who are giving, because they want to see that how you are, putting it into an Indian parlance. So those become the talking point or the point of perception of you outside. So today we are living in that era of risk, and then finally I think it will go into impact, but it's still, of course, crystal blazing. It's in my personal view. But then if you see in a continuum, we'll have to absorb the change and start building around it. And I think BRSR is exactly doing the same point by being BRSR core again as a 20 subset of BRSR. That you start reporting that there is BRSR light as well. So there is something for every stakeholder. And MSME for the light purpose, I think that would be very good for them to at least a starting point.
Thank you. Now you can put it. Sir Ram, coming to you, I mean, Godrej also, the challenge of sanitizing the supply chain, making them understand, and shifting the criteria from pricing to other parameters. I mean, I'm not saying that you have started because BRSR came. This is an ongoing process. All responsible corporates are doing. But if you could share some of your part of your journey where you are talking about your suppliers, yeah, that would be.
So on the supply chain sustainability aspect, yeah, like I said, we've been doing it for a while, and it's still evolving. It's not, I would say, nowhere near the finished article yet right now. The issue with sustainable supply chain is we have to really group it into various categories of complexity. You have MSMEs and you have the B2B segment, which actually is the most simplest to solve for, because most of them generally track a lot of their data. But then you have one of our group companies goes Agrovet, for whom 80% of their supply chain is smallholder farmers or commodity traders. So how do you get information out of that? Secondly, is it ethical to ask a commodity trader to provide greater traceability? Because isn't that their competitive advantage? So if a palm oil trader reveals to you where they source from, what is stopping you to subvert them and go straight to source? So these are all ethical questions around this that we need to ask as well. And this is where we're talking about the Western lens and the Indian lens. It's very critical because a single unit of a farmer as a supplier in the US is very different from a single unit as a farmer in India. Because you can't really take actions at that unit level. So what we started thinking was, okay, how do we then start looking at a sectoral level? So can we do something around studying, say, emission factors for milk at a geography level? Let's do a study on Andhra Pradesh, what the milk emission factor could be. Let's look at Tamil Nadu. But that takes time because we are still a very, very small sample set of the larger Indian ecosystem. So what we started doing is we started publishing this and taking it to the government agencies, say, look, there's a great opportunity here. We're able to calculate localized data for this, but we need your help to really make this a representative sample. So it's not just 5% of the overall market, but closer to like 60, 70%, which then we can take to the world saying, look, we don't need your emission factors anymore. We have our own. We start reporting on that. And that really is a focus on our supply chain because currently, if you just look at the typical approach of saying, okay, I buy X amount of material, I use a global emission factor and report my scope 3 emissions on supply chain. That leaves you with nowhere to go because you can't consume less. As a developing economy, you're not going to consume less of material. You have no influence on the global emission factor. So where does that leave you? So unless we start looking at data from an Indian perspective and really getting on the ground and calculating that, we're not going to be able to move on supply chain. The other really interesting aspect is we're taking a very tread lightly approach. We are not in a situation right now, like you said, where we can say, oh, you know what, this is going to be the defining aspect of how we deal with suppliers. Either you comply or we don't work with you. That's many, many years away. Right now, it's all about capacity building. It's literally taking them along. In fact, very interestingly, I was in an investor call last week who said, how long do you work with a supplier before their performance improves? Like, we never stop working with them. Now, the reality is that the way we are set up, and again, it's also maybe a very Indian cultural thing, we don't give up on our partners. It may take time, but we'll get them there. We'll look at various ways we can improve. And one really interesting factor and one big player in this is financial institutions who are coming up with really inventive models for companies to work with their supply chains on co-financing models to really, because the biggest question they'll have is how do I don't have the money to invest in energy efficiency. I don't have the money to invest in an ETP or a large water treatment system. So what do I do? So there's a massive opportunity for fintech and for financial institutions to really get into this space and say, look, we'll create really interesting models of co-investment where everybody benefits. So that's, again, another area of major focus. The third big area of focus for us is also a lot to do with digitizing and traceability of information. I was just in a meeting just before this, we were talking about, we've built this excellent digital platform where suppliers can upload their data. Great start. But how do I know that data is accurate? Who's going to take the responsibility to make sure that this data is assurance ready? Because I certainly can't assure 200 of my suppliers. So who's going to do that bit of work? Can we look at AI as a tool to really do that assurance in a very quick and dirty sort of a method rather than spend hours and lots of money behind developing really complicated systems? So digitization and traceability is a very interesting focus for us as well. Internally, one good example we've done is we're also a producer of palm oil in India. We have a plantation in Tamil Nadu and Andhra. We've established a digital tracking system with the farmers there, where it's two-way. One is, of course, sharing information on best agricultural practices, but we are now able to trace every single batch of palm oil to the tree from which that fruit came. And we want to use this as a model to take to Southeast Asia and say, look, as buyers of your palm oil, why don't you implement a system like this so that we can have traceability to the end? So I would say at this stage, a lot of our work right now is not so much on moving the needle, but on setting the ground rules, setting up the systems, foundations of everything that we need to do to move forward on this.
Thank you. That's wonderful. And we also, as UN Global Compact, have introduced an initiative called Spark. It's a global initiative which works specifically on supply chain. And as you rightly pointed out, it cannot be a cut-off, on-off kind of a thing. It has to be, we have to take everyone together, inform, make aware, support, build capacity. So I agree with you completely. Now we have 10 minutes left. Mithika, if you could tell us what has been your experience in terms of dealing with the supply chain and translating and transferring this whole urge to comply and things like that before it becomes mandatory. Because once you have gun on your, then everyone has to. But that is disruptive and that is more expensive, and that can go. I mean, many of them may go out of business because they are working as it is on very thin margins, and finance also you pointed out. So if you could tell us briefly, then maybe we could have one or two questions from the audience. Yeah.
That sounds good. Okay, quite a few of the points have already been covered, so I'll just touch on, touch on two broad topics. When it comes to supply chain engagement, of course, BRSR introduced this as a question from the very beginning. It's now evolving from next year, so let's see how that comes up. But broadly, their questions were about how is your supply chain doing on environmental parameters and how is your supply chain doing on social parameters. Until this point, they were not asking governance related questions, and that is what is changing with the BRSR core, which is exciting, right? Because just to touch on Ram's point, you're getting the data, which is fine, because through capacity building, you can at least reach a stage of, honest data sharing. But how do you know that the data is credible and the data is accurate? Is through the governance structures or the governance questions that we are hoping BRSR core will address in the future, right? And what that essentially does is it opens up conversations for ethics in data sharing. Right. So to actually understand, okay, is this the right data I need to be sharing with you? Is this my competitive advantage? Is this market sensitive information? And if so, how do we share it through the right sources, which means how do you share it through the right assessors or through the right assessment sources as opposed to directly to the customer or a supplier? And of course, value chain in this context is not just fortunately suppliers, but also customers, which is a whole other conversation. Because if you don't want to stop doing business with your suppliers, you're surely hoping your customers don't want to stop doing business with you, right? So it's a two-way stream there. But just to touch on the point of what are we currently doing, thanks to BRSR, I think we are at a stage of, the buzzword capacity building, of course. But what that essentially means for me is that we're having conversations and understanding where everyone stands. Right? To actually understand, okay, what does the data mean for your company? How confident are you in that data? Where are you struggling for improvements? Can we collaborate, more importantly? After the data sharing conversation is over, where can we collaborate? Is there energy efficiency improvements? Can we then charge a premium? Can we then charge a lesser? Can we, subsidize our value chain? Is there any cost advantage that we can collaboratively leverage on? And I think what's exciting about this is the fact that sustainability has become, a individual team target as opposed to just a company level target, which is what's extremely exciting because a lot of these ideas came from our PNC team, not from the central sustainability team, which is, you see the excitement because it's coming from them and because they take the ownership and want to drive this change. And then that's what sort of basically goes beyond the policies and the code of conducts that you've set to actually action that you can then hopefully report on. Brief, very brief.
Thank you, Ritika. It was excellent. No, it was concise, but you covered a lot of ground there. And I think, and unless you have any last words to add, so we will throw it open. We have 6 minutes. If there are one or two questions, then we can take them. Please introduce yourself and ask your question and to whom it is addressed to. Any questions? Yes.
Hi, my name is Ruchika, and I was working as a sustainability consultant in Singapore and just relocated back to India. So my question is to Ram. You set a very good example, and the background is that I did a small project with WWF in Singapore on palm oil, RSPO, and all that. So that traceability factor, whether using blockchain or AI methodology, is great. But what's happening on the ground level is that, for example, are you guys also going the last mile in terms of making the impact by, as you said, offering some sort of a platform for blended finance, integrating with the financial institutions and stuff like that? And because those farmers, I mean, there might be a supply chain, traceability is one thing, but hand-holding it to the last leg and making sure that it's an impact that's reaped inside make. So are you guys doing something? I mean,
Yeah. So it's a multi-pronged strategy. We realize that hanging all our hopes on just ensuring traceability as the only way to get to the farmer or to the people who've been displaced by deforestation, for example, is that the way to do it? We're looking at various options. The unfortunate matter of it is there's technology, which is one solution, but there's also intent, which is a big issue. Because we really have to ask ourselves, do the local regulations in the Southeast Asian countries, are they really looking to solve this problem, or are they happy to let things drift? And that's a complicated question. So because unless you get help on the ground over there, it's very difficult to do any sort of on-ground assessments. What we've done is we've started working with our supplier partners and move away from, as far as possible, still very difficult, to not buying from commodity traders and buy it directly from suppliers. It means we lose a little bit of cost advantage, but we get a lot more traceability. And then we're able to work with them to really get certified palm from their plantations, which we can ask to physically go and verify. The problem buying through commodity traders is not just that, again, like the intent. Why will they reveal where they source it from? So it's very difficult to get any information where it comes from. That doesn't mean we won't buy from commodity traders at all, because again, they form a significant, part of the market. But we're trying to shift towards buying directly from plantations. In fact, even within companies, if you can source from a specific plantation, even better. Because even if you're aware of the palm oil market, the supplier is not certified. It's a supplier's plantation that is certified. They could have 100 plantations, out of which 40 are certified and 60 are not. So we try to work with those specific plantations which have been certified, but it's not easy because we're also not a buyer of crude. We buy derivatives. So by the time it comes to us, there's like 20 additional steps in the value chain before we actually get to what we really need to buy. It's a very complicated question. We have tried to look at a digital solution for that, but the human behavior and the intent aspect is something that requires a lot more influencing. That's what we're really working on right now.
Thanks, Ram. Thanks.
Anything you want to add?
Commodities, yeah, sure. Uh, so not as much in terms of palm oil though, but what's essentially happening with our global supply chain conversation is that you currently see a lot of focus on emission sharing data, right? Which is restrictive, right? Because ultimately everyone's trying to understand, okay, what is your scope 3 assessment? How do we validate it? But I think the intent is getting lost because you're literally just sharing numbers with each other without actually allocating the true cost, another technical term, but the true cost of the actual emissions that you're eventually going to be allocating to the supplier or a buyer. What's changing here is the conversations are now going beyond, thanks to BRSR or similar like CBAM like conversations that are happening in global markets. The conversation is now moving away from just emission sharing because they're saying, okay, this is my report. Please have a look at whatever information you need from you. I will have a conversation with you to understand where can we collaborate. How do I actually create an impact in my value chain that will also reflect in my balance sheet? Right. And I think that is, I actually am very excited about the fact that CFOs and, secretarial teams are taking extreme interest in sustainability thanks to the BRSR because that's the regulator driving the reporting framework. But I think that's shifted the conversations because in addition to your sustainability teams and your technology teams and your PNC teams, you have the CFOs team sitting in these conversations. And I think that's the shift. Primarily from a commodities point of view currently, I'm not sure whether it has reached all of our segments just yet, but I can definitely say from a commodity point of view, that is a shift we are seeing. Just, an example, like that was one of the conversations we had to try and import the first carbon neutral fuel for India, right? And this was just a byproduct of a collaboration conversation, right? And that's a very different shift because you wouldn't even think your suppliers can provide you that. You're having a conversation about futuristic fuels like say hydrogen or solar or wind or any other renewable supplies, but you wouldn't think of the fact that there are other sources that your suppliers are capable of providing to you. That's interesting.
Thank you. Last 40 seconds. So we'll be able to finish in time. Thank you so much. You have been very patient audience and I hope we were able to do justice. I deliberately wanted it to be interactive and practical. I mean, rather than stratospheric. So thank you so much. Okay.
Prashant, Malik. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you also for moderating that. With that, we come to an end of our panel discussions. And we have our last fireside chat, or sort of an industry presentation left. We'll just wait for them to clear the stage. Can you call Malik? Shweta can also have that sheet of the questions. It's on the desk. Let's just ask some more questions though, while they're clearing it up. Before Pranshi cuts my payment for not asking all the questions, I thought ye khatam kar liya. I'm sorry. I'll find some chotu one. Okay. Which sector is most impacted by the integration of ESG principles in supply chain management? Any guesses? Agriculture. You say pharma or automotives. Okay. Milk. Manufacturing. Okay. And another one here, right? Which one? I'm sorry, ma'am. Built environment. Okay. You said manufacturing and consumer goods as well. Yes, I'm majority of it covers in that also in an umbrella of the same. We'll ask, okay, which global reporting framework aligns closely with India's BRSR requirements? Which global reporting framework? Any idea? Yes, you got it. GRI. And also someone also said GRI there. Yes. Okay, this is what is green logistics? Any idea? Green logistics, green logistics. Yes. सर ये सवाल आप ही ने बनाया क्या? सबके जवाब तो मालूम है आपको. But no, yes, you got that right. Thank you. Okay, and the last one. In which year did the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, mandate BRSR reporting for the top 1,000 listed companies? (2023), 22. Any other? What's the question? So the question is that in which year did SEBI mandate BRSR reporting for the top 1,000 listed companies? Okay, how many for 2022? How many for 23? और यहाँ जो बैठे हमारे मित्र, कुछ विचार? Any year that you have in mind? He's only smiling and confusing me. Any for 2021? Okay. But 2022 is the right answer. That was just to check. Chaliye, now that they have cleared the stage. Hello? 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 This is working. Okay. May I please request our team, Prashant, there's some error. Can we have 2 chairs on the stage while I introduce our next panel? The next is an industry presentation while they're setting up the stage. It's Crystal's vision, shaping the future of sustainable waste management. And to share the views on the same, I'll first introduce and then we'll welcome them. First, Rahul Kamble, President, Crystal Group Service Delivery, Crystal Integrated Services Limited, and Vishnu Prasad, Founder, Vishnu Prasad Research Center. Whatever works for you. I'll just get that. Can you please?
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pride and honor to stand in front of the sustainability officers. The story of Crystal started in 2000, almost 2.5 decades ago, with a vision of creating a niche product under services. Services empowered by manpower. Services empowered by human resources, wherein the unskilled employees, semi-skilled employees will be the main focus of the entire product. In 2000, when there was an article in the newspaper, when my promoter went through the article, then there were a lot of foreign companies coming into the in the country, and there were a lot of requirements of the services. We call it as housekeeping, we call it as security, parking attendant, and many more such kind of activities were there. Many more such kind of services were required. So then, 2.5 decades ago, there was a vision which we thought that we should start up with a company where services should be rendered, and we should give the services to the infrastructures, to the institutions, to the universities, to the cities. With a investment capital of 1,38,000 in 2000 to the journey of 1,026 crores listed on BSE and NSE, it's a phenomenal journey what Crystal has achieved under the leadership of its promoters, the board of directors, and of course, on every single person who has been a part of the Crystal's journey. We recently listed on 31st March 2024. It's a pride to share the vision of the company, which is now focusing towards a very different genre of facility management. Earlier, facility management was never getting that identity, or facility management was not been known as a facility management. पहले ऐसा होता था कि a security guard was been called as a watchman. A housekeeper was called as a jhadu wala. So the transformation of facility management has gone to a very different level from 2000 till 2010, 2010 till 2020. And now from 20 to 2030, the vision of facility management is growing to a very different level. The industry is growing to a very different level. So from a jhadu wala to a chambermaid or a janitor, from a security, from a chowkidar to a security guard, now we are terming technicians as an HVAC technicians. पहले हम AC मैकेनिक बोलते थे, अभी आज हम उनको HVAC technicians बोलते हैं. So जैसे ये terminologies change होते गई, जैसे जैसे ये organization ये industry बढ़ते गई, वैसे वैसे काफी सारी चीजों को इसके अंदर develop होने का मौका मिला. So I'll just give you a small brief of what Crystal is all about, and in 1 minute I'll share the vision of what Crystal is going to look out for the next leap of facility management. Can we have the presentation, please? As I mentioned, this journey started in 2000 from a very small office of 100 square feet. Today, we are very happy to share that this organization has its own corporate office with a 20,000 floor plate in a country's tallest green building. So that's a remarkable achievement what we have done. And the best part is, no HR has inducted me about the journey, because I have been the founder member of this company since day one, since 2000, and my counterpart, Mr. Milind Jadhav, has always been a part of my journey. So since 2000 till 2024, every journey, whatever I am been sharing with you, has been witnessed. We have learned, we have unlearned, we have done many strugglings to reach to this level of success. Now, as we are going to, as we are heading towards a new version, a responsibility has come on our shoulders. Earlier, when we talk about creating a niche product, we used to give a product called housekeeping. We used to give a product called horticulture. We used to give a product called pest control. We used to give a product called security, parking management. So whatever services used to come under these facility management, we used to give them a proposal to the clients. Now, I think from the vision of facility management, we think we should now term it as integrated facility management 2.0. Now, what is this 2.0? I'll come on to that point. The presentation is on. This Crystal Integrated Services Limited has its own various verticals wherein we give services to MSMEs, government sectors, corporates, infrastructures, airports, schools, public schools, and many more such kind of sectors. As I said, the journey of my company started from 2000 till 2024. This journey has its own struggling phases where we have overcome the entire struggle, and the learning curve has always been on the forward side. Now, why Crystal? Crystal, as shared, we have 43,000 employees, direct employees working with us. 43,000 employees, plus we have more than 350 plus clients base all across India with 2,400 direct sites under our purview. We manage not less than 25 lakh million square feet of facilities all across India. So it's a mammoth task. Now, what has happened after this 40,000 plus employees coming into a service range, the requirement of facility has gone to a next level now. Now people are not only talking about cleaning, they are not only talking about security, but now they are talking about cleaning science. They are talking about green. Now what is green? Nobody knew what is green. Now after looking at this entire forum, the green has gone into my head and my cells now. So what is green all about? So earlier we used to talk about green building, green chemical, green environment. Now everything starts from here. So the entire green should come from here. The concept of green should start from here. So what we have come up with a very innovative solution is, now in this entire room, there are a lot of people. So every person coming into this world will definitely require assistance in the infrastructure. He or she will definitely use the infrastructure in terms of any kind of things like washroom management हो गया, या parking management हो गया, या आपका mall management हो गया, कोई भी तरीके से उनको infrastructure की जरूरत पड़ेगी. अब ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेफिनेटली लोगों से होगा और लोग ही इस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को अच्छा भी करेंगे और थोड़ा सा खराब भी करेंगे. खराब करने का मतलब है जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की. सो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट्स व्हिच आर देयर. वी आर नाउ रिस्पांसिबल फॉर पिकिंग अप अ गार्बेज फ्रॉम डोर टू द plant, processing plant. That is, we are managing 200 tons of garbage every day. We are picking it up and we are processing to the plant. Now, after doing all these activities, we have come up with some science. We thought that we should be putting up some science in this particular facility management. So as I said that cleaning was a science and science is all about facility. Earlier people used to say facility is next IT. So आज समझ में आ रहा है कि why facility is next IT, because the infrastructure, the kind of infrastructure development is happening, the kind of facade management is happening, the kind of solid waste is happening, the kind of water is wastage, the kind of STP requirement is there. So we will require lot of brains, lot of ideas, lot of inventions, innovations in the system. That's the reason why Crystal has gone ahead one step and done technology partnership with VPRC, that is Vishnu Prasad Research Center. Now, what does Vishnu Prasad Research Center does? Vishnu Prasad Research Center is a completely research center, which is purely working out on material management, purely working out on the solid waste management, how the water can be saved, how the energy can be saved. He himself, I would like to call upon Vishnu sir on dais. Vishnu sir, please come. Vishnu sir is a scientist and बाकी का तो सर हम उनके बारे में खुद ही बोल देंगे. Sir, please come.
I would like to I would like to short the introduction about myself and directly get into the point. Where, as on 2024, VPRC is listed as the global 50 R&D companies in the world. We hold more than 72 patents, and we have labs in 5 countries. We are very low, but somehow Crystal found us. And one of the technologies, like I started my career as a scientist in a government organization, then came out, then started building this, and then we are one of the largest in India. We are the largest in India, where I see in space. For example, if US is there, US is now delivering so much of software is because of AT&T and Bell Labs, where that has created the first World Wide Web, that has created the first internet, and that has pioneered the space or has given the ecosystem for the innovation ecosystem to grow. And similarly, if we see Germany, they have the automobile ecosystem, and then the China, which has material science ecosystem. That is why they're able to give 100 rupees product, the same product at 10 rupees or even 200 rupees. And then if we see the Taiwan, it is a very small nation which has the chip ecosystem. That is why even a big country like China is not able to touch Taiwan. And South Korea is in chemicals. So, but India, we don't have the research ecosystem. Sadly, the people who are doing PhD, they are going to colleges and joining as professors. So we thought we need to create R&D on different segments. And today, many of the technologies that are implemented on sustainability is not the finest. For example, we have different amount of patents, out of which we did 3 technology transfers to Crystal, and then they are planning to implement it. I don't want to get into implementation is because of the scalability. They have access to each and every airports, the top companies in the world, like whatever you say, the commercials, industries and everything. So one is, for example, if you take the water treatment technology, today there is different technologies like SBR, MBBR, but all of the technologies which are getting implemented in industries is not the sustainable one. We have so much of STPs that is running, we have so much of STPs that is implemented, but still if you see, there is not even a single drop of clear water, which is not, and many of the technologies, they are not running as per the NGT standards of 2024 or NGT standards of 2023. They're just running for the sake of running. So we thought that we need to get into the basics, and we have created a technology where we are able to purify the water. It is an alternative to existing treatment plant, where this plant is running at IIT Madras, and then we are working closely with several governments in India, and we did technology transfers to Korean government, where you see all the Korean water is being cleaned by our technology. There is no aerator, there is no blower, and you don't require very much space, and it is a single tank process where it is entirely microbial. So if you compare the existing water treatment technology to this technology, it is very, very efficient, and the retention time is only 3 hours, whereas in existing, whatever the technologies you take, it is between 8 hours to 24 hours. And similarly, on the solid waste management, everybody is concentrating only on biomining. Like, there is so much of dump yards done. What the government is doing, government is giving biomining where they segregate the waste. But the actual problem is not segregating and dumping it again or giving as an RDF to different energy recovery facilities. The problem is what happens, how we can nullify the waste. So we have the technology which has been piloted with government of Tamil Nadu, and then we are implementing in different states. All the biodegradable waste, you just don't want to segregate it. You can just segregate as non-biodegradable and biodegradable waste, where all the biodegradable waste is converted into fertilizer in less than 7 days. And this is also a microbial process. And all the non-biodegradable waste, instead of giving it to RDF facility, where again you're having an extra carbon footprint of transporting the waste from here to some other factory which is 500 kilometers away, 600 kilometers away, where we are converting that into a different polymer-like structure where you can make plastic bricks. So I think, Yeah, those are the regenerative technology which I was telling about. And yeah, this is the plastic bricks that we have worked on. Similarly, the sewage treatment plant, if you can see this running at IIT Madras, where this is a zero sludge process. There is not even one drop of sludge that is being generated out of system. So the existing sludge, whatever is there, they again have a sludge drying bed, take the sludge out, dry it, convert it into fertilizer. But here it is not nothing. So you pump the entire water in, you treat that water out, and then you're getting the clean water. And similarly, we have a technology which is called as Faraday, which is implemented in more than 70, 80 companies as of now in India. And then we are working on specific energy index. For example, there is a there is the largest complex in Tamil Nadu. And then here there is one of the car manufacturing companies in Delhi, where we told them there is only two costs that will actually help in creating carbon consciousness, or it will work on your carbon rating, or it will work on your carbon amount, carbon price. One is the cost of your raw material supply chain value. And second thing is the specific energy index. For creating one single part or manufacturing a single part, or if, for example, if you take this room, for a single person, how much is the cost of air conditioning is being spent alone? So you tweak that value, automatically you will have a substantial increase in this. So this is happening. Okay, they have many companies is having sensors, many companies is having dashboards, but what we have is the intelligent algorithms by which we are able to show we have saved more than 1 billion units of energy till now on different scales. For example, as I said, in the commercial complex, we have saved 1.5 crores of energy bill in just 1 year in that one store, like in one mall. So that is the scale of sustainability that we are talking about. And I hope with all of our innovations and with the partnership, we can grow together. That's all. Thank you. Anything you want to add?
The detailed studies of the entire solid waste management, water purification, STP will be shared soon. सर वैसे कम बात करते हैं, बट उनका जो भी बात है वो मैंने खुद रिसर्च सेंटर में देखा है, एंड वो रिसर्च सेंटर पे इट्स अ मस्ट विजिट रिसर्च सेंटर. प्रिसाइजली अ सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट, जो हम अब बता रहे थे कि फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट 2.0 की शुरुआत क्रिस्टल आज यहाँ से शुरू कर रहा है. सो थैंक यू बिजनेस वर्ल्ड फॉर
If you've visited banks, hospitals, schools, government offices, or airports, chances are we've crossed paths. We make sure that every visit of yours is met with exceptional management and service. We are Crystal Integrated Services Limited, India's fastest growing facility management company. Our journey began 24 years ago with a vision to emerge as one of the most preferred facility management services in India. Since inception, Crystal has maintained a clear vision with strategic focus, meticulous planning, and timely implementation driving our success. We offer the maximum range of services, and we continue to invest in science, technology, and engineering to elevate our services and deliver exceptional results. We have expanded our footprint to encompass over 2,487 sites, serve 369 clients, operate across 28 branches, and manage an impressive 25 million square feet across diverse sectors, each with its unique challenges. This dedication to excellence reflects in our significant turnover of rupees 1,027 crore for financial year 23-24. Crystal's journey is marked by landmark projects and trusted clients, and supported by our ISO certifications. Each collaboration strengthens our commitment to set new standards in operational excellence. At Crystal, our strength lies in our people. We prioritize employee development and ensure that every team member can achieve personal success while also driving our company's growth. From entry-level positions to leadership roles, we believe in empowering our team to achieve their true potential. Over the years, we have grown to a thriving workforce of over 43,100 employees, with each playing a crucial role in our journey. Growth for Crystal has always been about more than just numbers. We continuously evolve to meet the ever-changing demands of the facility management sector through modern and automated tools, which ensures achieving significant reductions in both costs and environmental impact. In partnership with Vishnu Prasad Research Center, our waste management efforts, including efficient solid and liquid waste collection, treatment, and disposal, are designed to create cleaner and more sustainable city. India generates over 170,000 tons of solid waste every day, with a significant portion still ending up in landfills. To address this, we follow a comprehensive process, starting with waste generation, collection, transportation, segregation, biomining, and recycling. Our technology-driven approach includes biomining to separate organic and inorganic waste, with organic matter being transformed into fertilizer, while plastics are recycled into durable materials like paver blocks. The complex regenerative breakdown technology accelerates organic waste decomposition, achieving results in just 7 days. This process reduces landfill reliance and greenhouse gas emissions, making waste management more efficient and environmentally friendly. We also repurpose non-recyclable plastics into TerraPlast bricks to process waste into sustainable materials that support eco-friendly construction and drive circular economy efforts. Through these efforts, Crystal and Vishnu Prasad Research Center are not only managing waste, but turning it into a valuable resource, transforming urban environments and promoting cleaner and greener cities. Looking ahead, Crystal is gearing up to expand into new markets with a focus on modernization and special economic zones. We are set to transform both spaces and lives. So, whether you're stepping into a new facility or revisiting a familiar one, Crystal will ensure excellence in every corner. We look forward to crossing paths with you again soon.
We look forward to cross paths against you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, business world. Thank you, all my colleagues. Thank you to the patient listeners. Thank you, Vishnu sir.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation and also for taking us through what really happens and the steps that you and your company follows in order to make sure that things get the right treatment. Thank you. And from those discussions of the day to the evening's celebrations, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the awards evening of India's most sustainable companies 2024. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, it's an honor to be a host for this as well. We've gathered here to honor the remarkable achievements of organizations like yourselves that are not only thriving in the business world, but are also leading in the way of sustainability. BW Sustainability World, a flagship initiative of BW Business World, has been a platform committed to recognizing excellence in sustainability. And also, we are delighted to host this 4th edition of the Top 50 India's Most Sustainable Companies Awards. Sustainability is not just a buzzword, and I'm sure we've all witnessed that today. It's a key driver of long-term success. The companies that we will be celebrating tonight, they've embraced sustainable practices across the environmental, social, and also governance, that's ESG pillars, setting benchmarks for all of us and others to follow. These pioneers, they're making a difference, contributing to a greener, fairer, and a more responsible business landscape. With that, we've got an AV of the entire process of how we got here. Can we please play that? Along with a knowledge partner, Balancia Consulting, we conducted a rigorous evaluation process examining each company's performance through 36 KPIs across the three ESG pillars, which was phase one of the process. Now, this process was further enhanced in phase two by the insights of our esteemed advisory council, a panel of 15 industry leaders, including CEOs, managing directors, chief sustainability officers, and also sustainability experts, which was independent of phase one. Now, the expertise contributions have shaped tonight's results. As we celebrate the top 50 India's most sustainable companies 2024, we recognize the immense effort, the innovation, and the leadership that has brought these companies to the forefront of sustainability. And to take this awards ceremony forward, to also take this evening forward, it's my pleasure to once again invite on stage the chairman and editor-in-chief of PW Business One and the founder of Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra. Everybody, please.
Please give Mr. Malik a big round of applause. He's been at it since 10 a.m. Bigger round of applause. Clapping is good for heart muscle. So you're actually helping yourself if you haven't gone for a walk. I don't want to stand between you and the awards. I just want to say that we do it through a process. We do it through somebody who understands the domain. Both Noor, who's our group editorial director, and Priyanshi have been involved from the day one. So there is a certain amount of knowledge, continuity, and a perspective on it. As I said in the day, that this year there are some changes in the rankings because of better declarations this year and better representation in terms of the kind of information and work shared. So there is a relative performance. Awards and rankings are about relative performance. I'm not an expert on sustainability, but I can only say that both Noor, Priyanshi, and our partner have some understanding of this domain, and they have some perspective of doing it for the last few years. I can only say that it's been done through a process that is very, very honest, transparent, and is not influenced by any external factors whatsoever. That's the only thing I want to say. You're experts. I don't think I can tell you anything about sustainability or ESG or this area because you are the experts. But I do want to talk about two things I spoke in the morning. One is quality of sleep. I find a lot of my friends from corporate India, from the business world, not sleeping enough. India is a sleep deprived country. Most people sleep less than 6.5 years on an average. So I always ask all of you who are senior people, CXOs, leaders in your own right, how many of you sleep more than 8 hours? Not even one? Not even on Sunday? 3, 4, 5. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. How many of you sleep more than 7 hours? Okay. In the night? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, okay. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours in the night? Yeah, so, I would say 40% sleep less than 6 hours, 30% sleep less than 7 hours, and the rest possibly are between the 7 and 8 continuum. Very few people sleep more than 8 hours. Quality of sleep is another discussion. That's another discussion because our brains are continuously working. We don't slow down. And I won't name the person, but I just got to learn a very close friend of mine in the media business. He's among the top 10 guys in the media business. He's 62 years young, and he's just been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I asked a friend of mine who's the founder of a media business, why is this guy not taking calls these days? As in decisions, not phone calls, but decisions. And he explained to me that he has Alzheimer's at 62. So the one thing that can prevent Alzheimer's, it can help you live longer. It can help you be mindful. We all talk about mindfulness. If you do a survey of CEOs and founders and CXOs, they'll talk about sustainability and they'll talk about mindfulness, right? Sleep is the one thing that I would, even if one of you started sleeping a little more because of my talking today, I think it's worth it. And my colleagues who work with me know that when I've slept well, I'm a little different person than a person who's low on sleep. I'm more tolerant, I'm more attentive, I'm more tolerant of whatever's told me. I assimilate better. I eat less. I listen more. And I try and sleep like 8+ hours every. And the only thing I feel guilty about is sleeping more. I'm the kind of person who works 7-8 hours on a Sunday. So if I don't work on a Sunday, I feel guilty, right? So I just do want to talk to you about sleep. I read this book called Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker, and it's a book I'd recommend you to buy, or you can watch the YouTube. How many of you watched Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker? He did a tech talk. So once you listen to him, you will never compromise on your sleep. And as I said in the morning, there are two kinds of companies. I love them. OTT companies and D2C companies. OTT companies are telling you can start watching a show tonight and watch it till 4 a.m. All the 6, 7, 8 episodes. That takes away from your sleep. The other is the food companies, food delivery. You can order food and eat it at 12 in the night, 1 a.m. in the morning. And if you eat so late, you won't sleep well, even if you slept 8, 9 hours. So sleep is the single biggest thing. I've lost 9 odd kgs, but I would have lost much more, but I didn't sleep well in the last 15 days. My mom was in hospital, and even when I came back home, it played on my mind, and anyway coming back very late at 12. So sleep is one thing which will help us take better decisions. It will help us stay calmer. It will definitely elongate our life. The second thing I talked in the morning, and most of you, some of you I know well, some of you I've met once, twice at our events. I talked about kindness. First, being kind to yourself, which is sleep. And the second is being kind to people around you. And I run a business. Sometimes I'm also very task oriented, numbers oriented, but I've learned to take things as they are. And it's not easy when you have a goal. But I talked to this young Israeli. He's no longer that young, but in 2012 he was very young. His name is Nadab Ben Yehuda. He was between the Mount Everest and the base camp of Mount Everest, and he would have become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. But he discovered on his ascent that one of his friends had died, and another friend was on the verge of dying. He had two choices, either to go on and become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or save a life. What did he do? Guess what did he do? He saved a life. If he didn't, he would be another person who climbed the Mount Everest. And in our lives, we have the choice to either contribute to other people's journey and through that feel good, or to also follow our own dreams. And there's nothing wrong about being ambitious, doing the right thing for the right reason in the right way, as Stephen Covey said. But in a world that has become very me too, everyone is focused on them, including political leaders. No reference to any particular leader. That's left to your imagination. Most leaders across the world fit in. But I said Donald Trump is wrong about a lot of things. He's also wrong about. He said climate change is a hoax. He is clearly wrong on a lot of things. He's wrong about climate change. And I want to end by saying I live in Delhi. I have a wife, 2 children, and every year we are approaching October. You know what happens in Delhi when October comes. the quality of air deteriorates. And over the last 1 year, there have been solutions to tackle the stubble burning. And if I tell my journalist friends, because I founded Exchange for Media, and I do know all journalists that matter, if our environment and air quality is not part of sustainability and ESG, and that's not as important as anything else you cover. A terrorist strike kills people, but the quality of air also does a lot to the health of older people and younger children, and including people like you and me. So really, by the next year we meet, I hope we found a solution to stubble burning, because the quality of air, the quality of water, the quality of lives in our urban cities is something that we must think about when we think of sustainability and ESG in a deep manner. 8 weeks back, when the rains came, the former head of water, it's called the Delhi Jal Board, he said that I had said to the CM and functionaries that the Delhi water system needed an upgrade. And the Israelis have lots of technology because we have an old system and the number of vehicles and number of people. So really, I hope we are able to do a hackathon, find solutions and implement that, and not just do a ranking and a special issue. That's important. We as media can only shine light on you and on the best practices. So I wish you luck. It's a journey that we took many years back. We're able to continue it. The BW sustainabilityworld.com platform, the young platform, it needs more resources and more plowing. We will do that over the years. But congratulations to all of you for contributing your bit to a better India, to a sustainable India, and making sure India's commitment at COP are kept. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for that. This ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels. Please join in the conversations and do share your mementos and your moments of celebrations using the hashtag BW Most Sustainable Companies. A request to all the winners: once you've received your award and you step down from the stage, please proceed to stage left for an individual picture, and also stay back till the very end again for a group picture, both to capture your bid for our magazines as well. And without further ado, it's time to begin announcing the winners of India's Most Sustainable Companies 2024. To do the honors, may I once again invite Dr. Batra, the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World Group and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. I would request Rahul Kamble, Group President, Service Delivery, Crystal Integrated Services Limited, to please join us on the stage and help present the awards. Please, gentlemen. Once for that, everybody, let's welcome. This list that I have just been given, it's in a ranking order. I don't know from where we begin. We'll begin from the top first or from the 50th. So, jo bhi hai, let's start with that and then we shall see where does it go. Yes. And the first winner on this list, please. Rank number one, it's Adani Green Energy. We have with us Pankaj Verma, Head, ESG Adani Green Energy, to receive the award. Please for Adani Green Energy, everybody. Before forward, I think the trophy is made from some renewable material, is it? Recyclable material. The trophies that you will be receiving. So I think we are doing a bit right. Yes. Congratulations to whoever designed this. I think always nice to do that. Okay, rank number 2 on this list, please. Tata Consumer Products. We have with us Vishwa Bandhu Bhattacharya, Director, Sustainability Tata Consumer Products, to receive the award. And Tata Consumer Products, we've just started by the तो इतने जोश बात नहीं बनेगी, just to say louder and we started. Love of yours, time for rank number 6. Hindustan Unilever, we have with us Prashant Dubey, Director, Sustainability FA, Hindustan Unilever. Hindustan Unilever, everybody. Congratulations. Congratulations. With that, rank number 4. ABB India, we have with us Raman Kumar Singh, the CHRO, ABB India, and also Rajesh Jha, Country Environment Head, to receive the award. And these congratulations, gentlemen, congratulations. So we have a tie at rank number 4. And rank number 4. Mahindra, we have with us Sandeep Jha, Chief Sustainability Officer, Tech Mahindra, to receive the award. Tech Mahindra, everybody.
Clapping is karmic. If you clap for others, others will clap for you. It's a law of energy. Whatever you send comes back. Please clap for him. And clapping is very good. If some of you do yoga, he makes you clap, or she, if you have a female yoga trainer, they make you clap in the morning. This is without us charging you anything. So please clap for him and all the winners. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Congratulations, sir. With that, rank number 5. Cooperative Consumer Products. We have with us Ram Vaidyanathan, an AVP and Head of Environmental Sustainability, Cooperative Industries Group, to receive the award. Congratulations. Congratulations to you, sir. A reminder, winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then a group picture also in the end. With that, rank number 6, please. Yes, a pharmaceutical criminal ransom is Susa Executive Vice President, Communications and Government Affairs, along with Sais Iqbal, Corporate Social Responsibility Lead, to receive the award. Congratulations. With that, thank you so much. Congratulations to the winners. And rank number 7 now. CL Technologies. We have with us Deepika Duggal, GM, Sustainability, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. With that, thank you so much, Rahul Ji, for helping us with the awards. Thank you, sir. Everybody wants a sir, please. We also had a keynote presentation, which was the last session for today. May I please request Siddharth Nanda, Head ESG and Sustainability, Bilancia Consulting, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Sir, let's please welcome, sir, everybody. Really, with that, rank number 8, please. Vipin Orikar, Head Sustainability, to receive the award. Congratulations, congratulations to you. And with that, rank number 9, please. Bro, Baduria Government Affairs, Bro, to receive the award. Everybody. Congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations to you and everybody back home. With that, rank number 10. Havels India. We have with us the head risk management, Havels Nitin Singh, to receive the award on behalf of everybody from the Havels India family. Congratulations, Stephen Nitin. Congratulations. Winners, don't forget individual picture and then a group picture as well. With that, the next rank, please. Side Industries, we have with us Ms. Shavi Agarwal, Head, Investor Relations and Sustainability, and also Mr. Devashri Mukherjee, Manager, ESG, to receive the award. Congratulations. And with that, rank number 13. LTI Mindtree, we have with us Manish Rao, Chief Sustainability Officer, LTI Mindtree Limited, Surendra Kumar, General Manager and Head Sustainability Governance, to receive the award. Congratulations, gentlemen. With that, rank number 14. Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, we have with us Ravi Chandra, Head Sustainable Operations, to receive the award. Congratulations, Ravi. Rank number 14 is a tie. Please. We have with us Vinika Grover, Head Sustainability and CSR, along with a member of Apollo Tires, to receive the award. Congratulations. And with that, rank number 15. Corporate industries. Once again, we have Congress and Authority between environmental sustainability. Cooperative Industries Group to receive the award. Congratulations again to you. And with that, rank number 16, please. Chemicals. We have with us Kiran Bain, Deputy Manager, SNM, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. And thank you so much, Siddharth, sir, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants to, sir, please.
If Siddharth ever wrote a book, what would it be called? So you just bought a book on my recommendation. So you, no, it would be always looking down. You don't, because there is a actor called Michael J. Fox, right? He had Parkinson's and he's shot. So he, through God's kindness and his own lifestyle changes and doctors' help, he reversed his Parkinson. So he wrote a book called Always Looking Up. It is a metaphor for being positive. So your would be called Always Looking Down. Not metaphorically, but otherwise.
But thank you so much, sir. Once for him, please. Thank you, Siddharth, for having us. I please request Milind Jadhav, Group President, Business Development, Crystal Integrated Services Limited, to please join us on the stage, sir, and help us present awards. इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 17. Project Seaman, we have with us the Chief Operating Officer, Mr. S.K. Gupta, to receive the award. Patriotic Cement. Congratulations, sir. इसी के साथ next rank number 18. Siemens, and we have with us Mr. K. N. Kumar, Head of Digitalization and Sustainability at Siemens Smart Infrastructure, along with his team. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the winners. Winners, a reminder, don't forget your group picture in the end along with an individual picture after you receive the award. इसी के साथ rank number 19. One pharmaceutical industry. We have with us Dr. Mohan Prasad, Senior Vice President R&D, and Ravi Kiran Serology, Head EHS and Sustainability, to receive the award. Congratulations, gentlemen. इसी के साथ rank number 20. Other communication. We have with us Mr. Rahul Mataji, EOHS and Sustainability, to receive the award along with his team. Other communications, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Rank number 21. ICICI Bank. We have with us Mr. Manish Kumar, Head EAC and CSR. ICICI Bank Limited to receive the award. ICICI Bank, everybody. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations to you. इसी के साथ rank number 22. Nestle India, we have with us Taruna Saxena Italy. Sustainability Nestle India, Snigdha Berry, Manager, Plastic Sustainability Nestle India, and Lead. Congratulations, man. Congratulations to you. इसी के साथ next rank number 23. Rani Energy Solutions. Once again, let's please welcome Mr. Pankaj K. Verma, Head ESG, Rani Green Energy, to receive the award. Everybody? Thank you and congratulations, sir. इसी के साथ next rank number 25. CFC Bank, we have with us Mr. Pradeep Singh, Head, Monitoring and Impact CSR. HDFC Bank to receive the award. HDFC Bank, everybody, let's please give them round of applause. Congratulations. इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 26. AEC International. We have a Mr. Aditya Bhattacharya, Chief Manager, AEC International, to receive the award. Please. Congratulations, sir. इसी के साथ next rank, please. Feel we have with us Ms. Sugandha Joyaswal, President Executive, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. And चलिए AC के साथ the next rank, please. Some industries, we have the Samanchu Gregorian, head, corporate communications, class of industries to receive the award. Please, congrats some industries, Himanshu ji. Congratulations, and with that, thank you so much, Milind, sir, for helping us. Everybody wants to, sir, please. May I please request Arivesh Chuk, ED, Asian Renewables, GAIL India, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Everybody that's welcome, sir. चलिए AC के साथ रैंक नंबर 28. Almia Bharat, West Officer Chauhan Manager, Sustainability, is here to receive the award. Congratulations. With that, rank number 30. Reliance Industries, we have with us Mr. Rajesh Charzana, President and Head, Petchem Industry Affairs, and also Vidika Bajpai to receive the award. Congratulations. इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 31. India, we have with us Mr. Sriram Ganeshan, Global Chief Commercial Officer at India Limited. So, Ivani to receive the award. Ajay sir, I hope you're not leaving. They're very specific about it. Acha. Okay, winners, just a quick reminder. Initial picture, a group picture in the end, both for yours and for ours bid as well, for the magazines. चलिए इसी के साथ rank number 32. We have just one sustainability lead to receive the award. Just one thing. Okay, folks. Congratulations. For that, rank number 34. Leland, we have with us Mr. Yashpal, Vice President, Corporate Affairs to receive the award. Thank you. Not a problem. Thank you, sir. चलिए इसी के साथ we have a tie on rank number 34. Please. Mahindra and Mahindra Financial Services. We have with us Mr. Supratil Sarkar Circle, HR and Head, to receive the award. And please give a congratulations, sir. Congratulations to you. Quickly moving ahead, rank number 36. EVS Motor Company, we have with us Mr. M. Cyril Bhajanathan, Mr. Jagamohan Patnaik, and also Ms. Shirin Kujul to receive the award. Congratulations. इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 37 प्लीज. Our India, Mr. Prabhu Ganguly, I am ahead. Now for this team to receive the award. Louder now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, thank you so much, Parivesh. Everybody else, sir, please. Thank you. May I please request Mr. S. K. Gupta, Chief Operating Officer, Ultradex event, to please, sir, join us on the stage and help us present awards for next set of winners, please. चलिए इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 38. We have Professor Rajesh Vasudevan, VP and Global Head EHS and ESG. Also Ms. Ruhana Zariwala, Global Head Sustainability. Also Mr. Prasoon Mitra, Manager Sustainability, to receive the award. Congratulations. इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 39. Access Bank, we have a Shailesh Chaudhary, Senior VP, Government Governance Group, Access Bank. For Access Bank, Soza Talia. Congratulations, you're down to our last 8 awards. Rank number 40. Also, thank you, bro. We have Sohini Gupta, the Senior Manager, to receive the award. And here also we've got Sohini ji. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations to you. Winners, don't forget your group picture in the end. And of course, individual pictures, they'll keep on happening as and how you receive the award. इसी के साथ rank number 41, please. Mahindra Bank, we have with us Mr. Chetan Savla, and also Mr. Yara Sinha to receive the award. No problem, sir. Chetan ji. Kotak Mahindra Bank. Congratulations, sir. चलिए rank number 42. Maruti Suzuki India, we have Mr. Nikhil Vyas, VP, Corporate Affairs, and also Mr. Ajit Singh Ji, VP, Sustainability, to receive the award. Maruti Suzuki India, everybody. Congratulations, gentlemen. इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 43. Yeah, in India, we have an office of Motivate City, ED, Energy and Renewables in India to receive the award along with sir. Everybody. Congratulations, gentlemen. Please don't forget your pictures. And thank you so much, Gupta ji. Thank you. Everybody wants a sir, please. Please request some more VP, VW Business World to please join us on the stage and help us present awards to the next set of winners. Let's please welcome everybody. Mohit. Rank number 43 is a tie. Please. We have Mr. Amit Kumar Singh, EVP and Group Head, Corporate Affairs and CSR. He didn't come across. Yeah, man with us to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. Surely rank number 45. Honeywell Automation in India. Javadas Mr. Priya Algar, Senior Director, Integrity and Compliance, Honeywell India, to receive the award along with her team. Honeywell Automation India. Congratulations, मैम. इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 48 प्लीज. Anani Ports and Special Economic Zone, we have with us Mr. Rahul Agarwal, Head of ESG and Investor Relations, to receive the award. Anani Ports and Special Economic Zone. Congratulations, sir. With that, down to our last two, rank number 49. Cricket, cement, we have enough of graduation. Sir, ahead. Corporate sustainability and also Mr. Shubham Rao lead sustainability to receive the award. Cricket, cement, ladies and gentlemen. इसी के साथ रैंक नंबर 50. Assistant Systems, we have with us Mr. Sachin Pranav, Chief Risk Officer, to receive the award. Congratulations, Sachin ji. And this is we come to an end of the top 50 most sustainable companies 2024. Congratulations to all the winners. Now, please request all the winners to join us with their trophies on this group picture. And someone from the business world team, if you can please check agar koi winner bahar ho to, you please request them to come inside as well. And please don't forget, today was day one. Tomorrow begins day two for this conclave, this summit as well. Couple of panel discussions followed by the award ceremony. All the winners, please, with your trophies. Aye. All the winners with your trophies, please. We might have to adjust our own styles according to our heights. The individual cameras first. आधे तो यहाँ हैं. Done, 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 done. 5, 4, 3, 2, done. Yes, sir. Done. Naval, please. Priyanshi, come now. Come, come, come. Please come. Priyanshi is welcome. And congratulations to everybody. Congratulations to all of you. Please join us for tea and coffee. Thank you. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you.